Are you about ready, Riley? You're on? Okay. Well, don't be shy. Come on in. We still see a couple more people coming in. Just a couple of housekeeping items. Please silence your phones. Restrooms are down the hallway to your left over by the eatery. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director here at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And I just want to congratulate all of you for taking time out of your busy work days to join us for this Native Edge Institute. I want to introduce some of our team players. If they could just stand up really quick. We have Aaron Abrahamson in the back. And then on this table right through here, we have our new tourism program. We have Sky. Go ahead, Sky, stand up. We have Yvonne, we have Nicole, we have Haley, and we have Ui. And they are our new tourism staff that cover 5 regions. So in the 5 regions, we have Hawaii as a region, Alaska, we have the Northwest region, and the Southwest region, and then the East Coast region. So thank you guys for doing that. We also have Kaya Jackson in the back, and so she's the new program manager directing the Native Edge Institutes. We have Charmaine Charlie, and she's our administrative specialist, and Chris and I report to her. And we have a number of friends that have joined us today, as well as some excellent speakers. So we have a great lineup for you. During lunch, we're just going to take a short 15-minute break because we just keep the day packed full of great speakers. So we'll take a short 15-minute break for you to go and grab your lunch and then get settled, and then we'll begin with the lunch panel. But I have the great privilege and honor of introducing our first speaker, and that is Mr. Chris James. He is our president and CEO of the National Center. So let's give Chris a warm welcome. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Thank you, Yvette. So great to be here today. I'm Chris James. I'm President and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. I know that's a long mouthful of an acronym, but we are the National Center. Very happy to see everybody and gather today. I'm originally from Cherokee, North Carolina. That's close to Asheville. So Asheville's unfortunately have been in the news recently because of the hurricane disasters, but that's where my reservation's from in that area. Thank you, Chairman, for being here as well. Look forward to hearing a few words and remarks from you, and we're very pleased to be here in Lake Tahoe. Just to give you first of all, is anybody happy to be here? Because I don't feel the energy. There it is. I like to feel that energy because you're going to have a long day, and I know it's not too early, but it's early enough. So really, we want to feel the energy today. Today is your day. Today is for you to be here to learn about a whole gambit of things. Today is your day to. We have a whole room of resources for you to meet with and talk with folks, to learn about how to get your business to the next level, to learn a new opportunity that might be coming down the pipeline, to learn about maybe just a new program that the National Center has. So very excited. I'll tell you just a little bit about the National Center. We've been around for 55 years. We were established to be a resource for our American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian communities. Primarily, when we were established, there just wasn't many resources out there. There were Chamber of Commerces, there were other things, but just for Native-specific communities, we just didn't have a lot. So the National Center was established in 1969 out of California, which down in LA, not too far. We're close to the same state. I guess it's probably like 10, 12 hours from here. And through the years, we've grown to where we are today. We put on the Reservation Economic Summit. Has anyone ever heard of RES? A few people? Thank you, Yvette. Yvette has heard of RES. RES is the largest Native-focused economic development conference in the world. And let's see if this gets you excited. Every attendee that comes to this native, Aaron's not going to like this because I do this all the time. But to get a little more excitement, since all of you guys came out to Lake Tahoe, each one of you will get a free registration for the Reservation Economic Summit. How about that? That's in Las Vegas, March 10th, to be redeemed. Yvette reminded me, in 2025. It's March 10th through the 13th in Las Vegas at Caesar's Palace. We'll have over 90 breakout sessions. We'll have over 30 keynote speakers. Last year we had 5 secretaries of the president's cabinet speak. We have all mid-level government officials, high-level government officials. We have a fashion show. We have big actors. We have celebrities. We have, what else do we have, Yvette? Oh, yes, we have Yvette and myself. We'll be doing, we do a podcast called The Native Edge. So we'll be doing live podcast. But we're expecting close to 5,000 attendees. It really is a place where you can get those resources, those matchmakings, meet with a Fortune 500 company. We do multiple matchmaking sessions. We'll have a whole track on community tourism where we'll be a full day on focusing on tourism. We'll have IT sessions, we'll have government sessions, we'll have contracting sessions, we'll have procurement sessions. So it'll really be a worthwhile experience. So if you're in this area, definitely you can drive down to Vegas, come hang out for Res in March with us. I also want to give a quick shout out to Sky Bear Media, Riley. Yeah. I'm going to embarrass Riley for a minute because Sky Bear Media is truly the National Center. We do believe not only supporting our businesses, our native-owned businesses throughout the country, but we also believe in using our resources. So if we support a business, Sky Bear Media and I started a relationship in 2017, 2018. I might have been one of their first few big clients. And from there, we've, grown together, the organizations, and it's great to see Sky Bear Media, a native ran company, be so successful in the work that they do. If you guys ever need any media type, they're in high demand because I'm always sending them to other places. I know I saw that they have recently gotten some new contracts, but really awesome. For the past 8 years almost, all of our visuals, all of our video has been done by Sky Bear Media. And what a great company and a great partner to work with. And they are here streaming live today. So great. Go have a conversation with Riley, learn about their company, see how they got into being business owners, native-owned businesses, and listen to their journey because it's a great story. So a lot of good work here. Today is going to be a great day. I mentioned just some of the. I'm going to give you a little highlight of today. I know you have the agenda in front of you, but Yvette briefly mentioned our newest program, which is around tourism. Now, tourism has, Yvette tells me a lot, tourism has, that can mean so many different things. So there's really the word that we're going to start using, which I will start eventually, is destination. What is a destination? Our communities are destinations. Businesses that support those communities are helping support the destination. So there's all of the aspects of tourism. We received some funding from the Department of Interior through a government grant called the Native Act, which is a cooperative agreement where we'll be in partnership with the Department of Interior as we administer support around tourism. As Yvette said, we have 5 regions throughout the United States. So more to come on all the work that we're doing around that program, but it's very, very exciting. You'll also, one thing that's very important to any business in tribal communities is human resources. Is that right? I mean, who's had human resources issues? I know, I have them all the time. I know you, yeah, we have them. Human resources issues. Or it doesn't even have to be an issue, but it's good to know about human resources. So we have Carla, who's our human resources consultant, also she was a former or is a client of the National Center, but Carla's here. She's going to do some great information on our human resources. Cybersecurity. Does anybody have any any issues with cybersecurity? Boy, me too. I am, I sometimes I don't know how many emails I get a day of potential attacks just on my little. You too, sir, huh? I probably get 5 to 10. I have a friend that works at Citibank in at the Citibank headquarters in New York. He said they get 1 million attacks a day. 1 million. People trying to get into our information, trying to steal our money. So as you think about today and you're going through the session on cybersecurity, it impacts all of us. It impacts my 85-year-old mom who is like, I got this email, what do I need to do? All the way to a Fortune 500 company. So cybersecurity is very important to us. It's very important as a company that you have the right protocols and right walls actually to be protected, firewalls to be protected, and it's also important for a tribal community or any community to also be attacked because we're constantly getting bombarded by cybersecurity. So that's a great session today. And then we'll also have one of my great friends, John Shiraka. He's probably the top expert on government contracting in the United States. He has him and I worked together at the U.S. Small Business Administration. He ran all of SBA's government contracting programs. He was chairman of the OSDBU panel, which is he sort of oversaw all the other folks that were doing government contracting, small business contracting. So you'll get to hear all about government contracting. He is a gambit of knowledge, so please feel free to ask him any questions and go from there. So a lot of great. Sounds like a great day. Does it sound like a great day to you guys? Yeah. Chairman, do you think it sounds like a great day? Awesome. Well, we really are happy to be here. Please check out our survey information. It's on your agenda. We also, Yvette and I host a bi-weekly podcast called The Native Edge. Download The Native Edge. You can download it on any of the podcast platforms, but you'll hear it's very in-depth information on all sorts of things. One of our last episodes, we had a guy named Stephen Richer who has been really involved with voting rights and making sure that our voting systems are protected. He did our show, Native Edge, last week, and then 2 days later, he was on 60 Minutes. So, that's the kind. I think we have Ed Hall will be on our next episode coming up. Ed Hall and I have known each other for a very long time. There he is. There's Ed. We've known each other for a very long time and just an expert on tourism and a lot of things. So it's just a fun show, and we have a great time doing it. So please support the Native Edge podcast. Please support all of our programs. We want to be a resource to all of you. So please use us as a resource. We try to do everything at the National Center. We try to do free to our clients. If you want to be a client to any of our programs, we'll have 9 programs going on. Just talk to one of our staff members. We can get you signed up. Pretty much any resources that we have, we try to provide at free to no cost to you. And we also can be a great resource. So if we don't know the answer, we're not going to pretend we know the answer. We're going to send you to one of our great networks, one of our partners around the state to help you find the answer if we don't have it. So that's our goal. So thank you so much for being here. I'll be here all day, so please feel free to come and talk to me, ask me any questions you want. We're all in this together. We're all trying to succeed as business owners and tribal community leaders. So we really appreciate everyone being here today, and I hope you have a great fun day, and I look forward to meeting each and every one of you today. So thank you, Yvette.
Well, like Chris mentioned, we have Chairman Smokey here with the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California. I reside in Arizona, so. And so please join us for some remarks. And do you just want to stay there, or do you want to come to the podium? Okay.
Umheji. My name's Terrell Smokey, again, chairman of the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California. I'm also the president of the Intertribal Council of Nevada, working with all 28 tribes in the state of Nevada. And as of actually just last week, I'm now our primary representative for the Western region on the Secretary of Interior's Tribal Advisory Committee. So, thank you. I've been the alternate for the past couple of years, but we just now announced that our primary stepped down, so I have to fill that role. They told me I had a little bit of time, so I'll try not to bore you, because I tend to ramble sometimes, especially when everybody's running on Indian time right now, as we can see with the empty seats. I see some of my staff has name tags still sitting back there. I think I'm going to have to bring that up when I get back down the hill. First, I'd just like to say, welcome to Washoe country. This is our area here in Lake Tahoe. So, to us, for Washoe people, this is where we were created, right here in these lands. There's 4 bands of Washoe people, from the Well-Melted to the north, the Pawaloo people to the east, Hungalelti to the south, and Telmelti to the east, because that was where our people traveled back and forth throughout the different seasons of Lake Tahoe. Because if you've ever been around here in the wintertime or seen pictures, we get 30 to 40 feet snow out here, up here in the lake area. But unfortunately for us, for Washoe people, we were all forcefully removed from these lands. And that's something that has been a big project of mine since being the chairman over the years, is to bring that history out and remind everybody that this is our lands. Just because we were pushed out and we don't have much left, there were some hard-fought lands that we do have, but everybody needs to just start speaking the truth, is that we as Washoe people here in these lands are not the public. We're not stakeholders. So, but we've been pushing those agendas for quite some time, and everything for Washoe people has been very hard fought. As a small people, we've always considered ourselves a small tribe, as our people. Strong but mighty, some of the elders always say. But everything was hard fought. We were pushed from their lands. It's in the record books that when tribes in the surrounding areas were getting lands for reservations, the BIA superintendent, and I quote, said that there's no point in giving lands to Washoe people because they're all just going to die anyway. So we didn't get anything. Our people have really struggled to survive and be where we're at right now. But we still push forward and we still fight when we need to. But along the way, especially within the past few years, created a lot of really good partnerships. We've had we've had good leadership in the past. Years ago was how we got our lands up here, reclaiming lands up here. Back in 1997, 98 was when our former chairman, Brian Wallace, worked through the federal government to be able to secure lands for the Washoe tribe. And during that time, we were given lands. We have a parcel of land just about 2 miles north of here, up by the golf course. We secured we have Skunk Harbor land area. It's actually lakefront property. Of course, it is very difficult to access. It's almost right off a cliff, but that is ours. And we run the Meeks Bay Resort on the west shore, which is not just because it's something that we run, but I personally believe it is the most beautiful beach on the whole entire lake. If you ever get a chance to go around, but we have a lot of history in this area. The Washoe people fought, even when we didn't have lands for many years, fought a lot of major companies, corporations, to stop the rock climbing on Cave Rock. If you go to the south of here, you'll see the Cave Rock. It's a giant cliffside that goes over the lake. That's one of the most sacred areas to us Washoe people. Not a lot of people were allowed to go up there, not even ourselves. But the recreation, the Washoe tribe fought for probably over 10 years and finally won that, and then stopped all the recreation climbing, stopped any kind of development around the area. And so, we've always pushed for things like that in and around this area. Currently, what we're working on is reclaiming areas as traditional cultural places in and around the entire lake, as well as future planning to make the water inside the lake the give it personhood status. So if you hurt the water, you're hurting one of our people. So that's how important it is to us. Just kind of putting that out there. One way that you can remember something about Washoe people is that where you're at the lake. It's kind of a joke we run because Tahoe is actually a mispronunciation of a Washoe word for lake, which is Tahoe. And so when you say Lake Tahoe, you're saying lake. So there's a few things out here that are kind of like that in the area, and that a lot of people didn't know about. So that's Tahoe is our sacred waters, and then where we're standing now is Tahoe Aga, the land around the lake where our people are from. So a little bit about our history, but we expand territories, and we do have lands that go quite ways all in and around the lake. Our archaeology goes even as far as Sacramento, as north in Susanville, and as far south as a northern part of Yosemite. And we have a lot of families within those areas as well. But that's just kind of a quick little bit about our history, stuff that we've done. And but we're here for economic development. And so I want to share with you kind of our story that really is fairly new, actually. I've been the chairman since 19, I wish. 2018 is when I was first elected as the chairman and came in. And in 2019, I did a report. That's the main thing that when you come into a tribe or new leadership, everybody's always asking, or we're always asking anyway, where's all our money? I asked that same question, where is our money? So when I came in as a chairman, we opened up the books, and I gave a report in the beginning of 2019 that showed the status of all of our businesses. Now, the Washoe tribe is actually pretty diverse when it comes to businesses. Our leadership in the past really set us up with a lot of different areas. So it didn't make any sense why we never had any money at the end of every year. So I did a simple report, and I went back 7 years from 2018 on back. 7 years, and every single year was bleeding. The numbers were bleeding, losing hundreds of thousands of dollars within each and every business. And so we had to figure out why. That this doesn't make any sense. Why was this never addressed? Why was this never brought up? And then when we started looking into it between each business, each manager, breaking them down, we would get a lot of the same excuses. Oh, well, we did better than last year, but we're hoping to do better next year. It's like, well, you've had 10 years to correct this. It's kind of a little too late. Day late, dollar short. So we had to make some major changes. And one of the big things that always stuck with my head, I don't know how many of you watched the TV show Bar Rescue. Used to be one of my favorite shows. But there's something that Mr. John Taffer says in a lot of areas he goes to, that he asked the owner, the manager of almost every show, that are we running a business or are we running a charity? And we were running charities. We were running charities in order to keep a few tribal members employed, and they could benefit at the cost of all the tribal membership. Because if we were running a true business, putting the proper people in place, regardless of a few that tribal members, then we would have been making millions of dollars on top of that. And we had to come and face that reality that had to be brought out. And I caught a lot of criticism for that. Some of these people were on tribal council for years. So, that's something that's very difficult to do in the political aspect. And it takes time to not just expose it, but to show that you have a plan to make it better and to fix it. And then for everything we went through, the one thing that I learned from my first res conference, actually, I think it was the very first conference, the very first breakout session I was in. Excuse me. There was, this is why I wish more tribal leadership would go to these things. Because one of the biggest questions that was asked, and not even in the first session, but almost every session I was in, somebody jumped up and said, well, how do you remove the tribal council? How do you get rid of the tribal council? Because they're the ones making these decisions that we, know are wrong. Now, if you have a tribal council that is good at business and they all know this stuff, then that's great. But not a lot of us do, and we didn't at the time either. And so that was something that knew we needed to happen. We needed to establish a corporation in order to give that separation so that we can make business decisions at the speed of business. Because for us, our tribal council meets once a month, and then that's it. And then you go over a few things, make a couple decisions based off of what you see at that moment, not even knowing the history or building things up. But there was it was very difficult to do. It took 3 years, and we got lucky. Things finally started proving that we could do it differently. We were able to reestablish first economic development, put economic development in a tribe. We didn't even have economic development in our tribe. We had one position, which was a business operations manager, and that job description literally said the business operations manager's job is to be great at everything you do. It literally said that. And it was a tribal council member that was filling that position. But, something we knew we needed to do, we did. We were able to get it going. We were able to get final approvals. We were able to get things rolling and really have a track record of success within just the past 3 years. So we were able to do it fairly quickly and then show that this can work. We are making money, but we're not rich yet. There was piles of debt that needed to be paid off, but those are finally coming around, being paid down, and we're actually seeing profits this year. And this year, I believe, after the numbers are punched, we'll get our first dividend payment from the corporation, but it'll be the largest amount of profits that it'll be the largest amount of profits that the Washoe tribal businesses have ever seen in our history. So that is a plus, and that is kind of, for us, it proves the power of being able to do that, using a corporation, that's a Section 17 corporation, which is not the only way of doing things. I mean, there's multiple ways of doing it, but it worked for us. And another success of, some of you may have toured the sawmill yesterday, I believe. That project in itself, from idea to breaking ground and getting in the infrastructure, was 7 months. And that's approval from tribal council, everything. We've never been able to do that. We've argued over ideas of business for years before ever actually approving anything through the tribal council. But this one was able to do, and we did get approval from the tribal council. We didn't skirt that process. We were still able to do the same thing, but it was because of our board, our corporation board, which initially people told me that, it's just going to be a bunch of, not to be offensive to anybody, but people said, it's just going to be a bunch of white people. They didn't believe we had successful people within our tribe. And when we put out notifications for our board, all tribal members, all business owners, all have success within, their individual areas. So we had to prove that we do have successful people. And they're the ones calling the shots. And since then, it's been successful for us. And we hope that it continues to go so. We have to prove every year that it's working, because, we still answer to the tribal council. But that's something for us that has been beneficial, and we hope to keep it going just kind of the same way we've been going. It's not without bumps on the road, but at least, that's for us, that's what worked so far. Yeah. So with that, I know I was getting the wave in the back. But I appreciate your time, appreciate you all being here, and I hope you enjoy yourselves. And for a final closing remark, aside from business, aside from anything, while you're up here, I always tell everybody, you know, this is, you know, our sacred areas here. Go to the water, wash your face, you know, give a thanks, give a prayer, and then, you know, that you are welcome here from the Washoe people. So thank you. On the way.
Thank you, Chairman. Really appreciate those comments. Let's give Chris and Chairman another round of applause. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and, I think it's on. We're going to go ahead and get to our next speaker. So thank you, gentlemen. If you want to take your water with you, that would be helpful. Next up, Mr. Edward Hall and Wendy, if you would like to make your way up here. Thank you both. So like we mentioned, we have a new tourism program, and that can mean a lot of things, like Chris had mentioned. And so here to support tourism development and all those things related, for this panel, we have Harnessing Indigenous Tourism for Economic Growth. We have Mr. Ed Hall, who is the Indigenous Economic Development and Tourism Executive in residence with the George Washington University School of Business, and Wendy Loomis, president of the Washoe Development Corporation. And I believe, were you part of that tour yesterday as well? Yes, thank you so much for that. And I know our staff that was able to participate with our awesome Sky Bear Media team. They really enjoyed it, and I wish I was going to be able to be in attendance to that, but we'll see it at some point, but we were onboarding our new staff of tourism. So thank you for that. We really appreciate that. Like Chris mentioned with Sky Bear Media, we always do recap videos. So we will have a recap video of the tour, as well as some of the B-roll of this session, as well as, of course, it's being filmed live right now. So without further ado, I want to welcome Mr. Ed Hall. Do you want to come to the podium, or do you just want to stay seated? Either way is fine. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is working. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Yvette. And also, I'd like to thank the Chairman Smokey for welcoming us here to Lake Tahoe. I think it's always amazing when you come back to this area to see the beauty, and then to hear from the Chairman the relationship of this area to the tribe and what it really means. And you know, so one of the things I should give you a little background on myself. I was the tourism coordinator for the Bureau of Indian Affairs for over 30 years. I retired in 2021 and now work with the George Washington University and the National Center, among others, in really working on helping to continue my work in supporting tribal economic development and tourism development. And when we talk about tourism, a lot of people look at tourism as kind of, you know, why are we even looking at this as an economic development anchor for tribal governments? And it's a luxury thing for other people. We have all of these other issues in our reservations or our tribal communities. We've got housing, healthcare, you name it, infrastructure that needs to be addressed, and we're wasting time on tourism. Well, you know, the journey I've been on with the federal government and now in the private sector and with the university is one where I've been able to really look at indigenous peoples, put it that way, not just tribes. Tribes are part of this larger spectrum of indigenous peoples throughout the Western Hemisphere, and we're largely invisible to the world, right? And one of the things that we look at is when you're invisible, you're vulnerable. And that's really been the agenda for the US government from its inception, is to actually see us melt into the melting pot of the United States, not to continue being indigenous peoples, tribes, and our history, our cultures have been interpreted by other people. And when we look at tourism in our past, that tourism has been by other people's design. So we were essentially somebody else's product, right? It wasn't done by us or for us. And so when I started in the federal government, I was under the Division of Transportation. And I was brought on from my prior work. I worked with Senator Domenici's task force on NAFTA, looking at trade corridors, and also working with the National Highway Bill, looking at the evolution of graduating from a national highway system to what comes next after the interstate system. So one of the most important things through that was finding that Indian country was never even a part of or any regard in the planning and development of any of our nation's infrastructure serving economic development, or anything for that matter. Our rails, our ports, our highway systems, if they pass through or by a tribal community, were not designed for that community. They were designed to do something else, right? So we weren't considered or looked at to be how to be on these grids, nor were we asked or to be a part of the decision on how these grids work to support our own economic development. So in 1991, they designed a new highway bill that for the first time looked at tribal governments, tribal communities as being a part of that and having ownership of their own decision-making on their infrastructure. And that was a huge dynamic change, because before that, that had been the federal government. And so when you look at that, these tribes had to really look at how do we come in at a level playing field to make these kinds of decisions at the state, county, city level, whatever, and with the federal government, when we haven't had that kind of past experience or, human resource, right, within our government. So that huge change had to be addressed in regard to how do we provide the technical assistance and support to get tribes to that level of ability to have that level playing field. And so we worked to address that and developed a technical assistance and training program. But there the federal government repeatedly didn't address governance, they addressed function. And that's been one of the things that the federal government's been focused on, is function versus governance. And so that throughout my work in the federal government has been one of the things that I've been looking at, is how do we really work at rebuilding government capacity for tribal communities. Now, how does that all work with tourism? Well, in my work, I wound up being the representative for the Bureau on the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial, which is a national trail and part of then the highway system, being that. And they couldn't get anybody from the administration to participate on behalf of Indian Affairs, so they asked if I would represent that, and I did. And throughout that, then, we looked at how we were going to integrate the tribal voice into a national event and how tribes would be able to participate. Once I got into that meeting with all the other federal agencies in the planning, this is in the late 90s, they said, well, we've got the Indians here, so therefore, they're represented. And I had to let them know, no, they're not represented. Tribes are sovereign nations, and tribes have to be asked. They have to make their own decision as to whether or not they want to participate in this national event. And so from that, they actually listened, and we did do individual meetings with the tribes along the Lewis and Clark Trail and those that were associated with it to give them the decision, make their own decision as to whether they wanted to participate. And that was a really tough decision for them because they were calling it the celebration of the 200th anniversary of the Lewis and Clark, discovery. And the tribe's like, what do we have to celebrate? And why would we be a part of this? And so from that, they decided to call it a commemoration, and they added tribal members to the council, the Centennial Council. And we added a circle of tribal advisors to the bicentennial. So each tribe got a representative. And that was what changed the dynamic of that national event when the tribal side of the story became the #1 priority for the Lewis and Clark bicentennial. That made a huge change, a huge dynamic change that the planning was under the Clinton administration. The actual event from 2003 to 2006 took place under the Bush administration. And so when it came time to take over and actually implement the event, people were like, why are we having tribes as the focus? And why is tribal oral history really being recognized? And people didn't realize what controversy that really was. And when people started looking, as was mentioned, this is, traditional tribal territory, sacred land, Lake Tahoe. And it's not owned by the tribe, it's owned by these other communities. And so people all along the trail were looking at their private land and saying, well, we know there's a sacred site here, we know there's a cultural site over here, and all of these things that are of significance to these tribes. And if that's known, then people are going to put protection on those federal protective orders on our land. And so they started destroying some of these cultural sites so they would not be of significance. And so you start seeing, when we start talking about our voice and being a part of what's tourism, that there is controversy. There are these things that are still here today, right? That aren't settled. There's a lot of court decisions still churning out there. So the idea of a tribal voice and a tribal narrative owned by tribes in tourism is still, although it's tourism and leisure travel, it's still controversial. And so how we provide and the tools and resources to communities to develop that infrastructure meaning not just the ability to share your culture, your history, your story, but also to have the infrastructure to develop the businesses, because tourism is economic development, right? So when people come to your community, it's not just that they need to be entertained, it's that they also need to have the opportunity to spend. And they should be paying for that ability to hear your stories, and the people who present those things, excuse me, present that oral history need to be recognized and supported, right? And you see so many times when we talk about how many dollars are generated by tribes. That's true. We are a major tribe to the international market, but the most important thing is we lack the infrastructure for dollars to be spent. So when we look at how dollars are spent, they're spent, thank you, off-site, outside of our community. People spend a lot of money flying to the United States, getting that rental car, going to hotels, restaurants, and whatever, to get to where you are. And they go and they are fascinated and want to be immersed in you. That's another distinction. This kind of tourism draws the most desired sector of the tourism industry, the people that have the highest education, the highest wealth, discretionary time, and they're middle to older aged. And so when they come, they spend longer time, they spend more money, they have the interest, the respect of learning about you. And so everybody wants those tourists, those people to come. within the state, that makes you an asset to the state because they're spending most of their money within the state. They're really serving the state revenue source, the taxes, right? So how do we capture a part of that? And so how do we support the development of the capacity? And that's what the Native Act is all about. When Senator Schatz came to office after Senator Inouye passed away, that was one of his first initiatives. And so what he did was he hired Lena Aoki to be his staff person, and she happened to have been the legislative assistant for the administration during the 90s when we were planning the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial. So she was intimately involved with what we were doing with Indian country at that time. Senator Schatz said one of his first initiatives was to develop legislation for Native Hawaiians and American Indians and Alaska Natives on tourism, because tourism is the #1 industry for Hawaii. And so Lena Aoki took on that order, and knowing my work with the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial and other things, called me, and we sat down and talked about how to develop this act. And so the Native Act then was crafted. It was passed in 2016 unanimously. It's a long story behind that. But it became a seminal piece of legislation. There was no money attached because you couldn't get anything passed at that time that would add more, funding to the federal government. But funding was attached in 2018. And so what that act essentially did was to ask the federal agencies, mandate the federal agencies, to identify their existing resources, their assets that support tribal capacity building for tourism, and to work with an organization to help deliver those resources to indigenous communities, tribal governments, Native Hawaiian organizations, and tribal organizations. I became the lead staff person on implementation of the act for the administration. And we looked at how we could bring the tribal governments together to identify those resources and then deliver that information to tribes. One of the most difficult things is tourism. People seeing tourism as a priority, meaning, Congress responds to, it's always say what the squeaky whatever gets, squeaky wheel gets the oil. Yeah. So nobody's talking tourism, right? Nobody. It's a non-issue. And when you look at it, here's a piece of legislation that is really situated to help tribes develop infrastructure, and people don't realize how that's attached to tourism. And so when you're looking at tribal communities that lack housing, that lack water, sewer, that lack, broadband, all these different things, right? All of that supports tourism, because you can't look at building a business infrastructure without adequate water, sewer, highways, transportation, signage, all of these things that are integral to economic development in general. And so that's what this act is about. How do we then tap into these resources that build that community capacity to do this? And when we start looking at this new relationship with the National Center is now poised to help be that organization in the act that will help coordinate access to these federal resources, so that you are able then to start building the capacity within your communities to become or to develop your own tourism industry on your terms. Working with the George Washington University prior to leaving the federal government, we started the Indigenous Tourism Collaborative of the Americas. And that is a collaboration with the Organization of American States, much like the European Union, That's all of the states in the West, or the countries in the Western Hemisphere. So we're looking at indigenous peoples within the Western Hemisphere and how they build their capacity for tourism. And the underlying thing is, how do we support the governance of tourism so that tribal and indigenous communities are able to rebuild their governance capacity to be a part of the decision-making so that they are able to own, control their own narratives, their own industry, and represent themselves. Together, we're about 80% of the total population of the Western Hemisphere. And that makes us a voice. Tourism makes us visible. And so I think that this opportunity, working with the National Center to bring these assets to the table, are going to help Indian country become a visible voice for the tourism industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. Good morning, everybody. I'm Wendy Loomis with the Washoe Development Corporation, which is the business enterprise arm of the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California. And thank you to the National Center for hosting this event, and thank you for hosting it on Washoe land. The chairman mentioned this morning that back when he first got elected, he made the controversial decision to try and separate business from government. And I know that's a tough step. I've worked for tribes for almost 30 years. I've been with tribes when they started in the beginning. I was part of a team who put 2 double-wide trailers in a little valley in Temecula in 1996. And now most of you are probably familiar that that's Pechanga, and there are over 3 million people who live in that valley. I also worked at Sycuan in 2001 till 2013. So two tribes who started small and became very successful. I'm not expecting the Washoe tribe to be as big as Temecula anytime soon, because Douglas County would run us out of town. We are in the jurisdiction of Douglas County, and they don't like to have more people here permanently. They're happy to bring people and let them spend their money and then have them leave again, which really ties back to tourism. So the Washoe Development Corporation was created, actually it was created in 2006 by the Secretary of the Interior through resolutions, and we are Section 17 corporation. We have 5 board members and 2 ex officio board members who sit on our tribal council but also sit on our board. One of them is here with us today, Director Lydell Wyatt. You can wave, Lydell. We were very fortunate when our board members were assigned. We put out a notice asking for interested parties, and we had 12 tribal members apply for the positions. 5 were selected, and what's really interesting is when I look at the panels that are going to be on today, we literally have someone in each of those regions. So our chairman of the WDC actually used to be on the board for the National Center 30 years ago. So he's very familiar with this entity. We have another director who's out of New Mexico who is a cybersecurity expert. He worked at the White House. He's very familiar with what's going on. He keeps us very much controlled and secure from our IT perspective across all our businesses. We have another gentleman on our board who's an HR specialist. So when I look down at these lists, it's surprising to me that all of our pieces tie in, and maybe that's why we've been able to be successful for the 3 years that we've been in operation. When the 2 ex officio directors were brought on, that allowed us to have a connection to our tribal council. So even though the original goal was to separate government from business, we then recruited 2 of those tribal council members who now help us to be that conduit, if you would, between tribal council and what the business enterprise is working on. So we were very grateful for that, those 2 appointments. So when we look at, I know Chris mentioned earlier, destination, right? Destination is the key piece. The tribe has also been involved for the last 3 years with the groups around Lake Tahoe in what they call the Destination Stewardship Council. For those of you who don't know, Lake Tahoe is 2 states, 7 counties, 4 cities. It's a lot of people who have their finger involved and think they have a say in what's going on. That's aside from all the private owners, all the homeowners associations, all the other entities who think they should have a voice in what happens in and around Lake Tahoe. So the fact that we were able to even get the Washoe tribe to be recognized as part of that Destination Stewardship Council was very important. And fortunately, they have included a lot of the language when we are describing areas and talking about different destinations. So there's been a very integral part of Washoe now involved with that project and that council. What's interesting, when I came on board with Washoe 4 years ago, they were very quiet, very insular, right? They didn't get involved. Nobody was outside. Nobody was on committees. Nobody was getting involved with anything. So the Destination Stewardship was one of those first programs that ever came up that the tribal chairman said to me, you need to go and find out what they need. How can we be involved? We didn't have a lot of people on the Washoe administrative side that could get involved. And that is something that happens across most tribes, right? You don't have a lot of people that you can send in all these different directions. We were fortunate too that Lydell, who's our director, is now also the tribal liaison, because that was another important piece. If you don't have somebody who people can reach out to, how do they contact you? We all know that we hear a lot of people say, oh, well, we reached out to the tribe. They didn't get back to us. Well, how hard did you try to contact somebody at the tribe, right? Did you just need to check a box on your list? Oh, yeah, we checked out, we called the tribe, we emailed the tribe. How many of you have old emails that are years and years old? Somebody sent me an email, you never see it, it doesn't get forwarded. So yeah, they may have sent an email. So give them the benefit of the doubt. They did try and reach out to the tribe. The tribe is not that hard to contact. If you want to contact somebody from the tribe, there's a tribal headquarters, there's a website. Find the number, call, and find who you need to speak to. So it's very important that the presence is known, and we've done that now over the last 4 years. I would say the Washoe tribe is now involved. We are involved in committees. We are at the table for big discussions. Chairman Smokey has been involved at the political level, at the very highest level. And you've heard that he's the chairman of ITCN, and he gets involved, and we try and bring those other tribes together in our region to help and get the voice out for the Native American people. So going back to tourism, as Chairman mentioned, we were fortunate enough last year to apply for the Meeks Bay Resort prospectus that the Forestry Service puts out as a permit to operate. And we had operated it since 1997. There was a couple of renewals in there, but the new permit came around in 2022. And it was for a 20-year permit that could be extended to 30 years if you were willing to invest $1 million extra. They would give you an extra 10 years. So our tribe was very fortunate. We had a group, probably 13 different people from different areas within the tribe, council members, community members, people across the country who are Washoe who wanted to be involved. And we put together a fantastic binder that explained why Washoe should be reissued that permit again for another 20, 30 years. And we were fortunate enough to be successful with that. We did get awarded the permit, and we now will operate Meeks Bay Resort for another 30 years. We're in the process of putting $1 million worth of infrastructure into the water. The water systems up there, some of the pipes are literally 4 inches into the ground. So, as Chairman mentioned, we get 16, 17, 20, 30 feet of snow sometimes. Those pipes break, everything freezes. Right now, the Meeks Bay Resort is only a warm season destination. So it operates from the second weekend in May through the second weekend of October. Last weekend was our final residents who were there, who were visiting, and we closed down on Sunday for the season. Once we do this infrastructure correction and redesign all the water there, it can now become a year-round resort. So now that tourism, you know, tourism in Tahoe in the winter is huge. And we had been approached many times by some of the large hotel operators who said, We know you don't use your resort in the winter. Can we use it? Can we use it to house our team members? We had to always say no because we didn't have the ability for there to be running water there. And in order for it to, be healthy and clean, there has to be water. So once we complete that project, which is probably going to run into 2026, not through any thought of ours, but because there are other entities that have to be involved, Caltrans has to be involved, they have to move the water line. We hope that by the fall of 2026, that will now become a year-round venue, which again increases revenue to the tribe. And we're able to promote tourism year-round instead of just in the warm season. The Forestry Service are not easy to work with, but we are beginning to see that they are becoming advocates for Washoe because they see now that we want to do things and we want to make things better for everybody. Obviously, the goal is to make things better for the Washoe tribal people, but in the long run, our goals are to make things better at Mixed Bay Resort for everybody. So tourism is huge. It's not the only area of tourism. Our Environmental Protection Department does a lot of work up at Meeks Meadow. They bring out youth groups. We have a cultural department who really keep us in line when we are looking at projects. The chairman mentioned, as did Julie, that we have the sawmill. If you came up Spooner this morning, when you're going back down Spooner tonight, take a look off to your south side and you will see the sawmill. That project, as chairman mentioned, we started in June of 2022. It is now in full operation. There's one more building, a kiln, that needs to go in there. But that project in and of itself was so regulated. The fact that we were able to get it done in a 7-month period was off the charts. I even managed to shock Governor Newsom with that news. He was blown away that a project for a sawmill could meet all EPA standards, could meet all cultural standards, could comply with not only the standards that they were enforcing upon us, even though it was tribal land, but all the standards that our Environmental Protection Department and our Cultural Department put on us too. So we had 2 sets of lists that we needed to check off. Are we meeting everything here? But we will do that. Tribes are always over-regulated. Those of you who have casinos know that not only do you have to apply by your own tribe's gaming commission, you have to apply by NIGC, and in some areas like here, we also have to comply somewhat with the Nevada State Gaming Board. We're always over-regulated. I've seen it across all the tribes, whether I was in California, I was in Michigan for a period of time, and the regulations that are enforced upon tribes are more than are regulated on other entities. So for us to be able to get that done in a 7-month period, literally the 1st of July, logs were arriving on that parcel because the environment needed it. We'd had the Caldor fire. We'd had many fires. There was a lot of fuel sitting in our forests around Lake Tahoe. There's enough lumber in the Lake Tahoe Basin to support the sawmill for 2 decades. That's if we only run 1 shift. So when you think that 3 of the goals that the Washoe Development Corporation had, the first goal is to support and nurture Mother Earth, right? When somebody comes to the WDC with a proposal for a project, we look at it and say, does this support Mother Earth? So no mining, no drilling, we don't do anything that damages Mother Earth. So the sawmill was a good project because it's supporting Mother Earth and supporting the indigenous lands for the Washoe people. The second goal is to create workforce development, which we all need. The third goal is to develop a sustainable income. So those 3 goals are very, very important, not only to the Washoe Development Corporation, but to the Washoe tribe and the communities around there. The ability to work with the Tahoe Forest Products to create that sawmill was so needed. Environmentalists, conservationists, everybody came forward and said, thank you for doing this. We need it. We needed somewhere to take that lumber, to take that fuel, to stop the fires. You all know, tribes know how to do burns. We know how to keep the forests at a healthy state. And so the 20, 30, 40 years that we have not been able to go into the forests and help them and protect them and clean them out and put new growth, as really what's brought to light all the fires and has now made us realize that something needed to be done. Of course, the addition of the fuel prices and the trucking prices and trying to take all that lumber from the fire up to Oregon or Washington, it couldn't be done. It wasn't anything that would be make good business sense. So having the sawmill, yes, people say, but it's right in the heart of Carson City. That's the capital of Nevada. Oh well, it's somewhere that it needed to be. It's in the right location. So that, as Kaya mentioned to me yesterday, Kaya from the National Center, she said, this is actually agritourism in and of itself. So our goal originally with that project, like I say, was just to have somewhere that we can bring all that lumber. There was the Summit Snow Center up in California was closed for 2 seasons after the Caldor fire. So that really impacted their environment, their economy. 70,000 people are employed at that snow resort during the season. There was no work there. There was no money there for 2 seasons. So the ability to get all that lumber out of there, bring it down to the mill. We have some ridiculous number, 20 million board feet of logs sitting down there on that parcel right now waiting to be produced into lumber and then be shipped out, which hopefully can help solve the housing shortage as well. So I don't know that I have much more I can share unless anybody has questions, I guess, for Ed or for myself. Or I think she's coming.
Any
with a microphone.
questions? Yeah. We like questions. Don't be shy. All right, let me get a mic to you so that the audience online can hear your question.
Hello, my name is Ewan Embley, and I'm from Sacramento. And I'm kind of ignorant in regards to how the tribes make any income besides through casinos. Can you explain other areas? I'm learning, I guess the sawmill does that. What other industries?
Either one of you want to?
So I'll speak quickly and I'll hand it over. For the Washoe tribe, we actually have several businesses. So we now have the sawmill. We own and operate Meeks Bay Resort, as I said, the summer season resort on the West Shore. We have a travel plaza in Gardnerville that is a truck stop and C-store. We have a Mica Chevron, which is, again, another gas station. We have a smoke shop up in the heart of Carson City. We have a ranch. We do a cow-calf operation where every year our heifers produce in the region of 100 calves. We fatten them up during the year. We give them the medication they need, and then we take them to auction November, December of each year, and then we start again the following January. We also, if you see a billboard in this region, there's a good chance that billboard is on tribal land. The WDC manages the billboard operation for the tribe. We also have storage facilities, 2 storage facilities where we lease the land. So the majority of the projects that the WDC does, when it's with the billboards or the storage or the sawmill, the original contact is to lease them land. The Washoe tribe is not a wealthy tribe yet, but they are wealthy with land. So if we can use that first goal in that we're going to use the land and not damage Mother Earth, then that's a good resource.
I like that. Every tribe is wealthy.
Yeah, there's just a tremendous wealth of tribal businesses out there that tribal governments are involved in beyond gaming. Gaming is a latecomer, really. But tribes are also learning how to diversify both within their tribal communities. You know, they have the tourism, a lot of people have their cultural centers, their C-stores, businesses, art galleries. You know, now they're in fashion, they're in manufacturing, they're in aerospace industries. I mean, there's just a tremendous amount of different avenues that tribes have independently ventured into. So I think that, you know, gaming has always been a focal point for media and everything, but tribes have been quietly succeeding in doing all kinds of business.
One thing I will add is what we do at the WDC is people will come to us with a project and they try and put us in a box because generally tribal businesses are the same, right? Gas stations, casinos. And so we, the WDC, we generally fight out of that. No, we're going to do something different. What else is out there? We're looking at some businesses right now, very diverse, not done by tribes before. But why can't we do every business? We should be able to do anything we want to do. We shouldn't restrict ourselves. I guess we walk in every morning and go, yay, what can we do today? You know, what can we do that's new and it's going to create a new revenue stream for the tribe today? So don't ever shut yourself into a box and wonder, okay, well, these are what tribes generally do, because it's not that way anymore. We're no different than any other industry. We can be involved in everything.
Yes, thank you. We have another question over here.
Good morning, Andrea Martinez, Chairwoman for the Walker River Paiute Tribe. So how do you get community buy-in from your community to promote economic growth? Because they don't really understand how those two mix, but also move at the speed of business.
That is an issue. You know, we've done a lot of work in looking at, you know, tourism economic development as a community-based industry. You know, the federal government focuses on, like I said, tribal governments and tribal organizations. So adding the National Center to the mix is a great now expansion, because the National Center is also equipped to work with the tribal business. And so being able to show the benefits that these industries bring to the community. You know, a lot of times you look at small businesses, right, are the heart of tourism. The restaurants, the mom and pop Airbnbs, or not Airbnb, excuse me, B&Bs, not Airbnb. You know, just the galleries, all of these shops, right? You have artisans, you have people that know your traditional foods. Traditional foods, indigenous foods now are a booming enterprise, right? People are really interested in indigenous chefs. They're becoming famous. So it's getting our communities to see themselves as a part of it and recognizing the leap, right? Because you know, people grow up with their families having grocery stores or being an automobile and whatever kind of industry. And so they just kind of graduate into it or know about it. We don't have that. So how do we start, you know, mentoring and providing those kind of training resources for a community? And that's part of what the Native Act focuses on as well, is that we have to look at all of those education avenues for our adults and our youth to get them into the mindsets of being able to own their own business, to develop a workforce, you know, manage a workforce and do those kinds of things. So it is a challenge, but it is something that definitely can be done.
Agreed. Thank you for the question, Andrea. It is something that comes up every tribe I've worked for. This question comes up. Well, how do we get the communities to buy into this? And I think looking at the Washoe model, it was the tribal council's directive back in 2020. Go out and find a board that can run this Washoe Development Corporation. Find qualified people and bring them in. So we were fortunate, as I mentioned, to bring them in. They are 5 very qualified people, and they're all tribal members, Washoe tribal members. So when questions come up, they're able to respond to them, and good, bad, or indifferent, they're very transparent, and they will give the right business answer. The key piece, I think, for us was the separation of government and business, creating that new board, allowing them to move forward. We have meetings every month. The WDC has a monthly meeting. It's a closed meeting. It's not open to the general membership. It's a closed business meeting. A lot gets done in that 2-hour, 3-hour period. I think having attended many, many tribal council meetings over the last 30 years, a lot of things get shut down because community members want to have a voice. Well, I don't think it should be done that way. I think it should be done this way. Sometimes I think you have to draw the line and let people make a decision and then deal with. I'm not saying go back and beg for forgiveness. I don't think that's a good strategy. But I think if you've set up the corporation, you've hired and appointed the board members to be on there to make those decisions, then at some point the government and the community have to respect that, and they have to allow that board to make those decisions. If they feel that they're making the wrong decisions, have a private meeting off to the side, talk to them about it and say, this is what we don't like what you're doing. If you have a charter that's set up that clearly identifies what your boundaries are, what you can and cannot do, you're able to move forward successfully. We have a charter. We stay within that charter. I make sure that the WDC board stays within that charter. And it helps because it gives you guidelines. It's kind of like the old sheep herders, you know, and you send out your dog and he brings back in the sheep. If you've got the organization and it's set up and you know what your guidelines are, you can be successful. I'd like to think, and I think the chairman and hopefully Lydell will support it, in the 3 years that the WDC board has been operational, we've made some huge accomplishments. As the chairman mentioned, this will be the first year the tribe has ever recognized a dividend from its business enterprises. And it's huge. So that's what that's how we did it. I think it's a successful road. Don't get me wrong, Miss Andrea, we still have naysayers. We still have a few community members who always, they're kind of like the NIMBYs. We have NIMBYs for the sawmill, not in my backyard. They don't want it. They don't want to hear it. So at the end of the day, that's how we did it. And I'm getting this sign from the back.
All right. Thank you guys so much for being on this panel. So much good information there. Not only work for tourism, but for businesses as well. Businesses who want to work with the tribe. But now if we could, yep, Carla's headed this way. So our next session is going to be on HR. HR is always a good topic for small businesses, but we have Carla Byland. We have worked with her several times with the National Center. Always a pleasure. We have speaker handouts, so if you guys want to know more about some of the speakers, they have their bios in there. If you see in the front page, there's 2 links on the agenda. One was a registration link, and the other one has access to our online website for the event. It has some more information there that you guys can review too as well. But thank you, Carla, for joining us, and you can stand? Okay. All right. No problem. I'm going to put this up here.
Maybe, yeah. Do you mind running the clicker?
Yeah.
Okay. Bosho Nikan. Hello, my friends. While we're getting the presentation pulled up, we'll do a quick introduction. My name is Carla Byland. Chris did a wonderful job introducing me earlier, as did Kaya. I am a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation out of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and I have been in HR for 100 years. At least it feels like that. So, yeah, I'm going to give you a quick overview on kind of HR in Indian country today. Feel free to ask questions, or we can save it for the end. Write down your questions so you don't forget it. And we will get started. So, HR is, we can encapsulate HR into this employee life cycle. It starts with recruitment and selection, and moves into onboarding and integration, and then managing performance, training and development, retention, and then ultimately separations for many of the employees. I've worked with clients that their employees have been there for 40 years, so they never hit that place in the cycle, but eventually people do move on. So I'm going to cover some basic employment law. And you can go forward to another one. So the foundation of employment law, it starts with a federal law. It also includes the U.S. Constitution. That kind of is the foundation of everything. Federal law is formed from the U.S. Constitution. State laws are formed by the states. And then in some places, unions have a piece of the pie, especially as for those of you who are from California, we know that there's a lot of union law. So private employers, those that are non-sovereign, the major federal laws are the EEOC, which covers age discrimination. Anybody over 40 is protected. Disability discrimination, the Equal Pay Act, harassment, Title VII, which is equal opportunity. It covers wage and hour, which covers minimum wage, overtime, child labor, federal Family Medical Leave Act. And then OSHA is another major employment law. The workplace safety, whistleblowing. So private employers, those that are non-sovereign, there's major state laws, so they have to follow the state. And the rule of thumb is whichever law is more beneficial to the employee takes precedence. So many states have more generous laws than the federal law. For example, minimum wage. How many of you are from states where the minimum wage is higher for the state than it is for federal? There are a few states that are still following federal law, by the way. And there are some states that are really aggressive with their state law. Washington is an example. They had a 5-year very aggressive increase in minimum wage, and they're up to 16 something now. Even the Fair Labor Standards Act, state laws are getting involved in setting their own salary thresholds for who can be exempt and who's non-exempt. But if we go to tribal law, oh, I'm sorry, you can go forward twice. And one more time. I haven't been keeping you very informed. Apologize. Tribal law is a little bit different, and we can go forward one. So what's unique about working for tribes, and even if you're not sovereign, because we've got tribal governments, we got tribal enterprises, we got tribal nonprofits. So not all of them are sovereign, but there's a uniqueness in them, in that they have a culture that we need to share. So sovereign nations, they have the sovereignty. You've got a little bit different employment law, and we need to incorporate culture and tradition into our employment and how we manage our employees. Okay, you can go forward. So a little quick, what is tribal sovereignty? I'm not an attorney, so don't quote me on anything that I say. Don't put it in the newspaper. Don't ask me questions. No, I'm just kidding. I understand a little bit about sovereignty, having worked with tribes for over 30 years. So tribal sovereignty, the goal is to be self-determined. The goal is for the tribes to set the conditions on how they operate. It defines how it will achieve the goal. And for example, tribes can determine how tribal members are enrolled. What are the rules that surround enrollment? Every tribe has different rules. Some is based on ancestry, some is based on blood quantum, some are even basing it on DNA results. But the tribe gets to decide that, not the federal government, not the state government. It's determined at the tribal level. Go forward one. So, foundation of tribal employment law, again, instead of the U.S. Constitution, we have our tribal constitution, which is really important that we have our definitions in our tribal constitution. We have our tribal employment codes. A lot of tribes set up their own employment codes, which cover all of the employment laws. Sometimes we have TARO, the Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance, which protects tribal members in their employment. And there are some federal law that apply to tribes. We can go forward one. So typically, sovereign tribal employers, the federal laws, ADA and Title VII are explicitly excluded, which means tribes do not have to follow the Accommodation Act under ADA or Title VII, which covers non-discrimination. And the reason for that is so that they can have Indian preference. They can choose to hire their tribal members first or members of other tribes. They can set up that criteria, and it's not discriminatory because tribes don't have to follow Title VII. All other laws, they're silent on. They don't want to commit one way or another whether they apply to tribes or not, which is why I go back to, if you set up your own tribal codes and your tribal ordinances and your employment law to be as generous to the employee as federal law, the feds have no reason to come in and say anything. They just won't. The bottom line is they care that the employees are protected. State laws do not apply if you are sovereign. And I run into this all the time with clients who they feel like they have to follow the state law. Well, you don't. Now, there's some times when you waive your right to your sovereignty. You sign a compact with the state to run a tribal casino, and you agree to follow some state laws. Or some of your grants might require you to follow some state laws. But the foundation of it is you don't. Because tribes are sovereign nations. They are a nation within the state. So they're considered to be codependent nations of the United States. So child labor laws, hours, leave laws, minimum wage, all of those do not apply to tribes. However, if we're talking about minimum wage and you keep following the federal, which, what is it, $7, nobody can live on that, and everybody else in your area is paying $15 because that's what the state is, then you have to make decisions of, okay, now we have to decide to be competitive. But guess what? Set your own minimum wage. Don't say I follow the state. Set your own. Most tribes I work with actually pay more than what the state is paying. So I don't want to spend a lot of time because I know I've only got 45 minutes. So I mentioned Indian preference. So Indian preference entitles tribal members to be considered first in employment, training, contracting, subcontracting, and business opportunities. And many tribes have a Tahoe office that kind of controls this. They issue business licenses to contractors that are coming in and doing work to make sure that they are following the Indian preference, that they are hiring tribal members and other Native American Alaska Natives. The Indian preference is not a racial preference. It is a political preference. So think about if you went to another country, another nation like Switzerland. Switzerland is going to hire their people first, right? It makes sense. So that is how we look at it. It's not racial, and people will say, oh, you're racist because you only hire your own tribal members. That's not true. It's a political statement. You're an independent nation, and you have a right to hire your tribal members first. Oh, you're good. Tribal Employment Code, I talked about this a little bit. It defines the terms and conditions of employment relationship. Tribes define those rules through creating their own employment code, regulations, handbooks, policies, and procedures. Go forward. So how does culture and tradition fit in? It's something that you have to decide to do. You have to build culture and tradition into the fabric of employment. When employees are hired, tell them about the history of the tribe or your entity, your tribal organization. Give them a sense of what the foundation of the organization is. Build it into your policies, build it into your training. Teach employees about the history so you can inspire pride in where they work. And I've worked at several tribes across the United States, and some are really good at it, and some just aren't. And the employees, what happens if they don't understand the fabric of the history and the culture and the tradition is they're swimming in a different direction than everybody else. And it makes it harder to have that, teamwork and engagement. So build it into everything so that even your non-native employees understand why they should be proud to work for you. Okay, we'll move into recruitment and selection. So recruitment and selection, talent management, whatever you want to call it, has three basic components. You've got the pre-recruitment stage, you've got the recruitment stage, and then you've got the selection stage. So the pre-recruitment, you have to analyze your labor needs. You don't want to just be hiring people just because you think you need them. You need to actually sit down and do some kind of an analysis. What is the demand? What do you need? What does your turnover look like? What are your staffing levels? Who's getting ready to retire? And when they retire, what are you going to lose in their knowledge and their skills and their abilities? What historical knowledge are you going to lose? You need to have a plan for that. And then your supply forecast. Who's available internally? So this is succession planning, which is a whole different conversation. But have a plan. Who's going to step in to your CEO, to your CFO, to your manager, your operations? Who's going to step into these key positions when somebody leaves? So what do you have internally? What, if not internally, where are you going to recruit externally? What is your future labor going to come in? And can you put in a training and development program to maybe train your internal candidates up into those positions instead of going outside of the organization? And then you look at the gap. What is the gap? What is the gap between the demand, what you need, and the supply, what you have? And then we have to have a strategy. So we can have a strategy to retain the employees that we do have. We can reorganize to support. A lot of you are in growth, in a growth stage. My own company is in a growth stage. We're reorganizing for that reason because we can no longer handle the workload the way we are. So we have to reorganize, redistribute the tasks. What kind of recruitment do you need to do? And what kind of workforce development can you do? Internal training, and then succession planning. So these are your strategies that you're going to need to look at when you're talking about recruiting for your future labor needs. So pre-recruitment, I'm going to say this until I die. Job descriptions are the foundation of everything. You need to have good, solid job descriptions. Job descriptions help you identify the right person for the job. If your job descriptions aren't accurate, people are applying to jobs that don't actually exist. So you want them applying to the job as it is. You need to be transparent and honest. If it's an icky job, then you need to let them know it's an icky job because not everybody's going to be happy with it. And you don't want to just put bodies in. You want to put people in that are going to stay. So you have to be very transparent about what does the job actually entail. Job descriptions help identify the essential duties and abilities that it takes to perform the duties. If you're hiring for a controller, then what skills does it take for them to be able to do the job? And your job description is going to lay out those qualifications to help you identify. Legitimate minimum qualifications, well, we don't want to just make up qualifications just because it sounds good. What does the industry say? What kind of education and training does it take to be successful in this job? And that's what we want to put as our qualifications. Your job descriptions help justify whether they're exempt, and it supports your performance management process. If you have the job description, that's a part of, and you'll probably hear me say this later, but it's part of setting the expectations. It's telling the employee what the job is so that they understand fully what's expected of them. These are the job duties that I expect of you. So job descriptions are super important. We can go forward one. So in order to create really good job descriptions, we do a job analysis. So job analysis looks at two things. It looks at the tasks that need to be done, and it looks at the knowledge, skills, and abilities it takes to perform those tasks. Go forward. So when you're looking at a job analysis, you want to look at demographic, when you're building your job description, put on the job description the demographic info. What department does it report to? What are the reporting relationships? Who does it report to, and who reports to this position? If necessary, if you have multiple odd work schedules, put the work schedule on there. It's not added on here, but I'd like to add, if this position is required to travel, put the percentage of time it's required to travel so that when an employee is hired, they're agreeing that they will be willing to travel 30, 40, 50% of the time. Because many times I've seen employees hired and they're like, oh yeah, I can travel. And then when it comes down to it, oh, I can't travel. I have childcare. Oh, I can't travel. I've got medical issues. Well, you know, when you applied for the job and you said you were able to perform the functions of the job. So if it requires travel, put it on there. So make sure that they understand and they commit to that. So you don't have to deal with something later on down the road. A basic overview of the position. What does the position do? Just a very simple statement. You know, this position is here to make sure that all of the assets of the tribe are protected. And then what are the duties? The essential duties, and then if there's any additional duties. Additional duties are things like, you know, must attend a staff meeting once a month, you know, and then the other duties as assigned. So the additional duties are ones that if the employee has a medical issue, then you're going to look at, can you perform the essential duties? The additional duties are just extra, so you don't look at that. So make sure you separate those. You want to have your qualifications, what education, what experience, what knowledge, skills, and abilities. And here's a tip. What was my tip? Oh, I think you should always have a disclaimer that says a combination of education and experience may substitute for the degree requirement, because you don't want to paint yourself into a corner unless you absolutely, there are some positions that absolutely we require a degree. You know, a doctor, for instance. I wouldn't want to have somebody that just had experience operating on me. I want them to have a degree too. But for those that don't absolutely have to have a degree, then let's not paint ourselves in the corner, and let's come up with what realistically would make them successful on the job. Another tip, there are some websites that can help you. ONET, ONET.com, I think it's .com. It is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's a website that's super cool, because you can go in there and you can plug in a title, and it'll pull up the typical duties of that title, the typical qualifications of that title, and you can even drill down and find out what the pay would be in your region. So I'm going to look up the absolute, I think it's onet.com, or it's onetonline.com. And sorry I didn't come to you with that already. We'll figure it out. Okay, we can go forward. So actually this slide's a little bit old. Recruiting sources, we very rarely do we use print ads or anything paper, because everything's kind of online now, online classifieds. There's Indian Country Today. There's nativehire.com. There's, you know, your local newspapers, your local unemployment office. You can use search engines like Indeed, Career Builder, Monster. hcareers.com is specific for hospitality. Casinocareers.com, specific to casinos. Social media, which, by the way, is really kind of the thing to do right now. Social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. Internal transfers, promotions, employee referrals, succession planning. If you really want to make sure that you're giving opportunities to your tribal members and other Native Americans first, then make sure that you're posting somewhere local where all of your tribal members have access to, local bulletin board, you know, the tribal council, and then IndianCountryToday.com used to be relatively inexpensive. It's gotten expensive. NativeHire.com is cool, and I think NCAI also has a link that you can post. So, you know, be creative in where you're sourcing your talent from. Okay. So now we move on to the interview. Hiring the best candidate for every job is a goal. So it's critical. The interview part is critical. You as an interview would like to have all the information that you can from a candidate. So there's also some things that you have to avoid asking. You can't ask things like, are you pregnant? Or are you disabled? You know, there's better ways to ask. The best way to ask to know any of these things is, are you able to perform the functions of the job that's in the job description? So that's the bottom line, because that's what you really care about. I've seen employers ask, do you have a car? And I've asked them, why are you asking that? Well, I want to make sure they can get to work. Well, then ask them if they can get to work every day on time. They don't have to have a car. They can have a bike. They can have a friend. They can have a bus. Ask it related to the job, not to the person. Another question that gets asked a lot, do you have children? You know why they're asking that? Because they're afraid that there will be a lot of absenteeism because kids get sick and parents can't come to work. Don't ask that. Ask, are you able to perform the functions of the job? We can go to the next slide. Well, you can. Mine's not working. Okay. So ask questions that are specific to the job. Don't ask vague questions. And you know, probe. If you're not getting the answer you're looking for, ask for more. There was a trend 10 or 20 years ago where people were asking things like, if you were a tree, what would you be? Don't ask that. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to the job. So ask questions about the job. And even better, we can go to the next slide. Why isn't mine working? Ask behavioral-based questions. You know, behavioral-based questions, you know, ask a candidate how they would react in a certain situation. And, you know, the logic is that past behavior predicts future behavior. And it allows you to assess the skills a lot better. So if you say something like, are you good at resolving conflict? What are they going to say? Of course I am. I want the job. But if you ask them, tell me a situation where you had to resolve some conflict in the office, then they have to kind of explain to you how it was done. So behavioral-based questions, and here's some examples of them. Go to the next one. Give an example of a goal that you reached and how you achieved it. That's a good one. Describe a work-related conflict and how you resolved it. Share an example of how you were able to motivate your employees. And have you handled a difficult situation with a customer? Please describe it. So their answers will tell you a lot about what you want to know. So if you want to know if they're creative, then ask them a question to describe a time when they led a project or had to come up with a creative or innovative solution. If you care that they're reliable and responsible, then ask them a question to tell you about how they approach their work, how they prioritize their task, how they organize their work, how do they make sure they're getting work done that needs to be done. Okay. Why isn't mine working? Okay, so consistency is really important when you're doing interviews. So I recommend using a rating sheet where everybody is rating on the same criteria. And you can even drill it down a little bit to, this one says, it's probably hard to see it from there, but it says work experience gets 30 points, knowledge of subject gets 25 points, education and background gets 10 points. Well, you can drill it down and say, work experience, if the candidate clearly defines at least 10 years worth of work experience, they get 30 points. If they're vague about their work experience, but they still describe it, they get 20 points. So you're giving a guideline for everybody, so they're all rating on the same thing. But use an interview rate sheet, make sure everybody's doing it, you have a panel of people interviewing. Unless, and if you're the only one that's doing the interviewing, still keep this sheet, because if you do a lot of interviews, by the time you get to the last interview, you probably forgot the first interview. Which is why, when I'm looking for a job, I like to be one of the last ones interviewed. Make an impact, leave an impression, get hired. Okay. Next slide. So selecting the right candidate. Easy. Gather all the information that you need. Select the best candidate for the job. Make a contingent offer. Most of you probably require a background check or a drug test. So the offer is contingent upon you passing these. And when you're doing the job offer, include all relevant information. Don't try to hide some things like we only get 4 holidays or, we have no insurance benefits. Be very transparent and upfront. Again, If you deceive an employee and they start and they find these things out later, they're going to be very, very dissatisfied. So make sure you gather all of the relevant information. I actually want to, you're fine, but I want to talk a little bit about when you're doing the interview. I didn't put it in this presentation, but I just talked about it yesterday. There's such a thing called interviewer bias. Has anybody ever heard of that? It's rater bias or interviewer bias. Some of the most common ones are similar to me bias. You know, we hire somebody because we clicked. You know, they came in like, oh, we have the same sports team, or we have some similar background, or we just really clicked with them because guess what? They're just like me. That's really dangerous because you're not seeing their actual qualifications. You're operating off emotion. Another one is what's called the halo bias, where there's one great thing about the candidate. There's a bunch of things that are like, kind of icky, but there's one great thing, so you hire them, and guess what comes forward once you hire them? All those icky things. So it's really important that you're looking at the qualifications of the individual and making sure. And yet there is such a thing as fit. This is a question I was asking. So what about a fit? We want to make sure they're a cultural fit for the team. Great. Build it into your questions. If you build it into your questions, you can identify things such as, I had a good example yesterday. So for a cultural fit, say you're a very close-knit team environment. You can ask them, tell us about a time that you worked with a team and how did you collaborate with each other and how did that work out for you? Or you can ask them, do you prefer to work on a team or individually? And then you can use those. So whatever your culture is, identify that and build it into your interview questions, and that'll help you. So last thing to remember, the candidate is interviewing you too, and especially today, especially post-pandemic, the power switched to the employees. There was a lot more supply. Well, how do I put this? There was a lot more demand than supply. And the employees, the candidates, were getting pretty arrogant. They were defining the conditions. No, I don't want to start for that. I want to start for this. I want to work from home. I want to have 4 additional holidays. I want to have extra vacation. The power shifted. But just remember that they are interviewing you. I don't recommend giving in to those negotiation tactics, by the way. They're interviewing you. Be on time. Make sure you communicate with them throughout the process and respect them during the interview. Right now, if you post a position and you don't act on it right away, you start gathering candidates, nobody hears from you, even 2 weeks and your best candidates are gone. So you need to communicate. If somebody applies, you need to say, thank you for sending your application. We will be reviewing them. We will be getting back to you on such and such date. So make sure that you're communicating and giving them respect. Respect for those who didn't get the job, follow up, be timely in your responses. I was offered a job once 6 months after I interviewed, and I laughed at them. Like, you didn't say a word to me for 6 months, and now you want me to come work for you? Silly people. All right, onboarding. There's a critical piece of the puzzle. So there's a difference between orientation, you can go forward. There's a difference between orientation and onboarding. Orientation is just a one-time event. It gives a broad view of the organization, usually doesn't last very long. Your orientation is getting your papers, getting them to sign off on the policies, kind of showing them around, explaining. Onboarding is an ongoing process. And it can last anywhere from 30 days to a year. So when you're onboarding, it's helping the employee kind of integrate into the organization, helping them understand the company culture, helping them to understand the work expectations, define a career path. I've seen so many new employees come in and they're like, there's your desk, here's your I-9, sign it, okay, and then you're on your own. And if your turnover is the highest in the first 90 days, it's because you're not onboarding your employees effectively. So the 3 things that you want to think about when you're doing onboarding. For a successful employee, you want connections, the 3 C's. You want to make sure there's a connection, that you want them to be connected to the team. You want to make sure that they embrace the culture, that they understand the culture, that they work with the culture. And you want to make sure that you're communicating. And you almost can't communicate too much. If you continue to communicate, extremely helpful. So your new hire orientation should be a time when you introduce the employee to the culture. I would introduce them to the executives, to the team, because that's another thing. How many times do new employees start and they don't even know who the big boss is? You know, it's kind of nice to let them know who the big boss is so that they don't, faux pas in front of the big boss. Introduce them to the team. Give them the information on pay, benefits, the rules, the handbooks, safety, give them a tour. But then beyond the first week, during your onboarding, check in. How's it going? Even before the 90-day review, check in after a week. How's it going? Do you have everything you need? Do you have any questions? Is the job everything you thought it was going to be? Is there anything that you need from me? Monitor your turnover rates. Again, if they're high in that first 90 days, you're not doing a good job with your onboarding. And then conduct exit interviews. If you are losing employees, conduct exit interviews. Not many employees will actually fill it out, but it's worth trying. Find out, why are you leaving? What didn't we do right? All right. I'm checking my time. Good. Performance management is our next. We're actually 2 slides behind. There you go. Thank you. Performance management, and we'll go down one more. So performance management is not a one-time thing. It's not the annual evaluation. It's an ongoing, all year long process. And the input to performance management is, the performance evaluation. You monitor their attendance, any progressive discipline or corrective actions, any commendations, any accomplishments, any coaching. I know this says daily journal up there, and please don't keep a daily journal of every little thing that your employee does, but important things. Like, I had to have a verbal conversation with this employee on this date. It's not an official document, but the next time, if you have to do a written, you have it written down, and you can go back and say, hey, we had a verbal conversation on this date, and you don't remember it wrong because you've journaled it. All of these things go into the evaluation, but these are things that you're doing all year round. And then your performance evaluation, it determines if an employee gets a pay increase or a promotion, or it determines whether an employee gets a pay decrease or a demotion or is terminated. And it's part of the supporting documentation in your overall performance management plan. So all of these things come into your evaluation, and then these are things that we use to make really important employment-related decisions. We can go next one. So, expectations. I think I said the word expectations 35 times in my training I did yesterday with supervisors. It's important, though, because if the employees don't know what you expect of them, how can you hold them accountable? So expectations are extremely important. I've had supervisors come into my office and say, I want to fire Joe employee. I'm fed up. They just can't get anything right. And I'll say, okay, great. Let me see, did you sit down with them and tell them what you expected of them? Well, no. Have you had any verbal conversations? Well, no. Did you go through the corrective action? No, I'm just fed up, and they should know better. Well, what you know and what you think they know are 2 different things. There's a common sense factor that I've heard. That it's just common sense they should know. It's like, well, it's common sense for you because you've got education and experience in this field, but it's not necessarily common sense for your new employee. So you set your expectations. You have several tools in your toolbox. Your job description is one of the tools. Use your tools. The job description, sitting down with them, even having like an expectations form that supplements the job description. When an employee starts, you sit down like, these are my expectations. And make sure they know them, coach them if they're struggling, and give them feedback. Go to the next one. See, I was ahead of myself. Here's your tools. Your job descriptions, everything that happens during new hire orientation, any type of informal feedback that you give them, and their performance evaluations. They all support setting expectations. So if you've done any of this, and I ask you as your mean old HR director, and I say, have you told them their expectations? You can say, well, they have job descriptions. Great. Are you sure that they understand it? Yeah, I went over it. I gave them an expectation sheet, and I'm going, all right. Now we can, move on. But I'm still not going to let you fire them. Because at the end of the day, I want to know that the employee has been given every opportunity to succeed. Our end goal in any performance management is not to fire an employee. Our end goal is to make sure, make sure we've given them every opportunity to succeed. Because a successful employee is a win. So the things that come into play with managing performance. That was an open bottle of water I just spilled in here. I hope it'll be okay. Somebody might want to bring me some napkins, though. Okay. Sorry. Courageous conversations. Those are hard to have conversations. When do you have to have courageous conversations? Well, thank you. Anytime that, I'm going to protect the equipment here. Anytime that, there needs to be some kind of redirection. And courageous, they're called that because they're hard to have. We don't want to have those conversations. Coaching and counseling, just ongoing coaching, redirecting, kind of bringing them back to the path. Celebration of performance, giving them positive feedback as well. Performance improvement, these are, you can have a structured performance improvement plan that helps the employee to improve their performance. And in your performance improvement, you're going to identify the performance issue, you're going to identify what they need to be successful, and you're going to identify what resources you're going to give them to help them be successful. Progressive correction, this is a formal process where an employee is put on notice. So, in my opinion, these are the steps, and it starts with a courageous conversation, a first level conversation. And then if that conversation doesn't result in anything, then we start doing some coaching and counseling. And then we put them on a performance improvement plan. And if that doesn't work, then let's go into the progressive discipline. I have 2 minutes. Okay. Provide continuous feedback. I'm gonna go forward then really fast. Go click. Progressive correction is a method of discipline that uses graduated steps. That's your verbal, written, suspension, and termination. And then you take disciplinary action whenever an employee has recurring issues, such as absenteeism, tardiness, continuing problems following management's instructions, or if the employee engages in serious misconduct, such as drug or alcohol abuse or workplace violence. You don't have to go through that whole process of, let's have a courageous conversation, then let's coach on the performance. Serious infractions need immediate action, so you don't have to go through that whole process. And then finally, separation. And that's when you make the decision to terminate an employee and conduct the termination meeting. And these are very difficult responsibilities for managers to have. So I think we can make this PowerPoint available to anybody who wants it. There's a few more things that I'm not going to have time to go through, but any questions? Yeah.
So as everybody probably knows, it's really hard to find a good HR person, especially at a tribal level. And I know some tribes are getting involved with cannabis businesses. Mm-hmm. And with cannabis businesses, there's also the HR aspect of it. But then there's also confusion of mingling federal funds with, cannabis stuff. So how would a tribe separate the two if they can't find a separate HR person?
I actually don't have an answer for that. I don't. Does anybody else? Because that's not something I've run into.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Quick question. As sovereign governments, tribes, is it common, or have you heard of tribes having a disclaimer? I know you mentioned that before, but so they can't turn around and sue tribes. I know it's hard to sue tribes, but just that threat, is there something in HR policy, is that common?
Yeah, it's very common, and it's recommended that you have a disclaimer that we are a sovereign nation. And also, what is the process that somebody would go through if they had a complaint? It's not to go out to the EEOC office, it's to go to tribal court. And so, direct them on where to go if they did have some kind of complaint. Good question. And I'm sorry I can't answer your question about the cannabis and separation, but I'll look into it. Yeah.
My question goes into the recruitment part. My name is Melo Machado, and I'm an AFLAC representative. So I specifically work with tribes on the West Coast. And with meeting with them, what I've seen is that some of the tribes are having problems recruiting certain positions, like the position you were talking about, especially in Nevada because they're a little further out. How has the hiring changed over the years, and what is the existing trend when you start looking at filling positions where tribes are a little bit more remote? Is it the benefits, or is it the pay, or is it something else?
Yeah, that's a good question, because that's a struggle for a lot of the remote tribes, is getting employees. So right now, my best recommendation is just a combination of making sure that the work culture is something that you're going to keep them once you do hire them. Benefits are attractive. The compensation needs to be there. They need to be paying a living wage, because a lot of tribes are paying under that. And then if you can raise it, but also hybrid. Can you offer any kind of hybrid work environment where they don't have to live right there in that remote area that there's no housing? Because the travel is difficult. Or even then, if you have people coming from a long way, can you offer like a travel stipend? So these are some of the things I've seen, and I think I'm being asked to leave the stage. So thank you all so much, and there will be a networking time later we can talk. So I moved these so they didn't get wet. I thought I had another 15 minutes. You're fine.
All right. Good information. I just wanted to introduce myself if I didn't get to do that earlier. I know Chris James and Yvette went over some of the employees, but I'm Kaya Jackson. I help oversee and bring these NEIs to you guys and help bring National Center and all these resources together. So I just want to thank you guys so much for communicating with me. I know we had shared emails back and forth with some of the attendees, but thank you so much. Next, thanks. Next we have John Shiraka, who's going to go into everything about government contracting. Very informative. So I know several of you had questions specifically to this topic, so now would be the time to take out that pen and paper, take notes. He's very interactive too with the audience, so if you guys have a question, please raise your hand and I will come over with the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Kaya. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon almost. So I wanted to thank, first of all, the Washoe Tribe for hosting. I wanted to thank National Center for having me. We've done a lot of these NEIs across the country. It's always great to be out in the field and working with, at the ground level, implementing some of these programs. A lot of times we don't at least for me, since COVID, we haven't interacted one-on-one. And as Kaya said, you know, for me, it's more important to answer your questions and go through these slides. As I talk about the topics, if you have a question, just go ahead and raise your hand, because I'd rather focus on your question and try to get answers for you, because it's not, you know, for me to go through this, it's for me to be able to answer the questions you have. How many folks are current federal contractors? Okay, few. How many folks are looking to enter federal contracting? Awesome, okay. And how many folks are looking to have their tribal government enter federal contracting? Perfect. How many tribal federal entities that are in federal contracting currently here? Okay, so we have several that are looking at entering it. Awesome. Anybody 8A certified right now? Okay, HubZone? Woman-owned? Awesome. Service disabled? Okay, thank you for your service, sir. So what I'd like to try to do is talk about the federal contracting programs at a high level, right? The importance of them, how they can be used as economic development tools, because that's really what they are. They're economic development tools. How you should be leveraging them, what the requirements are sort of at a high level, because it sounds like a lot of people are interested in getting into the programs. How maybe they've changed as far as certification, especially the 8A program recently, over the last year and a half. And then this afternoon, I'll come back and talk a little bit about sort of teaming, entering the federal marketplace as far as mentor-protege, joint venture, taking advantage of those tools, leveraging that, because it's becoming more and more difficult as a small business being a prime contractor engaged in federal contracting, right? And the reason is a lot of contracts are being consolidated. The requirements are becoming more complex, larger. So what are some of the ways to get into the program? But I do want to focus initially on just the program, so we sort of understand. And it's interesting because just if you have a minute and you... And these will be available, by the way, and they'll send them out to everybody. But I just thought you liked my picture and you wanted to see it again. But that doesn't look, it's airbrushed a little bit. What I want to do is, a lot of folks, when I talk about these programs, a lot of folks that are even in the program often don't understand the underlying regulations, underlying policies that sort of underpin these programs. And, you know, I did federal contracting before I went to the Small Business Administration. My dad had started a small business. I did that for 20 years. At the SBA, I started out as a regional administrator, but then I was responsible for the federal government set-aside programs. So when you talk about the 8A, HubZone, Women-Owned, Service Disabled, those all fell under my program office. And since leaving the SBA, I've provided advisory services in this area. But a lot of people don't realize, you know, even if you're in the private sector, right? It sounds like a lot of you have businesses, you're in the private sector, you're looking to enter the federal marketplace. If you're a tribally owned organization, you're looking to enter the 8A program, there are a lot of benefits, and there's a lot of underlying regulatory requirements that support your entrance into this program, right? The federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, And by statute, bless you, by statute, they're required to set aside 23% of that, and they've gone well above that, right? They're required to set aside 23% for small businesses. That's $140 billion or more every year, right? And the federal government buys everything. And when you look under that 23%, used to call it the 5533 when I was responsible for the program, and some of those have actually gone up, right? So there's subcategories. You look at the 8A program, which is socially and economically disadvantaged. The statutory requirement is 5%, but the government, through executive order under the Biden administration, increased that to 15%. Now that sounds like a huge increase, right, from 5 to 15, But historically, the government was hitting 10 or 11% anyways. And when the administration came in, they said, over the next 4 years, we'll go ahead and hit 15%. So and it was staggered. And so the first couple of years, it was kind of easy, right? Now, as we're getting into the last part of that, getting from the 11%, 12% to 15%, it's becoming harder and harder. So the federal government is actually looking for qualified, certified 8A companies to get awarded contracts. And so either as individual companies, if you think you can qualify for the program, it's a good time to get into the program. As tribally owned companies, tribes have a special advantage because you may or may not know, tribes can own multiple 8A companies. And not only can they own multiple 8A companies, the threshold for sole source awards is basically unlimited. There has to be a justification and an approval at $100 million, but it's basically unlimited sole source awards. Now, what do I mean by sole source awards? A sole source award in the 8A program is unique. Sole source award is a direct award, no competition. Now, you have to know the contracting officer. There has to be a description of the project. There has to be a cost estimate. But basically, no competition to get an award. And it's not that the government's handing out contracts, right? You have to have a relationship with the government. They have to have known that you can prove to deliver. But the 8A program is unique in that instance. For individually owned companies, if you're looking at the 8A program, the threshold for a sole source award is $4.5 million. So again, without any competition, you can be awarded a $4.5 million contract if you have a good relationship with the contracting officer, a federal agency, et cetera. The requirements to get into the program is being economically disadvantaged and socially disadvantaged. So it sounded like there was a couple of folks that were interested in the program. I would encourage you to definitely consider it and look at it. Historically, with respect to socially disadvantaged, it used to be if you could check the box, you would meet that criteria. What do I mean by check the box? I mean, if you were Native American, Hispanic American, African American, Asian Pacific Islander, you would fall under what they called presumed classes, and you would automatically meet that requirement. That changed about 1.5 years ago. It wasn't an SBA issue, right? The courts decided that that was basically race-based. And the courts decided that every applicant has to demonstrate that they're socially disadvantaged. How many folks are working on the 8A program application or considering it? Okay. So when we talk about having to demonstrate socially disadvantaged, it basically means, can I demonstrate in a narrative, right, that I've been discriminated against? But it's not just listing the cases of where you've been discriminated against. And I think that's where a lot of the challenges happen on the applications that we see. We work with a lot of clients. You have to demonstrate, yes, I've been discriminated against, but that has led to certain consequences, right? So it's led to the lack of education. I wasn't able to get the education I wanted. I wasn't able to get the job I wanted. I wasn't able to get access to credit that I wanted. Or I wasn't able to, get a promotion, right? And so you have to connect the dots in your narrative, and you have to give examples. And SBA has asked, is there proof? Like, did you confide in someone? Was someone else aware of this? How do you prove this? And historically, they really haven't gone back and verified and checked on those, but they have the right to do that, right? Because they're requesting it. So, you want to identify someone that is aware and can vouch for that instance. And then the last piece that you continue having to connect the dots is that, but for that discrimination, this wouldn't have happened, right? So it's not that, I got discriminated against and I didn't get the job. You also have to go that extra step to say, look, I know I was just as qualified as everybody else. Because what the SBA will say, well, okay, you say you were discriminated against, you didn't get the job, but what if there was another candidate that was better qualified than you? Obviously, they got the job. So how do you know but it was for the discrimination? So you have to sort of do that last piece of the equation is, but for the discrimination, I would have gotten the job because I'm as equally qualified. The other thing that I'd say is, because everybody now has to do a narrative, there is an opening for people that maybe thought they wouldn't be able to get into the 8A program to apply for the program. Now, historically, if you couldn't check the box, you could still write a narrative and apply to the program. But, the SBA was very sort of, I don't know, I don't want to say they weren't moving those forward, but it was much more challenging. But now everybody has to do it, right? So, there's cases where, easy example is a female in the construction industry. That's always challenging. A female in IT services, that's challenging. And, a lot of times we get clients that say, yeah, but I overcame that. So I don't, do I really qualify for this program? Should I apply? Our response always is, and it's hard to do this, right? Because, going through discrimination, number one, you don't want to go back and tell that story to someone. Why are you forcing me to tell the story just to get into this program? It's a little bit frustrating. Number two, we're reluctant as just individuals to say, oh, that impacted me negatively, and I'm down here instead of being up here. Because you want to say that I overcame that. And yes, you did, but compared to your peers, what was the impact on you, right? We had a client, and I'll give you one quick example. We had a client in construction, female, Caucasian, and she was like, no, I overcame that. Now, we kind of dug a little bit further, and she shared a story where she went to a bank. One of her first projects wanted a loan. The loan officer asked her to come back with her dad. That was the example of, we're not going to give you a loan unless you bring a male counterpart, right? She was like, well, I overcame that. I explained to them, I got my dad, and I explained to them I was the owner. It's like, yeah, but that's one example. There are many examples. Like, whenever she did work at a federal facility, the people that would work for her would get the CAT cards that were not requiring to be renewed every week. She would get ones that had to be renewed every week. So there's examples like that that you might not think of, but you have to, unfortunately, and again, what I'll say is it's not SBA's fault, right? It was a court decision. Unfortunately, it's frustrating, but that's a step we have to go through. But it potentially opens up the door for additional participation in the 8A program. And like I said, from 5% it's gone to 15%. That was an executive order. It might get rolled back depending on what happens with the election. But it is at 15% right now, and there's a lot of opportunity. And then as far as tribally owned entities, one of the things if you're looking as a tribe to enter the program, because tribes and tribal 8As can get an unlimited sole source award, a lot of times a contracting officer looks at that as, I don't want to say easy way, but a streamlined way to hit my goal, right? So if I'm a federal contracting officer, I have a goal that's up here, I can do, 10 $4 million sole source awards. Well, I can do one $50 million or one $100 million to a tribe, and I'm going to get to my goal. So there is a lot of incentives for individuals and tribally owned entities to get into the 8A program. And then the last thing that I'd say is you also want to be aware, though, that it's a 9-year program, right? So if a lot of you raised your hand about getting into the program, be cognizant of, one thing that I mentioned early on is they're not handing out contracts, right? So be cognizant of being ready to take advantage of the program. So do I have a track record that I can stand on? Do I have any relationships with contracting officers or program offices that need my service, that know that I can do a good job? Because that 9 years goes by a lot faster than you think. And not only that, in year 7, 8, 9, they're sort of weaning you off of sole source awards and wanting you to do more full and open because it's a 9-year business development program. So, year 7, 8, and 9, you're getting weaned off. And so you don't want to waste your first few years in there and not getting the opportunity of winning those sole source awards that you're entitled to. And then we had a question up here. And I can repeat the question too. Go ahead. Okay. Yep.
There's $140 billion that they spend annually, and contracts can range from whatever, 200,000 to million, whatever.
Yep.
And let's say a contract is worth $100 million. As a small business owner, it's really hard to come by with that kind of funding. Do you recommend a way to do that, to obtain that?
So I think the challenge is, and the question was, some of these contracts are rather large. As a small business, number one, capturing that contract. Number two, having the funding and capacity and access to capital to launch and mobilize that contract can be very difficult. So number one, for individually owned firms, the ceiling is $4.5 million, right? And that's over the life of the contract. So if it's a 1 + 4 year contract, it's about $1 million a year, right, roughly. So it's more manageable for individually owned companies. Number two, I don't know if there's a lending program session here today, but the Small Business Administration, and I know this because I worked there for a long time, but the Small Business Administration works with a lot of banks and has particular products for government contractors to receive startup capital for starting, not starting your business, but they have that also. When I talk about this, is like mobilization for contracting, right? So if you win a contract and if you're at a local, you work with your local district office at the SBA, they'll identify which banks use their products. What I usually talk about is the cap line lending product, because it looks at your contract, it funds mobilization, and then what it funds doesn't have to be paid right away. It gets paid back over the life of the contract. So there are tools available for you as you enter the federal marketplace. But you do have to sort of look at that and get that in place, because a lot of times you'll win that contract and sometimes you don't get paid for 60, 90, 120 days, but you have to mobilize. So that's
Exactly, and there's a huge cost to that funding.
Yes. Yes. So look, so that's a good point as well, because you have to be very cognizant of funding providers who will use factoring as opposed to your local bank that would be much more cost effective. So really doing your homework, because you will identify factoring agents that'll factor like at 20% or maybe even higher, 25%. And you submit your invoice, they will give you 80% of the value of that invoice, but then they'll charge you 20% until you get paid. So you have to be very cautious of the types of funding that are available out there and do your homework. But there are products available, and I'd encourage you to reach out. So I was going to talk about the Small Business Administration's district offices, but for you guys that are, across the country, some of you are from other areas, if the SBA's district office isn't close, there's always the Small Business Development Center that's potentially close, the Women's Business Center that's potentially close. For service-disabled folks, there's the VBOX, Veterans Business Ownership Centers that are close. So there are other resources available for you too that might be able to identify lending sources. And then the last thing that I'll say, and I know you had a second question, but the last thing that I'll say is, and I'm not, well, no, I am plugging RES, the Reservation Economic Summit, because a lot of times when you go to RES, a lot of financial institutions that work in this space will be there and will have booths and will have, the types of products that they may have available to federal contractors.
I wanted to just say that, yes, you can get a $100 million contract, and then you get factoring, and then you've lost all your
profits.
Your profits.
Yes.
So
You have
it's
to be very
very difficult to grow as a result. So that was my point. And then my next question is, you were mentioning that, who is in procurement, who is the buyer.
Yeah.
don't they just normally go for the lowest bidder?
No, so that's a really good question. So there is something called LPTA, lowest price technically acceptable, and that's usually on product. So if it's a standard off-the-shelf product, a pencil, right? Generally, they will go LPTA. Now, you will see a contracting officer sometimes try and implement LPTA on a services project or a technical project. Usually, those will get protested ahead of times because they're not supposed to use lowest price technically acceptable on services or technical or specialized products, equipment, services, et cetera. But I have a really good point in respect to that, because you know, the oversight of this is supposed to be the Small Business Administration. They have so few resources. So it's folks like you and folks in this conference, because we are the sort of the ears and eyes out in the field. It's for us to raise that to the right folks at the SBA, and I'll talk about who those are, so that if you do see something like that, and one of our clients did, by the way, that's a really good question. One of our clients saw a requirement that came out. They used LPTA, lowest price technical acceptable, on a services contract, and it was a very technical type of services. The awards all went in. Now, you could protest that. That's expensive. You got to get lawyers, et cetera. They reached out to us. We wrote a letter to the SBA, to the Small Business Office, to the contracting officer, to the Hill, and said, this is unacceptable. Here are the regs. This is why you can't do this. Next day, they withdrew that, reissued the solicitation, not as LPTA, and lucky for us, our client ended up winning it under the new scenario. But that is a really important point. If you're seeing those, you should raise that to the authorities. I think there was a question here.
Yes, thank you. And if you explained this and I just didn't grasp it right, I apologize, John. You keep talking about the contracting officer.
Yeah.
So WDC as an entity would have one person we have to deal with, or there's all different depending on which contract we're going after?
Yeah, great question. Different depending on which requirement you go after, but also I wouldn't only focus on the contracting officer, and I got a slide on that coming up as well. But that's a really good question as well. So real quick, and I'll get to that too. Real quick, so the other programs, so the underlying requirement on all these programs, even just small, right, is that owned and controlled by an individual in most instances. In 8A, owned and controlled by the disadvantaged individual, or woman owned by the female, service disabled by the service disabled individual, right? So owned and controlled. Owned is easy, at least 51%. Control is a little bit harder. How many folks have minority owners or minority investors? Okay, so that sometimes becomes a challenge because the SBA wants to make sure that the disadvantaged individual owns 51% and controls. Control means you really have to look at your operating agreement. If your minority owner has the ability to block you making a decision, in other words, there's a unanimous consent provision in there, if they have the ability to block your decision to run the organization on a day-to-day basis or make strategic decisions, they might say that you don't own and control. So that's something you should be aware of. You have to own and control. And then you have to be small. Small is, depending on your NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code. So you have to be small for your primary NAICS code for some of these programs. And I'll talk about that as well in a second. So any questions so far? I know we had two. Real quick on HubZone, because it's a little bit unique. How many folks are considering the HubZone program? It's a little different. Okay, so HubZone, I would encourage you to look at that program because it's one of the goals the federal government has never met, right? Historically underutilized business zones. There are two requirements in that, and that's not based on the individual, right? So the 8A is based on the individual, woman-owned individual, service-disabled individual. HubZone, two requirements. One is your principal office isn't a HubZone, historically underutilized business zone. You put in your address into the SBA map tracker, which is actually really improved and really good. Put your address in there, and it'll tell you, is it in a HubZone or not? The trick is, what's your principal address? It's not your headquarters. It's where most of your people work. And you can exclude job sites. So let's say you have someone at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, you have someone on a construction site, your headquarters are in Delaware for whatever reason. You look at which locations you have, not job sites, locations, where the most people work, and then that's your principal office. So some of our clients, they'll just switch one person from here to here so that their principal office is in a hub zone. So principal office has to be in a hub zone. Map is easy, put in that address. Exclude job site employees. Now, then throw all your employees back in, right? So now you throw everybody back in, and 35% of your employees have to live in a hub zone. Not the same hub zone. It could be any hub zone in the country. And an employee right now, by the definition of the SBA for hub zone purposes, is anybody that works 40 hours a month. So a lot of clients hire interns from college towns. A lot of college towns are hub zones. So they'll hire interns 40 hours a month, and so they get to that 35% employee requirement by hiring a lot of interns. And the last thing that I'll say is because there was a number of tribally owned entities. So here's the other thing. For tribally owned entities, you have an exception, right? So you can enter the formal way, or you can enter the tribal exception way. Under the tribal exception way, you just make a promise. You say, hey, I don't meet these requirements, but if I ever get a hub zone set-aside contract, I will hire 35% of the staff for that contract from our tribal area or the surrounding hub zones to our tribal area, right? So, because federal agencies can get multiple credit, so this is why I'm saying if you think you can qualify for more than one, go ahead and apply for more than one, because federal agencies, under the current statutory regulations or laws, federal agencies can get multiple credit, right? So if you're 8A, if you're the unicorn, they can get, $1 million contract, they get $1 million in each of those buckets. So for tribes, if you can get into the 8A program, and then you can say, hey, I'm in the hub zone program through the exception, because you don't have to do anything, you just have to promise, and then never go after a hub zone contract. Why? Because every time you got a $100 million contract, the agency gets 8A credit for $100 million. It wasn't a hub zone set-aside contract, so you don't have to meet the 35% requirement, but guess what? They get a $100 million credit for a hub zone. So it makes you super attractive to contracting officers in awarding contracts. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So the basics, because this is really important, even when I talk to folks who've been in federal contracting. Number one, if you're looking to enter the federal contracting marketplace, you got to be in SAM. More and more even as a subcontractor, right? And a lot of times the entree into federal contracting for smaller firms, because requirements are getting larger, because requirements are getting more complex, is as a subcontractor. So going to like RES, going to the National 8A Conference, going to the Hub Zone Council Conference, doing events like these to identify potential partners as prime contractors is really important. But being in SAM is important to just be registered to do work with the federal government. Now, how many folks are already in SAM? Awesome. How painful was it? Yeah. How many folks are looking to get into SAM? Okay, the one thing that I'll say is as soon as you start, and you guys who are in will know this, as soon as you start your application, you're gonna get like 1,000 emails saying, hey, pay us $250 or $500 and we'll get you into SAM. You don't have to do any of that. You could hire a consultant to help you because it is painful, but you don't have to do any of that. Now, you do have to watch your email because if you miss an email, and for the life of me, and I used to run these programs, I still don't understand why like the GSA system has to validate against the DLA who issues your, and I'm even forgetting the code that they issue, but it has to validate. And so you'll get a .mil email. A lot of times it'll go in your junk box, and then you don't respond in 3 days, and then you have to start all over again. And if your address doesn't exactly match your IRS address, They won't validate, and you have to start all over again. I mean, exactly like Boulevard, BLVD, did you put a period at the end of it? These are all like, and then, God forbid, like for tribal government-owned entities, like where did you register? Did you register with the state? No, we did it under tribal authority. Oh, wait a second, we don't recognize that. Then you have to call the help desk and be like, yeah, you know what, we're a sovereign nation. We can do actually whatever we want. So it's sometimes painful. The National Center has assistance. They have actually, used to be called PTAX Apex Centers. They can help with that. I know a lot of you are already in that. Now, the other part of SAM is awards come out in there. How many folks track awards on SAM? Okay. How many people have been successful in bidding on something that came out on SAM? Yeah. None. Okay. So why? Because your competition has been probably watching that for the last 18, 24, 36 months, have probably already teamed up, have probably already prepared the proposal, and are ready to hit submit, and here you are, you got 30 days to prepare a proposal, right? So a lot of times it's good information to see what's coming out, but it's not really good information to strategizing and building a pipeline. So what is good information to developing a pipeline? The underlying federal database, now it says USA Spend, right? Technically, it's the federal FPDS, federal, I forget now, something data system, procurement data system, okay? That's actually the underlying system. It is the worst, most painful Internet 1.0 system you can probably use, right? But in FPDS, as in USA Spend now, which overlays and it's much more user-friendly, every federal contract ever let, over $25,000, is in there. So why is that important? Because if you do a shotgun approach to the federal government and just bid on random stuff and target 1,000 different buying entities, you're never going to be successful. You got to build a relationship. So number one is using USA Spend, who's buying what I'm selling, right? If I'm selling widgets, who's buying the most widgets? Who's the top 10 widget buyers in the federal government? And is there like 5 of them close to me, right? So those are probably your top 5. Now, of those top 5, you can even drill down further, right? Is there one contract for $10 billion? I'm not going to win that contract. But is there 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 contracts for 5 million, 2 million, 10 million, et cetera? That's a better alternative, right? That's a better target, okay? Now, are they friendly for women-owned set-asides? Are they 8A friendly? Are they HubZone friendly? Those are additional layers to cut down in the USA Spend to really identify your top 5 or 10 target activities that you're going to hit, right? How many folks have done that exercise? Okay, especially for you guys who are currently doing federal contracting, it's really important because you can do the shotgun approach, but as small businesses, we have limited resources, right? We want to identify our top 5 or 10. Now, the question before was contracting officers, right? Is that who I need to focus on? Before I went to the federal government, even when I did federal contracting, I was like, oh yeah, contracting officers are super important. They actually sign and let that contract. But they are the tool within the federal government that is charged with acquisition. It's not their money that they spend. There's always a program office that's spending that money, right? So not only do you want to know who the contracting officer is, but by the way, USA Spend will tell you. Like they'll tell you, okay, you know, Aberdeen buys the most widgets. Here are the 1,000 contracts. Here are the ones that are expiring next year, right? So now you can start building your pipeline. Wow, they're buying widgets at Aberdeen and there's 100 contracts expiring next year and that's exactly what I do. I want to go to Aberdeen. It'll tell you who the contracting officer is. It'll tell you who the program office is, right? And then the sort of the third leg of the stool is every buying activity has a small business specialist assigned to it. For those of you that are in federal contracting, how many folks know what an OSDBU is? Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. The federal government loves acronyms, right? So if I start using those, please stop me. But OSDBU Some of them are called OSDBU, some of them are called OSBP, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, and Office of Small Business Programs. Every federal agency has to have one. The larger federal agencies, like the Department of Defense, will then have an OSDBU for Army, Air Force, Navy, Army Corps of Engineers. Even under that, they will have a small business specialist sitting at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, or Aberdeen Proving Ground, or White Sands. So if you determine that White Sands is where you got to be because they're buying the most widgets, number one is who's the contracting officer. Number two is who's their small business specialist. I'm going to go find their website. I'm going to find out when they're at matchmaking because they have to do industry days. They have to do matchmaking. They might be at RES, they might be in National 8A, they might be at the Hub Zone Council Conference. I want to get in front of those folks. I want to get to know those folks. I want to let them know what I do and what certifications I have because it's their job to meet the agency's goals. So the goals that I spoke about earlier, the 235533, those were overall goals, right? Every year, my office used to negotiate with each of the federal agencies their specific goals. So, you know, SBA buys a lot of small business friendly stuff. So our goal was like 75% actually. Department of Energy, not so small business friendly. I think their goal was 11%. Department of Defense, in the middle, their goal was like 22%. But overall, the federal government had to be projected to come out to 23%. So within the federal agency, the OSDBU, this Office of Small Business Programs, is really important. Program office, important. Contracting officer, important. So you sort of got to work those three tracks. When you identify your top 5 or 10, you got to start building your pipeline on expiring contracts and then work those three tracks to develop those relationships to get in front of people. And so the reason I say don't waste your 9 years in the 8A program, if you haven't already started building those relationships of those tracks, it's going to take you a year or two just to get there. So now you're wasted your first 2 years in the 8A program without having done that. Now this afternoon, we'll talk about mentor-protege, joint venture, how to sort of jumpstart that by teaming, but it takes time to build that pipeline and those relationships. So for the folks that are in SAM, how many folks update their DSBS profile? How many folks know what a DSPS profile is? Yvette, hey, you listen. Okay, so when you fill out SAM, it asks you a whole bunch of questions, right? It asks you your revenues, your NAICS code, and then it determines if you're a small business. What a lot of folks don't realize is GSA owns the SAM system. SBA owns the back-end small business system that's attached. It almost looks seamless, but it's dynamic small business search. Now, a contracting officer, when they're looking for small businesses, where do they do their research? They do it in DSBS. So if you're not updating, now you could go through SAM and answer all the questions, and then at the end it'll ask you, are you small, and you answer it. It allows you to upload past performance experience, project experience. It allows you to do that. SBA used to have a way through government login, I forget what it was called, SBA login or Gov login, to get directly to DSBS. But if you guys are aware, the systems have been down. They've been slowly coming back up, right? So that login might be a little bit different. But you should be going into DSBS and updating your profile because contracting officers are doing research. Now they could do, you know, sources sought, you should respond to those. They could do a request for information, you should respond to those. But your DSBS profile should be updated. And it is like antiquated, it's like Internet 1.0. So when the contracting officer says, hey, who sells widgets in Ohio, the last firm that updated their profile comes up first. So we have clients that'll go in there and, you know, add a sentence, take out a sentence, put a period, take out a period, at least once a quarter, if not at least once a month, right? So I think that's really important to understand dynamic small business search and update it regularly. Last point, SBA does have a subnet, so prime contractors, like the 5533 for federal contracting officers and agencies, prime contractors have small business goals. That's why I was talking about as a subcontractor, that's sometimes your first entree into federal contracting. Prime contractors have goals to meet with hub zones, with women-owned, with service disabled, with small businesses, with 8As. So marketing yourself to the prime contractors is important as well. Subnet, not the best system, but they do have some opportunities in there. If a prime contractor is not meeting their goals, they're supposed to go into Subnet and put their opportunities in there. So it's at least a good source of information for which prime contractors aren't meeting their goals. Any questions so far? There's one back there.
This is more related to kind of, I guess, the general federal marketplace. You haven't mentioned the Indian Buy Act.
Yep.
And how that intertwines generally with the, the general federal marketplace.
Yeah, so the Indian Buy Act is mostly focused on Department of Interior, Indian Health Services. And so they do, just like the other thing that I didn't mention is like at the VA, they have a requirement to go vets first, right? So if you're working with the VA, their first prerogative is when we look at setting aside, they have a hierarchy. We'll go vets first, service disabled first, then veteran owned, and then we'll look at everybody else. Indian Health Services and the Department of Interior Buy Indian Act. Again, you are small, Indian, native owned, either through a tribe or even individually by an individual native owned. Department of Interior was looking to expand that out further. They've strengthened that program. It didn't used to enforce it that strictly. They've strengthened it. But it's very limited in scope to those particular agencies. But it works similar. They have goals, so and they do set asides. So if you are native owned, if you can qualify for the program, it's self-representation. So when we talk about the 5533, all of those now are front-end certification, right? It used to be, some of them used to be self-representation. Now you have to get front-end certified by the SBA and HubZone, women-owned, service-disabled, 8A. The Buy Indian Act, you can self-represent, but you can also get protested, in which case they would check the documentation to ensure that you are who you say you are. Make sense? Yes. Oh, is there a question? Oh, okay.
Hi, Janelle Turner, Turner Electric. You mentioned Ozabu. Could you please give me the name? And
Sure.
Yeah.
OSDBU is the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. And sometimes, like the Department of Defense calls it the Office of Small Business Programs.
Okay. And then the next one, we just renewed our SAMs.
Okay.
And so if I call back to the help desk for SAMs, would they be able to guide me through or let me know where I need to go for the DSBS?
If you go into your SAM profile, you know how you have multiple pages?
Mm-hmm.
If you go into SAM profile and click through all the pages, you will get to the section where you upload your information as a small business.
Okay.
If you're having a hard time finding it, reach out. My email's on this thing, right?
Okay.
Reach out to us or even the National Center Apex Center. They can walk you through that.
Okay.
Definitely the help desk should be able to help you through that.
Okay.
And then the last thing is SBA, when they release their latest version of Certify, they probably will have a login to access it directly as well.
Okay, it will be the same login as my SAMs?
No, so that's the one thing that I'm not sure how they're going to release that yet.
Okay.
So that might, because you have to have a certified profile.
Certified profile through?
SBA. In order to get in that way. You can always get in through your SAM profile.
And I think we do have a certified but it's been a long time since I've certified
and it's
with
down
SBA.
right. It just came back up and it's been down, so it might be a minute before you can get back.
Okay,
into
so
that
do I
system.
need to recertify with SBA?
No. If you are applying to 8A, HubZone, Women-Owned Service Disabled, and you're not yet certified, yes, you will have to go through certification at the SBA.
Okay, no, we have our
But be-
DVVE, yeah.
Okay, but because you have your SAM profile, you automatically have a DSBS profile.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I think there was one right here.
First of all, I just want to say thank you. This information has been very good. So I have two questions.
Yep.
So I want to go back to where you say create a relationship with a procuring officer.
Yep.
And you suggested going to different conferences and events that they would be attending. And but before you do that, you search out who is buying what. So let's say I am selling software, and specifically FileMaker Pro. I see that, this Agent Kim, is buying this every year. And then I seek Kim out and then let her know that I sell FileMaker Pro, and then she'll contact me and then list it and post it.
Yeah, so there's multiple ways, right? Generally speaking, and this goes to this slide a little bit. Generally speaking, everything under $250,000 is automatically set aside for small business, reserved, right? So it could be she could do a sole source award. If it was a requirement and she had a vendor that was an 8A, she didn't have to compete it, she could do a sole source award to a vendor that was 8A certified without ever competing it, right? She might say, wow, I want to put this out. And once 8A, always 8A, by the way. So a contracting officer cannot take out a requirement out of the 8A program unless they get the authority and approval from the Small Business Administration. So if you saw, here's another thing which is important. Let's say you're 8A, low-hanging fruit, right? Let's say you find that software. It's been going 8A for the last 10 years. The incumbent 8A is graduating. So they can no longer get that direct sole source award. Guess what? The contracting officer is looking for a new 8A to give that award to. So now it's important to let that contracting officer know not only can you provide that software, but you're 8A certified and you can get a sole source award. So they can do sole source awards. They can list it and publish it for solicitation and response. Or, a little bit more complicated, they can use one of the government-wide acquisition vehicles, like the GSA schedule, like OASIS, like STARS 3, to issue a task order under those vehicles to go ahead and procure what you're selling. But again, doing your homework on who's buying what you're selling and how they're buying it, right, is really important.
Yeah, I think that would save a lot of work. And then my second question is, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about when you talk about the 9-year program.
Yeah.
If you can clarify and expand on that.
Yeah, so the 8A is unique in the sense that it has the sole source opportunity, right? The other programs, Women-Owned, Service Disabled, HubZone, those have sole source, but the contracting officer actually has to do a lot of work to award a sole source in those programs. In the 8A program, if they know you, they like you, you have experience with them, they do a government estimate, they can award you that up to the threshold. No work. Don't have to write a justification, don't have to have an approval. The reason that that's allowed in the 8A program, at least statutorily, congressional thought process is, because it's a limited 9-year program. The 8A program is a business development program for 9 years. The first 4 or 5 years are developmental, the last are transitional. So over the first 5 years, you can receive as much sole source as you want. There's a cap like at $100 million. And then in the last, you're going to get weaned off sole source. It can only be like 85, then 75, and I forget the number, 65 until you're out of the program. So it is only a 9-year program while you're in it, right? So after you're out, you don't have access to those sole source awards anymore. That's why you want to make maximum benefit, especially from your developmental stage. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hi, Jason. Vanessa Castro with Veritech Systems. I seen you in Brooks, California, And I just had a quick question.
Sure.
I wanted to get back to what the gentleman's earlier question was about the Buy Indian program.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that there was a protest, and it's a simple question. I just wanted to know what that looked like. Not
Yeah.
for a tribal entity, obviously, but for a small business.
Yeah, so whenever there's a protest, the main focus, remember how I talked about, does the disadvantaged individual own and control, and are they small? So they're going to look at those three things. They're going to ask for documentation to review those three things, right? So they'll ask for your operating agreement, they'll ask for your revenues, they'll see if there's any minority partners, and then you have to be able to demonstrate that you are actually native or entity owned. So they generally will ask for those types of documentation in the case of a protest. Yes, sir.
So is it possible to utilize the SBIR as a stepping stone and a path toward the 8.8?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. Small Business Innovation and Research Program. So if you do have like a unique process or a unique tool, the federal government has the SBIR program that the SBA also administers, but it's really managed at each agency. And they're supposed to put between 5 and 10% of their funds into this R&D bucket every year. And they have notices. It's almost like a grant notice. They'll have a notice out. Sometimes they're for specific items. Sometimes they're open, like, hey, we just want to create efficiencies around processes, and you can apply for it. And when you apply for it, they provide grant funding. You don't have to pay them back. They give you, and it used to be $400,000. I think it's gone up for phase 1 and up to $2 million for phase 2 in order to develop your product for the federal government so that they can buy it back in phase 3. So yes, if you're lucky to get an SBIR, definitely you can turn that into an opportunity to sell to the government depending on what agency you're working with that SBIR. So that is definitely a great entree. The other thing that's very unique about SBIR that a lot of folks don't realize, bless you, is that SBIR awardees are almost like 8A companies in phase 3. In other words, if you got your SBIR product or service through phase 1 and phase 2, the federal government can directly award you a contract once the product is fully developed, directly award you that contract without competition, right? And not only do small businesses not understand that, a lot of contracting officers get that wrong. And it's not only the agency that gave you the SBIR awards. You can sell that product once it was developed, let's say at the Department of Energy, you can sell it across the federal government and they can still use the SBIR phase 3 authority to give you a direct award. Sometimes they need to be coached, unfortunately, into how to do it correctly. Great question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, do the, kind of dovetailing back to what I asked before, do the IHS and Department of Interior, are they looking for suppliers through SAM.gov, or do
They do.
Or
So
do they use a different
both
type of system?
So they will have notices on SAM.gov, right? So you could search that, but they do have their own systems, right? So if you go to the Department of Interior and IHS's small business programs, they will have their own notifications out as well from time to time. So if you just go to DOI.gov or just do a DOI, and if you can't find it, send me a message. You just go to DOI.gov or IHS.gov and go to the small business office. They will have notifications. I know my time is almost up. 2 minutes? 2 minutes. I'll be back this afternoon, by the way. Okay, so real quick, because this is really important. I talked about the first part, right? Simplified acquisition threshold. So if you're seeing requirements at $250,000 and below, not go small business, you should be reporting that. Who do I report that to? Report it to the small business specialist at the agency, right? I can report it to how many folks know what a PC, procurement center representative is? Okay, so you remember the SBA establishes these goals? SBA has, and this was under my former office, has sort of the oversight, which is sort of the cops. The PCRs sit at every buying activity, or cover, I shouldn't say sit, cover every buying activity. So they enforce the rule of 2. How many folks know what the rule of 2 is? Rule of 2 is, by regulation, if there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, a reasonable price, then it shall be set aside. It's not a may, it's not a can, it's a shall. In federal speak or legal speak, that means it has to be. So this is when I say they do their market research, right? So the contracting officer may put a sources sought out. If you don't respond, the PCR can't say, oh, well, wait a second, I looked at the file, there were 2 responses. You have to set this aside. If your updates in DSBS don't give them good results, they can say, I'm not going to set this aside. I can't find 2 small businesses. But if their files show 2 small businesses, they don't have a choice. They have to set it aside. And the PCR is who oversees that. Any requirement that does not get set aside is supposed to get the signature of a PCR. The challenge is, when I left the agency in 2017, I think we were down to 119 PCRs covering like tens of thousands of buying activities. I think now they're down to like 45. So if you ever talk to your congressman, I used to not be able to say this, if you ever talk to your congressman, tell them that the SBA needs more funding, especially for PCRs. But if you're seeing requirements not get set aside, your PCR, Procurement Center representative, should be aware. If you go to the SBA website, do PCR directory, you will get a directory of which PCR covers which buying activity. And not only that, you'll see who their boss is, the area director. So if you're having problems, you guys are like the ears and eyes out there because they're so limited in number, they can't enforce it all the time. So if you bring it to their attention or to their supervisor's attention, they can enforce it. A lot of times, here's the other thing, a lot of folks don't realize this. When you do your market research and your homework, and you find an opportunity that really should be set aside for small business, and the White House reaffirmed that you can participate in acquisition strategy. You can reach out to the contracting officer. You can reach out to the small business specialist. You can reach out to the PCR and say, hey, this is a perfect requirement for an 8A set aside. And guess what? Not only am I doing this, here's a list of my colleagues and my counterpart firms that are doing this, and this is a requirement that should be set aside. We have clients that do that as well, and a good number of times they will get set aside because they're participating in the acquisition strategy. Any last minute questions? I know my time is 2 minutes over, I apologize. Any last minute questions? And I will be back, so think about 2 things. One, about the basics of the program and sort of what we've talked about this morning, if there's any follow-up questions there, and then mentor, protege, and joint venture and how to leverage those. Can we get one last question back there? Yes, sir.
Just real quick, not really a question, but I guess a request.
Yep.
Is because I've been really trying to study and learn about this for the past 3 years now.
Okay.
Because I see the benefits, I know the benefits, and even speaking with a few tribes that are pulling in over $50 million a year by just doing AA contracting. It's very beneficial. But one thing that would be really helpful is for me to help explain also is like a specific example, and that's what helped me fully understand it instead of just overviewing the program of a tribe, what they did, how they did it. Because it was brought up through the Intertribal Council of Nevada about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And the thought by some of the tribal leadership back then was that, well, why are we even talking about this? Because we don't have anything to offer.
Yeah.
And that's where, again, we're holding ourselves back, but we do have things to offer, but we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And so that would be really helpful.
That's a great comment. And maybe that's where I can start off real quick when I get back, because that is a really good comment, especially for for tribally owned entities getting into the program, structuring it correctly. And, I know this morning there was a discussion of, tribal politics versus economic development and making that division and that fracture. Structuring it correctly, moving in the right direction takes time. And we've worked with, and I know the National Center has worked with tribes as well. It takes time, but you have to be persistent, creating the structure, the economic development entity, the holding company, the applicant 8As. And it doesn't even matter if a lot of tribes will say, well, what do we have to offer? We don't do IT services, or we don't do construction. those are things the tribe can actually go out and acquire an 8A company that's graduating, and boom, you have your first 8A, and guess what? You can build on that and go after unlimited sole source. So there are all sorts of strategies, even growing it organically, buying the talent to grow that entity into a particular sector or focus. We'll talk about that briefly when I get back this afternoon. I apologize for going over. Thank you guys for your patience.
Thank you, John. Just real quick, I want to talk about, we have, the National Center has a podcast, and during our break, I'm going to put up a QR code up here, and it's going to take you to our podcast. So if you guys have some downtime, I know some of you guys drove in from a long ways, maybe give it a listen. It's really beneficial, kind of goes into different topics and whatnot, but also, we're going to break for lunch. We should be back around 12:45 here. If you go out the double doors, we have lunch to the left. There's different sandwich options. Drinks are in the back. Restrooms are going to be, once you get past this hall and go up the steps or the ramp, they should be to the left near the eateries. And then say hello to each other. All right, so if you guys grab your lunches and then come back by 12:45. We'll start our next one.
I love the word knowledge share, because it's not always just sitting in a room, you know, receiving the knowledge. It's like you're also part of the conversation and sharing the knowledge as well.
And I love it when I hear of a company coming in, they've never been to a Native Edge. We recently had this again in Oregon, and they develop, and as a result of it, they go after a contract, and then as a result of that, they get to hire 50, 100 new employees, that kind of thing. And then they come back and they tell you, you know, like, hey, this past year, this is what I've done, and thank you because you gave me the strength and courage to just go after it. Yeah. Because a lot of times they sit on their hand, they have so much information, and sometimes it's just at their fingertips, and it's just that little bit of encouragement that then they want to go pursue that.
Well, you know, a lot of times we use the word empowerment. What does the word empowerment mean to you?
Empowerment to me, I think it's part of that, you know, just the encouragement that you can receive from someone that sees that in you. And it just may be one or two words or a short conversation, and it has empowered you to take the next step, to not be afraid. Because really it's our own fear that kind of prevents us sometimes, right?
Well, I think it's fear that you can't get to your next level because you hold yourself back. A lot of times, like, you know, your worst enemy is looking back at you in the mirror. And I think empowerment can come from others, but sometimes you just can empower yourself, you know, light a fire for whatever reason. So I think these trainings and the work that we do at the National Center, it's all around empowerment and making sure that our businesses have a voice and that our clients that we work with, we're there to support them in their needs.
Absolutely.
I grew up here in the community, lived here all my life. Our families were entrepreneurs, we had to be. Our entrepreneurial spirit, we used that to start small businesses that would bring jobs to our reservation.
PCI Federal Services, we started with 1 employee. The exponential growth that we've experienced, we're hopeful that we'll cross that 1,000 employee threshold later this year.
We continue to look for partners, and we continue to look for organic growth. Native Edge is a great way to do it.
The Native Edge Institute, this is our second time here in Alabama.
Business is complex. You're not alone. There's programs out there funded with our tax dollar.
There's state programs, there's local programs, there's national programs like our Arizona MBDA Export Center, and our services are for all minorities. I put a panel together of myself and Brian Davis, Alabama ITA, working with him to see what our clientele needs are and what he can offer.
Using SBA's programs, Hub Zone, Apex Centers, Minority Business Development Centers. These programs alone help me leverage into working with prime contractors and being prime to the government.
Opportunities like this, getting to interact with a lot of business owners, just provide so many different networking opportunities that can really help a business exponentially.
All right, here we go. I'm so thankful that all y'all wanted to go on the tour. Hopefully you'll be able to see some great progress that our tribe has made.
PCI Federal Services was created in 2016 by the Porch Band of Creek Indians. It's funny the things you remember growing up, like we played in that ditch, you know? I mean, there was nothing between there. It's just amazing in such a short amount of time how far we've come.
In 1988, we started to provide products and services to our federal government. And through that creation, it really started us to thinking about what we could do that would create revenues to bring back to seed our growth.
PCI Federal Services, they've had this vision for this economic diversification.
We have hotels all across the Southeast. We have 3 at Disney, 2 in Huntsville, Pennsylvania, Miami, Chicago, Aruba, Curacao, all across the United States. These are owned by individual tribal people. Each tribal member got to choose what plan they wanted. We built the house interest-free.
Now there's housing and the new fire station and everything there.
We have a state-of-the-art health facility, our recreational apartment, all the amenities that are available to not only tribal members, but to the public around the reservation. We want people to know that we care about our own and we care about the communities that we're in.
Success means different things to different people. We create jobs that can sustain a family and provide good health care. We want to share our story, share our lessons learned. Native Edge coming to our reservation here allows us to do that, and we appreciate that.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Kat, thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because we're everywhere in contact with everyone. We see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
And my tribe's super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups. It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum, and the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa soon. They're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are, and we can bring them back to our clients.
You know, economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits. And we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. It goes into the pockets of the community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial assistance to the state by providing those jobs and supporting the local economies.
A system that has made tribes dependent. If we're allowed to be creative and to bring into our culture, elevate tribal ecological knowledge, then the outcomes will look quite different.
A lot of the communities that I went to when I was younger, you go there now and you see the growth, and that growth comes from the economic development that these tribes have done. Being able to provide resources and be an organization that can help move tribes and the businesses into their next level, that's something that I really enjoy.
We have clients that have been clients for years, and they've just pivoted and grown their businesses into other arenas. So I would love to see small business owners just reaching their goals. And if we can be a part of that, sign me up.
Panel, Strategies for Impactful Leadership. We have Ashley Hemmers, and we've known Ashley for a few years now, and she's amazing and has worked closely with the National Center and works with her tribe, the Fort Mojave, which is a tri-state area of Arizona, Nevada, and California. We also have Miss Desiree Quintana. She's the Executive Director of the Indian Tribal Council of Nevada, and her team is really strong out in Nevada. And Raynell on her team, they put on these awesome events and get people together, and they always have a fabulous get-together for any of their health initiatives or any other programs that they're supporting within the communities here in Nevada. And they're always so helpful at RES because they often volunteer at Res and really help us out a lot during our Reservation Economic Summit. So you'll probably see them at Res when you attend, since Chris gave away everybody a ticket for everybody that's participating today. A lot of times we'll draw your business card and give out maybe 3 or 4 Res tickets, but when Chris is in attendance, he often gives everybody a free Res ticket, so that's really generous. We appreciate that. And then we have Mr. Darren Maston, and Darren is the president and CEO and founder of Clear Cloud Solutions. He has an amazing story, and he's been on a number of these Native Edge Institutes. He was with us from the very beginning when we did 2 back-to-back ones. We went first to Florida. On a Tuesday, we did a Native Edge Institute several years ago, about 6 years ago. And then 2 days later, we were in Cherokee, North Carolina. So we were sweating and all muggy in Florida at 80 degrees and, I don't know, 80% humidity or something. And then we landed in Cherokee and froze. It was like they were having an ice storm that they hadn't had for 100 years. So it was a crazy week. But Darren hung in there with us and participated, and we had a lot of fun and met a lot of new people. So who wants to go first? You want to go, Ashley? Oh, Darren's up. Okay, Darren, I guess you're up. All right.
All right. You know, I'm going to stand just because keep Riley on his toes back there. He, sometimes we make it tough for him when we do this on the stage, and he's got to follow us with a camera. But all right. Thank you. Again, my name is Darren Masson. I'm from the Hoopa Valley Reservation, where I grew up in Northern California, not far from here. We're the largest land reservation in California, and I think the second or third most populous. My company is, I guess I got the clicker here, right? Clear Cloud Solutions. So in addition, I'm also the chairman of the board for the Hoopa Valley Tribe's Donoto Holding Corporation. It's a Section 17 corporation to expand the enterprises that are existing, as well as pursue 8A contracts in the federal government. So we're kind of following suit in the blueprint that a lot of other tribes that are currently following today. So I do that as well. But my company's Clear Cloud Solutions. We're a security systems integration company. We'll celebrate our 13th year in business in March of next year. We have offices. We have about 65 employees in 4 states. We have offices in Phoenix, Arizona. Our main office is in Southern California. We also have a small office up on the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation, again, not far from here. So what do we do? Security systems integration. We protect critical assets in 3 major verticals. The utility industry. Southern California Edison is our biggest customer. The grid itself is considered a very critical asset for the United States government. If you Google what happens if the grid goes down by terrorist attack, solar flare, or war, they estimate 70 to 90% of the population perishes within 1 year. So obviously it's a critical asset. We've been there for over 10 years protecting those assets. We protect critical assets in the utility, also the federal government. And so we have various other customers. We'll look at those in a second. And then we also do a lot of stuff in Indian country. So we work with a lot of tribes, not necessarily casinos. When you think security and cameras, you think casinos, but we work with a lot of tribal governments. And we also just recently purchased a small contractor up just right off the reservation of about 15 employees. So we've added electrical, plumbing, earthwork, and some civil work to our offerings and portfolio. So, you know, what do we do in security? We do a lot of high-end security cameras, access control, drone detection, radar intrusion detection, a lot of kind of high-end stuff. It uses AI. We protect a lot of cyber assets. And then we also dabble into cyber a little bit too. We had a couple awards. It was announced last week that we won the Robert J. Brown National Award from the MBDA. I'll be flying to, thank you. So we'll be flying to Atlanta Monday to accept that award later in the week, but we're very proud of that award, and mostly because of what we're doing to give back to the community. In 2022, we were the Supplier of the Year for the NMSDC in our region, and then we won an award in Arizona the same year. So some of our existing customers on the federal side, we've got various Department of Defense customers to include the Army, Navy, Air Force, Navy Warfare, Customs and Border, U.S. Marshal's Office, other various federal and private customers as well. So this is a slide I really want to talk about. So what, first of all, as Yvette mentioned, I've been traveling with the Native Edge group for probably since 2019. I've traveled across the country. I've had the honor and the pleasure of being able to not just talk to a lot of small business owners, whether they're pursuing an opportunity, existing opportunity, or tribal enterprises. And it's amazing to see the help that this group gives. And they cover everything, right? So we've covered HR, how to do federal contracting. There'll probably be a part here on finance, but we're trying to cover everything that you guys would need to improve your existing business or start a business or grow, right? So there's one part that I think sometimes gets missed in a lot of these conferences, and that's leadership. And I can't speak for all of your companies, and I can't speak for my colleagues up here, but I will tell you this for certain, that the success of ClearCloud is its people. It's not me. If I've done anything well, I can get credit for it all. It's just going out and getting the right people. And so there is nothing more important. And whether you're a one-man band or a one-woman band, I don't know what you guys are doing individually, whether you want to sub everything out, but I'm having to assume that most of you are either have employees or going to have employees. And if you're going to grow to where you probably want to grow, you're going to improve your head count for employees. And for us, it's the most important. So this slide really kind of, next slide, I guess. This slide really kind of represents for us, I was driving my wife's hybrid the other day, and on the dash, it kind of shows you what's making the car run. It'll show you if it's a hybrid, so it'll show you if the power's coming from the battery or the engine. Some of you might have seen it if you drive a hybrid. And for us in our company, this is kind of our gauge right here. This is what makes us run. This is what powers us. And it's three main things, and it's first of all, it's integrity, it's taking care of our people, and it's giving back to the community. And we didn't come up with these because somebody said we need to come up with a vision statement or a mission statement. This is our hills to die on. This is what's under the hood. This is what drives us each and every day. And we talk about it in everything that we do because they're very important, and I'll cover them briefly here in a second. So how important is leadership? So if you look at just basic statistics, and since I first presented to this group in 2019, these statistics haven't changed. And for the most part, about 1/3 of all companies fail after 2 years. About half the companies do not make it 5 years, and 70% of companies fail within the first 10 years. So the chances of your longevity, the chips are stacked against you. And I used to have a slide up here, which was a survey nationally about what society admires. And it listed things from clergy and police and military all the way down to the bottom of the list, which was Congress. But ranked number 2 on that list, just behind clergy, was small business owners. Why is that? Because it's difficult, and they run the economy. So it's a difficult task, and there's several reasons that a lot of companies fail. Not having a business plan, not having financing, not being able to get the customers you want, growing too fast, right? There's a whole list. But amongst the top are leadership, failure in leadership, failure to plan. So when we talk about leadership, very briefly in the short period of time we have, I think about this guy right here, the coach of the Lions. I'm a football fan, and football is really, really important to me, and I like to relate to it a lot. But I think it was in 1991 that the Lions last won a playoff game. And they had the biggest drought in any major sport, baseball, basketball, football. They owned it right up until last year. And they actually came within 4 points of going to the Super Bowl. And if you have to look at them, there's several reasons what turned them around. They not only won their first playoff game in over 30 years, but they almost made it to the Super Bowl. And when I look at that team, and it's not my favorite team, I'm a Raider fan, but I'm not gang affiliated or anything like that. I got to look at this guy right here, and I got to say it was their leadership. It was the leader that really turned things around for them. And when I think about leadership, I think, first of all, about integrity. And we listed it on the last slide about one of the most important things that for us in our company. Now, when you talk about integrity, you first think, don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie. I think those are the first things that come to mind. But for us, those are givens. When we talk about integrity, we're talking about, I think the best word that comes to mind for me is humility. It's about taking ownership. It's about when you're wrong, you're wrong. It's about raising your hand. It's about how you carry yourself. It's about your character. And so that's very, very important to us, and it carries throughout everything we do. When we come to a fork in the road or we have an issue with a customer and we have to make decisions, big decisions on accounts or you name it, it's usually integrity that usually sides what direction that we go. And so it's something that's very important, and it starts out with the people that we hire. It's a big part of the conversation that we have. It's just really important. It's not just a cliche. Also, people I mentioned, they're your number one asset. They're also your number one responsibility. Bringing on the right people. We had a great presentation from a human resources professional that talked about the importance of your people. There is nothing more important than your people. And it starts with recruiting. Who are you going to get, and why is somebody going to come to work for your company? It's a completely different environment out there today than it was 5, 10, 15 years ago. For those of you that do the hiring, you know what I'm talking about. So what's going to lead people to your company? And so integrity is something we talk about in the first interview. It's their resume, it's their experience, it's their certifications, their previous job history. Those are all the things that get them into the front door at ClearCloud. But once we get them in front of us in the final interviews, we're talking about their integrity. We're talking about who they are and what they're all about, their character. And we're talking about ours. And we're talking about what's important for our character and how we operate and what's inside. And what in that last slide, we talk about integrity, taking care of our people, community involvement. And what we found is that we want to make it very clear to our people because that's what our company's all about. And it follows up with everything else that we do. And what we found is it attracts people of character. It attracts people that integrity is very important to them. And a lot of times after the fact, we talk to people, because the HR rep here that mentioned it right. You're recruiting them, but they're also vetting you. You're vetting each other. And we've had a lot of people, why did you decide to pick ClearCloud? They say, because of what you talked about, because of what you're giving back to the community, because I feel from the heart. And it's not just something we're blabbing on about. We're speaking from the heart who we are and about our integrity. Bringing on the right people. We have 65 employees right now. I think we'll have 70 if we're fully staffed. So I'm involved intricately in every new hire. I don't sub that out. I might have my HR manager go and recruit for me. I may have somebody else, critique the applications and all that. But when it comes to the hiring, there's not a single interview that I'm not involved in. I'm in every final interview. I'm in every review, personally. It's easy we're busy, right? I've got contracts from Florida to New Mexico, all over the country that we're very busy. Plus the work I do with the tribe. And that'd be easy to delegate, but we don't. We're passionate. I have to be involved. And then another thing I think that we often miss, and I call it constructive feedback, constructive criticism. It's human nature to want to get positive feedback, and it's good to give it. Don't misinterpret my message. You always want to give accolades to your team. You always want to recognize your team. I think that comes natural to want to get, and it's natural to want to give. It's easy to get it. It's easy to give it. We look for those opportunities. What's not so easy is constructive criticism and feedback. And a lot of times, it's certainly nothing people want to hear. But if you can coach your team to strive for that, some of the most successful people that I've ever mentored have been constructive of themselves. That constructive feedback, they thrive on it. And then again, I just can't speak enough about the word humility. I think it's extremely important. It's how you act. A lot of times you get in a disagreement or something goes wrong, and we look, what we look out the window. And we have a saying that is look when something goes wrong, look in the mirror, not out the window. Look at yourself first, or the 80-20 rule. Something goes wrong and 80% of it you have nothing to do with, but 20% you do. Spend 80% of your time looking at the 20% that you could have made a difference on. Those are very important, and it rolls down to your people, and you'll find that you'll gain respect from your people by owning up to what you did wrong more than proving that you were right. So humility is something very important. And then the last couple things in the short period of time we have here is just that, taking responsibility for your leadership is very important. Leadership doesn't always come natural. And so I had a great mentor years ago that inspired me. I was always on the road. I was either flying around or in a car driving multi-states. And I had a lot of windshield time. And this mentor asked me what I was doing with my time. And I was listening to sports radio is what I was listening to. Jim Rome, The Jungle. What a waste of my time. And he educated me that I could get even an education in my car. So I started, I turned off the radio, the music, or the sports broadcaster, and I turned on self-help, self-improvement tapes back then, cassette tapes, then CDs. Now it's all electronic or digital. But I would highly encourage you guys to take your own personal development and your own leadership training into your own hands, and it will roll down to your people. And then the last just couple things I'm just going to leave with, and that's giving back. And just in a nutshell, look, we come from the Native communities. I grew up on the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation. I know the obstacles that exist. I had, drug-addicted mother, alcoholic father. I was raised by aunties. I spent a Thanksgiving in a foster home, and I understand what the struggles are of growing up. But at about the age of 15, I stumbled across some mentors. At that age, I was doing drugs, I was growing dope, I was smoking dope, I was popping pills, anything I could do. I was a knucklehead heading down the wrong path. And it was because the mentors that I had were drug dealers. They're up in Humboldt County, right? Humboldt County is to the cannabis industry what Napa is to the wine industry. So it wasn't legal back then, so those were my mentors, the drug dealers. And then by the grace of God, I found myself with some mentors, and I got a job at the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department, which I thought was the worst thing in the world. And on day one, they didn't know what to do with me. They gave me a bucket of water, and I cleaned the jail cell, bars. But about lunchtime, the lieutenant came back and handed me a set of keys to the patrol car and asked me if I'd drive around the corner to get a bucket of chicken. And I'll never forget driving that patrol car, age 15, around the corner, maybe 2 blocks. And from that point on, I was kind of like the mascot of the substation, and the deputies took me under their wings, and they mentored me, and it changed my whole life. And so if we wonder, we all understand. I think it's very clear. We know where we're from, and we know the obstacles and the dilemmas that exist with the young people back on our reservation. The number 2 cause of death amongst natives 16 to 24, 16, 17 to 23, 24 is suicide. And the number 1's probably drugs. So when we think about that, we what's going to change that? And so I think if you ask me what's going to change it, I'd say it's the people in this room right here. And I think that you guys all know who those mentors are, and they're you. You're going to be the people that are going to mentor these young people because you're an example of success. And lastly, I'll just leave it, and I'm give these ladies the rest of the time, but we started the TRAIL program. It's transcending resources to advance, transcending resources to aspire Indigenous lives. It's the TRAIL program. And it's really designed as a mentorship program. It's not a jobs program. That doesn't excite a lot of young people on the reservation. It's not a training program. Those are sometimes a dime a dozen. But it's a mentorship program. And the whole idea is to get young people in front of mentors in different verticals and industries across the country from other tribes. So if you guys have time afterwards, I'll be here all day. I'll have a table in the back. Hopefully we can get some opportunity. We're looking for mentors. We're looking for people to drive this program. And we want to collaborate with folks across the country to see what we can do to inspire our young people. And with that, I'll turn it over to these guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. It's amazing. I have a disclaimer about Chris's giveaway that he was so generous to give everybody that's attending. Sorry, online viewers. But those that are in attendance for the res tickets, as well as they do need to be redeemed this year. And no, you can't give them away to somebody. So just a little FYI. But next up, Desiree, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Desiree Quintana. I'm a member of the Walker River Paiute Tribe. I'm also the executive director for the Intertribal Council of Nevada, which is the governing body of the 28 tribes in the state of Nevada. We're also a nonprofit and recipient of several federal and state grants. I apologize, I didn't prepare a PowerPoint presentation today, but I wanted just to share my experience in working with ITCN and what leadership means to me, and hopefully that is helpful to all of you. So I started with ITCN in 2003. I was a single parent looking to go back to college. I ended up finding out through ITCN that they had a child care development fund program that provided child care assistance to tribal members throughout the state of Nevada, so I took opportunity in that. It provided me it provided me with access to be able to go back to school, get my degree, and I had planned on working short time temporarily with the Intertribal Council of Nevada. However, through that work, I had various roles, and I ended up finding a huge passion in working for our tribal people. And so within those various roles, there's been a lot of challenges. I only became the executive director in June of 2019, after the prior executive director held his position for over 30 years. And through that, and understanding that not just within our tribal organization, but amongst our tribes, there's often a lot of challenges, barriers, turnover. And so what really I've learned and stayed now at almost 22 years, is that leadership is about creating meaningful and lasting change that goes beyond short-term success, and connecting to cultural values and traditions, not just with our tribes, but with our tribal community members, and being able to listen to tribal leaders, tribal community members, and then using that information to look towards long-term success. I'm also working diligently to create and foster environments of collaboration, partnership, where innovation is encouraged, and at the core, leadership is about service and sustainable growth. In my work with ITCN, it's not just about solving today's problems, which I'm sure most of you can relate, there's many, but then making sure that the people I work with, specifically in working with our underserved tribal communities, have resources and capacity to thrive long after I'm gone. Again, I apologize, I didn't have a PowerPoint presentation, so it was very brief, but if anyone has any questions specifically for me, that's about all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not right this moment. Okay, Ashley, you're up.
So I was working really hard not to fall off the stage and ran into the chair. That's kind of me. My name is Ashley Hemmers. I'm from the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe. We are in California, Arizona, and Nevada. Being in 3 states is a little rough, as you can imagine, especially with California and Nevada being PL 280 states. Does anyone know what PL 280 means? PL 280 is that the state has exerted jurisdiction over tribal governments and connection with their business as well. And so it kind of complicates things a little bit. One of the things that I work on with my nation, and I'll do it through a couple of stories, is I work to build capacity at the leadership and at the community level. So that means, you know, I get a lot of questions like, Ashley, what does that mean, right? In my where I currently sit with the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe is I'm their Chief Administrative Officer. So I manage the public and private arm of our nation. And when I got into working with my nation, it was about 2007. And we had a turnover in administration, a turnover in our electoral process, a new administration. I was contacted by the elected leader of my tribe, and he had found out that I'd graduated from college and wanted to know what I graduated in, and was telling me the story of how things were going, because like one of the presenters shared earlier, I also had my start in sales, first food sales and then other sales, and worked my way beyond that through a series of mentors who were able to get me to a next level and show me that education was a pathway to another route that could be successful and wouldn't lead me into places that often children on reservations find themselves. And so that was really helpful with me in terms of my path moving forward. And so when I had that conversation with the chairman of our tribe, he had started out talking about what it was like when I was gone for the last 4 years. Now, when I looked at it at the top, we saw something that you might see in your communities and in tribes across the country, a disarray of who manages what the position of the council is, what the executive casino does, what the board does, what the community does, who's going to help these kids doing graffiti, all of these things are coming in, right? And so when we looked at it, we're like, how are we going to share this story with our people, right? Because obviously we have to make revenue. Luckily, a lot of the leaders before, they ventured into businesses, and I like to say to my community, hey, not everyone was giving a Mojave a fair shot, right? We know right now today how hard it is to get capital and leverage and have those conversations about investments and banks, right? So we had what we had. And that transparency in leadership helped to share a bridge to my community that lifted away some of the blame. Because that's something that is very apparent in leading tribes as well, is a recognition of existing hurt and hardships that we have no control over healing overall, right? Because people are still talking about acknowledgments and what that means and all that stuff, right? But at some point, we have to draw a line in the sand and decide, all right, this is our history, but what's going to be our future? And so when I think about leadership, I often get questioned about reconnection because people come back to reservations looking to reconnect with a history, reconnect with family. And when they do come back to Fort Mojave, I applaud them for that reconnection commitment, but I also share and invite them to think about building what the future could look like, right? And those things can move forward on a parallel path. They don't have to, sometimes they mix a little bit, but we can still muddy through that because we're people, right? And sometimes as Indian people, we kind of like to say, no, you have to have this all buttoned up and do this, and then you can do this, and then you can do this, and then you can do this. But historically, that's not how businesses run, that's not how nations win wars, that's not how economies are built. And we are often communities that have those qualifiers put on us. No other community is looking at how is that history from where you were back then hurting us now, right? We're all probably getting all of the political campaigns for the last year. I wish that was part of the conversation, right? Just as a native. But I share that because when we looked at it, we saw at the community level the need to start uncovering all of these spaces, right? So then we had to ask questions. What is our tribal council responsible for? What are our tribal departments responsible for? How are they responsible for that? What are our businesses responsible for? What are our business leaders responsible for? How are we going to invite membership back in? How are we going to create space? And then how are we going to communicate that to our most vulnerable stakeholders so that they can understand why we need separation, rules, boundaries, so that we have the flexibility to increase capital, to grow revenue, and recycle that back into the community, in particular for me, into the reservation. So that was a process, right? And the way that we found was we put a case together that audited what this looked like. And then we used communication strategy to help share that to our community. So we became more exhaustive in our transparent efforts. We had, local feedback. We went to parent meetings. We went to elder meetings. We shared the finances. We did one-on-ones. We had annual reports. We gave reasons why annual reports were important in a language that meant something to like my auntie or my uncle who maybe not think about reports in return, right? And so we had to do that because we had to recognize that the systems we were trained in weren't necessarily the systems that were fit for our people. And our people's cultural, structural powers aren't necessarily built for the systems that we're trained in. So we had to think about how does that make sense overall? And how do we communicate to our people? And then how do we listen to our people so that we can realign what's important to us into the leading of the future? And so we did that. In 2007 to 2009, we exhausted that communication strategy. We showed where our businesses were. We put little emojis sometimes where it was just like sad faces of red on the PowerPoints, just so we can make those distinctions. And then as a community, something really awesome happened. People started talking about debt and recovery. They started talking about what types of qualifications people should have. And they started talking about wanting to be debt-free from legacy debt. And so one of the greatest achievements that my nation has given to our people most recently has becoming debt-free of legacy debt in a 10-year period across 17 industries for our nation, right? But that wasn't because of our diplomas and our, our brilliant strategy or a contract that helped us out, because sometimes that's where it's a little confusing, right? When we're rebuilding communities, when we're rebuilding our nations, then people like to talk about capacity, but that capacity can't just be at the decision-making spot. It has to be up and down the organization that you're doing. And so then we had to take that 10-year period to really isolate what type of capacity do our elected officials need? What type of capacity do administrators like me need or other executives need? What type of capacity do directors need that help provide a service or implement a service on the community? What type of capacity does our staff need so that if we need them to implement a strategy for us, then they're all on board? And in order to get that, then you're going to need a lot of the skills that have been talked about throughout this day. You're going to need to commit to one-year orientations with your leadership, with your upcoming leadership. Whenever I hire a new executive manager, they're with me for a year. And then they start their probation period. Because in my tribal community, you need at least 2 years, one to learn what's going on and one to see if you got it, right? And so we have to think about these things as leaders, and we have to commit to being responsible enough to implement them. And then sometimes, and this is hard for tribal leaders in the room, I know it's definitely hard for my elected officials when I say this, sometimes we have to let the folks that we've trusted to do their job. Sometimes that's where it is. And to our business folks, sometimes we have to let the folks that the people elected to look out for them on the whole, look out for them on the whole. And the way that we do that is we simplify our communication throughout our team. I have 1,300 employees, direct employees, and that doesn't include the additional businesses that work on our tribal economy throughout the tri-state area that help us to grow the capacity that we need to provide the services to our community. And my community is only 1,400 strong enrolled members. So that means our workforce is going to be super diverse, right? And so we have to think about those things in terms of that communication too. How do we share that spot? Because I'm not going to have a 2-year-old run a gaming institute. Like, the numbers don't make sense. The math is not mathing, right? So at any given time, I only have a short population of candidates that are Fort Mojave, and of those candidates, only a short population may be interested in science or business, and of those, only an even smaller population will be able to help us, right? And so what we saw is when we aligned these things and were able to spend the time to separate all of these polities and really create a flow of how this would work together, then we saw the flexibility of the microcosm where elected officials were able to be elected officials. The president wasn't running the casino, right? Like, that's not how these things work. That's not how they're designed on paper. And I know that there may be individual instances where people just have to make things happen. Trust me, I'm an operator. I get it. I know it. I've been there. I've done it, right? And so when we look at leadership, we really have to identify at each level the importance of what those roles are. Whether you're a staff member, team member, who's not enrolled member, right? But still valuable to the fabric as a whole, right? Still a valuable team member to what we're trying to do to support our community, right? They've chosen to work for my tribe. No one forced them to, they've chosen to. So when we think about that as an invitation, then we're able to have more expansive conversation of transformation rather than limiting conversation of blame and guilt. So something's funny. One of the things that's funny that happened, I'll just share this quick story. When we first started looking at how we were going to help our community over time, I'm very grateful. Our tribal chairman is really into health and fitness. His led by example, and we saw that the average lifespan for a member in our tribe in 2008 was about 56 years old. And our youngest person on dialysis was about 23. And so when we were looking at it, we were like, oh man, what's it? Okay, let's look at this. So we took one line item, right? We took one line item, we're like, well, what are we feeding people? Because we know we're feeding people. Our budgets are feeding people in their little nutrition stands and different things around the community. We had spent in 1 month, when we aggregated the data, almost $10,000 in soda. Throughout the whole organization. And that's how these things, they get over time, right? Because it's a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here when these budgets extrapolate over time, right? And so I was like, we might, our biggest health disparity is weight and access to fresh food and sugar. Sugar's having an impact. And so at the time, former Marine, right out of the service, ready to go, super healthy, told our whole community, we are not buying soda anymore. Which was great, unless you have like a grandma in front of you, like, where is that? Right? Like, so you have 1,400 people, like you're putting them on a diet, right? You're like, oh my God. So like really quickly we knew we got, we should have invested in like Crystal-like stock because we got those little packets, we had water, we had teas, we had different things, different supplements. But now, at that time, we only had 63 elders over the age of 65. And of that, only a handful were first language speakers. And now, as of this year, our population over 65 has doubled and is growing at the same rate of our 0 to 5 population, right? A little bit to do with the soda, right? We were probably a little kind of high-ended on that, but more to do with the transparency in what we were trying to do. That we wanted children on the reservation to grow in drug and alcohol-free, nonviolent environments. And I say that so easily because I say that all of the time. And so what I wanted to express to you is that when you're leading, whether at business or at your tribal level, really think about these larger considerations about the discussions you're having with your boards and what you stand for and how that aligns with the values that you're working for alongside the tribe or alongside, your native nation. And if you're an elected leader, really think about visioning the future. That sometimes it's hard to separate ourselves from the function, but when we are able to commit to that, then sometimes we can have what we usually conceptualize will take an eternity happen in a very short amount of time with good leadership. All right, thank you so much.
We have just a couple of minutes left. Are there any questions?
Yes, please.
Questions?
Any questions?
Again, not necessarily a question, but a request, and probably a request from the National Center is, can you put that speech into text and send it out to every single tribe, tribal leadership? But in all honesty, that is, and something that I mentioned in the beginning as well, is that there's not enough tribal leaders hearing this, and that's almost everywhere you go. I mentioned the first res conference that I went to, but that was also the same experience at as a tribal leader, one of the few tribal leaders that I know of attending the NAHARA. It's the National Native American Human Resources Association. People think it's HR. No, it's tribal law. It's everything our leadership should be going over. But it needs to be heard from other entities. And then, I don't know exactly what the answer is for that, but that was very good, and it's very true. Sometimes tribal leaders need to learn to let go, but a lot of times, especially young or new tribal leaders come in and they want to believe that, well, I came in to make these changes. It's my ideas that are going to change everything. I'm going to do this. And then we lose that focus, and then chaos erupts. But it was very good, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other questions? We could probably take one or two more questions. Yes, up here. Oh, who had a question back here? Okay.
This question is for Chris. What was the trail program again? I didn't get it written down.
Yeah, it's transcending resources to aspire native lives or indigenous lives. Transcending, and each of those words, even though I struggle to get through them, we selected for a very unique reason. And it's going above and beyond. And I think that what I'm finding, and I've traveled across the country with this group, and we hear the same message everywhere that we go. And when you think about the young people, the way they grow up, a counselor from the elementary school on the reservation explained it best to me. He said, Darren, a lot of these young kids, they wake up, he asked me if I was a poker player, if I've ever played poker. I don't know how many of you have played poker, but you play poker, you start out with a stack of chips in front of you. And as the game goes on, those chips either get bigger or they get smaller. And you play based on, the way you play is based on the chips you have. And when you got a lot of chips and you got a lot to lose, you can play the game differently. You can play more aggressive. When you don't have a lot of chips, you play very sporadically. You're just trying to hold on to the game. And he said a lot of these kids, they wake up every day and they don't have a lot of chips. They got just a small stack of chips. And that really resonated with me because it's like the terminology, the chips are stacked against you. And a lot of times that's the case. And I used to play poker once in a while with the boss that wanted me to play. And when I lose all my chips, all I have to do is explain to my wife, I lost $250, $300 and bought back into the game. But when one of these kids loses their chips, what happens? Is it a drug overdose? Is it suicide? So the question is, what can we do to build their chip count back up? And one of the things I explain when I get the opportunity to talk to young people is to explain to them that a lot of times, look, by act of Congress, tribes are disadvantaged communities. We are. It's not an argument. We are. We know that. And I always encourage people, you're going to go to, you check the box. Yeah, you're native, you're disadvantaged. Check the box, take advantage, 8A, all these different opportunities. You have to take advantage of them. But then leave it at that. Because for me, being disadvantaged was an advantage. And I think we need to explain to these kids that being disadvantaged can be an advantage. I grew up tough. I had to get by. And what I learned is I'd rather take a chance on a kid that had to overcome obstacles throughout their life than somebody that had a straight shot the whole way. Because I know they can overcome adversity. I know they can overcome difficulty. I know that that's what made me strong. When our ship hits storms, we're able to sail those seas because what we've been through before, what I've been through before. So I encourage them is to not you can be a victim, but you don't have to have a victim mentality, and that you actually, by being disadvantaged, have an advantage over the other person. And I think we need to put that in their head, and lead by example, and show that if we can do it, they can do it.
All right, so first of all, thank you all for sharing. And Ashley, that was really inspiring. So just to piggyback off of Sorrel, I imagine that it wasn't always the up and down accountability with everybody. So for instance, I sent this invite for this conference to all of our council members, staff who would probably benefit from this and this information, and I'm the only one who came. And I also reminded them, hey, this is tomorrow, this is this week, and nobody's here. And it's something that we're really promoting because one of the things that tribes always talk about is economic development. How do we sustain our tribes? How do we make money? And then when we have these opportunities and free opportunities to attend things like this, and now we get to go to Res, and we're saving the tribe money. How did you get I guess we could start with the council to buy in again and hold themselves accountable and also understand that it's their responsibility as well. It's not just the chairman that has this responsibility on their shoulders. It's all of council, and we all have to attend these things and all have to get educated, and we all should be sharing the positive stuff about our community, and we all should play a role in communicating to our community. And I guess it trickles down to the members and everybody else, but specifically for council people.
Is it pushed upward? Here, you can use this one.
Oh, there it is. That's a great question. You know, I think it's really important. I always tell this to my staff. It's not always rainbows and glitter, especially for someone who works in tribal operations. For me, I'm the highest non-elected tribal official of my nation, so I get the honor and privilege of working for my community, but that also comes with a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, working with elected officials, and then also working with silos in different departments as well, right? Because that's pretty hard and difficult work to do too. And so one of the things that really helped me is honing in on identifying my own leadership capacity and strengths, and really understanding the intent I had for the work that I'm doing, so that it could be project aligned to help get away from the disappointing overwhelm that could set in if you are constantly inviting to the table, and maybe, you know, maybe they're hearing you but not really acting on those things, right? And so it does take a little bit of OT, some overtime stuff, not overtime, but you have to have consistency over a period of time. And, you know, for me, what worked really well is to the point earlier, you know, I was raised by a single mom on the reservation. We made it do. So sometimes I had to heed into the leadership strengths that came from my community too. That girl that made it out of that space and really put on a little bit of my gangster, because my mama, she's a little G, right? So, yeah. And then circle yourself with a community of folks who are able to help be there for you when things don't go well, right? That are able to be a sounding board, finding a mentor in your space that will help you, so that when you say, hey, I'm gonna send this invite, then you get positive feedback too. It may not be coming directly from the folks that you wanna see that positivity from, but you have a feedback loop that will help you keep that inertia over time. And sooner or later, what's going to end up happening in smaller tribal communities, as at least been in my experience, it may not be the people who have the authority to make the decision, that will make the decision. It might be the person who kind of like, you know, turns the neck of that person, right? Might not be the head, but if you can find the neck, then you're in good spaces, right? And if people start learning and are becoming curious about why you're into these things, that's a really good space to start, because then those questions will help build community over time. And then it'll be a less of, hey, I sent you an invite, less of a struggle of whether or not they're gonna receive it, and more of you being able to work and walk forward, knowing that it would be great if they could all go to res today, right? If they came, your whole council would have gone to res from the National Center, right? And so now you get to tell that story, maybe not like that to the people, but hey, I decided to go to this training because I wanted to learn about these things, and from that I get to go to represent our people at this national conference, and these are gonna be the things that I'm gonna bring back home to you. And then when you're able to really cultivate that, then it won't be your burden anymore. It'll be other eyes that are looking at elected officials like, hey, well, what are you doing, right? And sometimes, you know, it's not all rainbows and glitter. You gotta work the environments that you're within as well. Hopefully that helps.
So this question is for the board. I know that in certain leadership roles, they feel like they should be running everything, and they're not always letting the people that are supposed to be supporting them do their job. So they may know everything about what they do, but they may not be so great at managing. I work with a small company, and the owner knows his product back and forth, but he's not the best manager. And I had an HR person ask me what do you think I could say to this gentleman to kind of let him know that I need to be doing this and not him? So I guess I would ask, do you have any advice where you have a person who's in that leadership role, but maybe not be the best manager, but just to kind of make them aware of what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times we fail. We think that the best person that does their job is the next best leader, right? We often, they do this job well, so we're going to promote them without the leadership skills. So it's a difficult thing. And so I think that's why it's really important to develop your people along the way. But also I think we have to empower our people. And most leaders, CEOs, whatever, you think of themselves as or any level of leadership. You're the quarterback, right? You're running the team. You're the quarterback. You're handing out the ball. You're calling the plays. And I try to manage a little differently and be a blocker on the line that opens up a hole for my people to run. And it's that mentality. And when you see that you empower people like that, it's again, I can't stress enough how important it is that our company is successful because we get the best people. And I think it's you take coaches in the NFL, they get to be a coach, and it's their first coaching job, and they go and hire people around them that aren't quite as smart as they want because they want the lead role, right? But the most successful new coaches hire the smartest people in the industry, smarter than them, and let them do it. And I think it's really teaching that. And I think the best way to answer that question is to lead by example. And and it starts at the top, right? And it's letting people know I'm not the smartest person, you are. And you know, and something I learned a long time ago, listening to Zig Ziglar. For those of you that remember the motivational speaker 100 years ago, but he said, you want to be successful, you surround yourself with successful people and empower them and get out of their way and let them run. And it starts with finding the right people. I hope that answered that a little bit. I don't know if I butchered that or not.
All right. I have one. Oh, you're going to ask this question?
I was going to say, I'm actually the person that you're speaking about. I actually struggle with this a lot in my leadership role because we have had a lot of turnover, a lot of changes, not just within our organization, but also at the board level, which is also constantly changing. So I'm one of the people that takes on more than I can chew most of the time. I know those that know me know that, and I have a really challenging time to delegate those things out and trusting in the staff that's been hired to take on, the workload. But as stated from, some of our other tribal leaders, the invitation has gone out. Same thing with ITCN. I've sent this out to all of our employees. When we're fully staffed, we have 100 staff. We have 9 different directors. I'm the only one here today representing as well. So I think reaching out, I think Carla, as you all know, she's a great asset, great resource. I contract with her. She's great in giving me some guidance. We had a chat this morning. She said, you need to learn how to delegate. You need to learn how to trust, your staff and how to motivate and encourage people to take on, the duties and workload. You can't do it all yourself. And if they screw up, sometimes they screw up. But that's how you're going to become more of an effective leader by, releasing that and not taking on all the roles and responsibilities yourself.
And I think too, I believe it was in Carla's presentation when she said when you're hiring folks, sometimes you hire because of a vibe. When you have a manager who has a trust issue or a leader who has a trust issue, sometimes they do connect with employees. Like obviously they connect with you in some capacity, but because they're often going off of that feeling because they might be hyper-focused on the tool, the service, whatever. And so one of the things that we work on in some of our businesses and departments is helping to expand that trust. And then that's a little bit hard to do, right? And especially if personalities don't click. And so what we've been refocusing on that's been really beneficial in the last few years is building the capacity so that those orientation models or those SOPs, they're all animated. So it's like video. So you use, new apps to, say if this happens, this is what we expect, this is the expectation. You feed that through that leader, you get that endorsement of it, then you can provide examples of how your team ran with it, and that will help build their trust so that they know it gets done. Because they've probably been in a situation one too many times where the thing that was supposed to get done didn't, and it fell on their shoulders. And so being able to cultivate that in other ways and then providing them examples will help expand that trust. Because learning how to delegate and do those things very difficult if you haven't had the opportunity to practice it.
So one more question. Okay. Okay. My name is Ron Turner, Turner Electric, C10 contractor for California. So with my company, how would my company help you in your endeavors? What are you looking for exactly from the construction side of it? How can my company help you guys? That's the question for all three of you.
Teaming opportunities, right? We're always looking for people with capacities. And that's also, I think everybody here, especially if you're starting out, needs to understand is don't try to be a prime right off the bat. We grew by being a sub. I'm glad I didn't get the first contract I ever had the opportunity to get because I would have failed miserably. But we operated as a sub for a long time. So we find that we go out and look for the best people out there. So you know, share your information, and also when you're going after that big contract, don't be afraid to not go after it alone. You know, years ago the SBA frowned upon these big teaming opportunities because a lot of people were a shadow company, right? You were just a fake company to help somebody get their foot in the door. Today they encourage it because they know that it's hard to get there without the bigger company that can help. So we do both now. We prime a lot of projects, but we also go in as a sub as well. So give me your information, and it's just your performance. Obviously, that past performance is really important, right? Your capability statement and what you can do and your people. So we'd be happy to network. That's a lot of the work we do. We don't do it alone, especially C10.
Thank you to our panel. Let's give them a round of applause. And I hope that you'll be able to stay till the end of the day and provide some additional insights at our roundtable discussions. Next, we have Kaya Jackson. She's going to introduce our next speaker. And thank you all for your participation.
Okay, that was awesome. I always love a good dialogue between the speakers and the audience. Kind of on that note, to our online audience, if you have questions, there's a chat box in the live stream area where you're able to submit questions, and Riley in the back will raise his hand and let us know that you guys have a question, and we can get that answered. Next, we have Sandra Rentos with the Nevada SBDC, and she's going to be joined with Kathy Halberdier, and she is with Nevada, California SBDC. She does a little work with both. And then they also brought the U.S. Commercial Service rep for the area, Janice. Janice is standing up in the back. If you could wave, Janice. Any export questions, you guys can reach out to him, but we're going to talk about the SBDC, which is Small Business Development Centers programs. They have export financing and also access to capital. I just wanted to make a little note with the time. I did give these guys a little bit more time off of our agenda, so just kind of making note of that. It was 1:15. They're going to go on for about 45 minutes, and then John's going to come on again. All right. Thank you, guys. You want this one? Okay. Okay, and I'll just take one for questions.
So good afternoon. Let me see. This is. Wait, you can talk in this. Okay. Okay, I can talk in this one. Okay. on? Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sandra Rentas. I'm a business advisor for the Nevada SBDC at the Reno office. And here I brought my colleague, Kathy Halbardier. She's also with Nevada SBDC at the Reno office, and she covers the rural part of the state, and she also works for the California SBDC as well.
How many here are familiar with small business development centers? Awesome. I'm very happy. As you know, we were created in 1985. We brought the funds to the state of Nevada. We weren't the last, but we weren't the first to become a small business development center. And we were brought to the state in 1985 under a contract with the Small Business Administration. So even though we're not employees of the Small Business Administration, we operate under the programs and services that the Small Business Administration provides. We're kind of what we would call the boots on the ground, the foot soldiers that work directly one-on-one with the clients.
And we have 13 offices in the state of Nevada, so we definitely have 4 offices in Clark County in Las Vegas. We have 2 offices in Reno, and we have offices in the rural part of the states as well. And I know Kathy works with a lot of tribal communities.
Absolutely. Just a little bit about our primary funding partners. One of the things that I really love about the way our Small Business Development Center works, we're a little different than the way I operate in California. We're housed at the University of Nevada, Reno. And one of the beauties about working at the universities, we have access to the students. So Sandra and I are counselors, and we take the lead and work with the clients. But we tap into the enterprising thought processes of UNR students that are studying accounting, finance, marketing, journalism. And they help do market research, put financial projections together, and they team up and work with our clients. The win-win of that is that our clients now have access to a broader base. The students are working with real-world solutions, and they get to put those solutions on their resume and demonstrate to a potential employer that they're working in the real world, working with what is one of the largest employers, small businesses.
And also, being based at the university, the university has access to a great database, so you can go to the library and find out information, about market research, about international, financial benchmark. So the university sometimes pay $5,000, $10,000, or $20K a year for those databases, and they're available to you, to the community. You just have to make an appointment with the business librarian, and they can help you find out that data for your research, for your request for proposal, government contracting, so that's available as well.
One thing I wanted to mention too was our contributing partners. I thank you to the woman who works with Douglas County. They are a big funding source of ours as well. So, but we also work with Google. We were awarded a Google Award, and we're very much entrenched with the Governor's Office of Economic Development to do a lot of our programs and services.
So our services, the great thing, there's no cost. They're confidential, they're one-on-one. You can do an appointment with the Nevada SBDC or the California SBDC, and they're free. And also, we have a training calendar, and you can participate and, listen to those classes. They have finance, international, government contracting, startup assistance, how to do financial projections. They have classes for healthcare providers. So leadership, everything. So they're free. And also you can access classes in the whole SBDC network. America's SBDC, they have more than 1,000 nationwide. I even myself sometimes take classes from other SBDC as well, because I learn.
And one of the things I wanted to say, I don't know if there's anybody here from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Okay, maybe they already left. But we have a signature training program that we're known for, and it's called, used to be called Next Level, it's now called Sprint to Scale. What our goal is in working with that program is it's a 10-week program. And the way that the program works is we're working with the businesses to be what we call lender or investor ready. We're putting together a business plan that meets the guidelines of those two audiences, as well as just their own audience, and keeping the history of their businesses for future use. And that it gets them to a completed business plan at the end of the 10 weeks. So it's a signature program that we've come up with. All right, my dear, I'm going to let you go through the next one.
Yeah, we already talked about market research strategies, that we hired the students, and we had demographic data as well. We have Brian Bonifat that has, personalized information. If you want to know how many cars, they're driving for certain areas of the Reno area, that he can provide that information to the counselors, and the counselor provide it to the client. Some of them are confidential, but he can give you kind of a benchmark about it. And I'm going to talk about international trade assistance. SBDC definitely help with international trade assistance. So if you have a product or service that you're thinking to export, definitely we have many opportunities. There are many services and organizations that can assist you to do that. So I wanted to start with the push and pull effect exporting. Sometimes, I have a lot of clients that come, I know somebody who lives in this certain country, and they said they can help me promote my service, or you got an email. But definitely, I really wanted to encourage that we have the SBDCs, we have the U.S. Commercial Services. I don't know, Janice is still here? Yes, so Janice is with the U.S. Commercial Service. They're part of the U.S. Department of Commerce, and they are connected with embassies and consulates. So I don't know, Janice, if you want to talk briefly. I know he needs to leave. So thank you for being here. He's a great resource regarding international trade.
Hi, everyone. My name is Giannis. I'm the director of the Northern Nevada Export Assistance Center. The agency I work for is the U.S. Commercial Service. We're a branch of the U.S. Department of Commerce. So we have about 400 employees scattered around 103 offices throughout the United States. And our sole mission is to help U.S. companies export their products. So we do this through matchmaking. You come to me and say, hey, can you find a buyer distributor in Brazil to help purchase our products, our widgets, and so forth. We do market intelligence, we do counseling. Hey, can you sit down and help me sort of develop an exporting strategy? We do this all the time. So I know most of you are probably, I don't know, well, on a show of hands, how many are currently exporting? I'm curious. No one, interesting. Tourism, yes, tourism does count, tourism does count. Is anyone manufacturing, like, or anyone do manufacturing, like widgets or anything like that? Interesting, yeah. You will be, okay. So yeah, I just wanted to introduce myself. I don't have anything sort of set up, and I don't want to take away from their time. But if you're looking to export, I would suggest going to our website, trade.gov, and there you can find a plethora of resources. You can also find your local export assistance center based on zip code, and I would encourage you to reach out to them. And then I'll be here for a little bit. So if you have any questions, feel free to grab me, and then yeah. So thank you for your time. And
thank you, Janice. Yeah, Janice helped one of my clients to get into Thailand and Vietnam, and he was able to kind of plan meetings between the buyer, my clients, and some sellers, which was great. So I'm very grateful because they have the connection with the embassies and consulate that we don't have. So I really encourage people to have that effect, when you want to do export a product or service, and I know maybe you're considering to consider it, and to attend trade shows. I know U.S. Commercial Service is going to have trade shows to India, Singapore, and Hong Kong on March 2025. So, and I know they're expensive, but sometimes there's a grant called the STEP grant that they can help you subsidize the travel costs, translation costs, if you want to attend a trade show as well. Right now, you can contact us if you have information, if you need information regarding that STEP grant as well. So one of the benefits of exporting, it is, definitely increased sales. During the recession, those companies that, they were desperate and they didn't know what to do, they decided, let me export to another country. And I heard many stories that they really were successful. Exporting, they increased the sales. 95% of their clients live outside the United States. So there's a world out there who really want U.S. products. and they will pay for it. So let's consider that option if you have a product or service. Not necessarily for products, it's also for services as well. It helps you diversify the market opportunity. Maybe you have a product that the life cycle is short or is ending in the US, but maybe in another country it is in a different stage. So those are great opportunities. And also exporting create employment in the US. So I would highly consider to think about it. And if you don't know, I have no clue where I should support. Let's talk to us, and maybe we can find what is the right market for you. We also, United States has these free trade agreements, definitely, for all these countries. So, why are free trade great? Because reduced tariff, they welcome U.S. customers from another country to have an open policy and trade. And I give you an example. Brazil is a very difficult country to do business. They don't want other people to come. But these countries here, they have that option. And also we have the United States, Mexico, and Canada, which is mostly where the U.S. companies export to Mexico and Canada. We share the neighboring countries where we live. So, can you do the next one?
I just was going to say, as a part of the free trade agreement, with the trade shows or trade tours that our GOED, our Governor's Office of Economic Development, does, is also they happen in the reverse. We had a group come over here from Honduras and spend about a week with us at the SBDC, and we took them around to showcase what was unique about their product and how they might penetrate the U.S. and come into our market space and sell their products here, which led for some of our businesses to be able to start building relationships with those people and do some work back and forth with each other. So these trade tours are really very beneficial, and there are some supporting dollars to help offset the costs of them.
Definitely. And I just want to mention, definitely, like as a dislike, if you can do the next slide as well. Definitely exporting is a privilege. Right now it's not that difficult to export because we have the internet, we have the resources, but definitely you have to be careful with some export regulations. Some people ask me, do I need a license to export? Not necessarily. If you have a product that it will be considered dual use, and I give you an example. If you sell kitchen knives is for kitchen, but it can also be used as a weapon. So then you will need an export license. And you have to check definitely who are gonna use the ultimate party is gonna receive it. If I'm gonna say I'm gonna send the products to Italy, but they ended up Italy is gonna re-export it to China or Iran or those banned countries, definitely you are in trouble. So you have to make sure that you're complying. And maybe if your product it has a dual use, you will need an export license, and that's to the Bureau of Industry and Security. Can you do the next slide as well? And this is what we can help you as well. As I mentioned, market. If you're ready, definitely if you're starting your business. We would like to work mostly for exporting for companies that are already established, that they prove their concept in the U.S., but we can help you find out the market, if your company is ready, if your product is ready, if there's some financial resources. And I know the SBA has some loan products for exporting as well. And if you have a business plan as well, which countries, do you know how to do business in these countries? The culture, what is the regulation, the tariffs, we can help you, and then international market research as well. The next one. Yeah, thank you. And as I mentioned, there are different loan products. We have the Export Working Capital, which is 90% guarantee from the SBA. We have the Export Loan Program and the International Trade Loan as well. This one is particular and is very important because if there's competition or there's your products are, they want to bring back facility to the U.S. and there's an importing company that is threatening your product, that's probably the right product for you as well. And we can talk later about different, in detail, if you're ready to have an export. Yeah, and I think one of the next slide, we're going to talk about Exim Bank. And then I talk about the X-Step grant. That's a grant. So it's not a loan. You don't have to pay, but not all the state receive that. the X-Step grant. Nevada right now doesn't have any funds. We are, we're hoping that by next year we have some grants for the STEP grant, and I know California has a STEP grant available, and they come in cycles, so you can check in the website as well. In Nevada, it's managed by the governor's office. I'm not really sure who is managing the California, but we can find out that information. If you can do the next slide, please. And these are some state and federal resources, so we are not the only one who assist you with exporting. As I mentioned, U.S. Commercial Services, Janice was here. They're the one, as I mentioned before, they have access to embassies and consulate. And I give you an example. I have a client that approached SBDC because he has a client in another country, I don't want to mention the country, that owe him like $40,000. So, he said, should I go to the arbitration process? So what I do, I contact U.S. Commercial Services. The U.S. Commercial Services contact the embassy in that country, and they try to contact the client. Of course, it's no guarantee, but they try to at least facilitate communication. Because the U.S. sometimes has a ban list of sellers in different countries. So they're trying to help my client to get that money back. So those are great services at U.S. Commercial Services. We have the Office of International Trade. They're located in Las Vegas for the state of Nevada. That's part of the SBA. We had the District Export Council, and I would love to have a Native American member being part of the District Export Council. That's part of the U.S. Commerce as well. And they have a national conference in D.C., and they talk about legislation, they talk about exporting. But here in Nevada, they're based in Las Vegas, but we also have a meeting virtual in Nevada as well. So if you can check that, the District Export Council, we have the SBA as well, they have products, loan products for exporting. We have the Exim Bank, which is definitely the import van of the U.S. to provide financial assistance in credit insurance. That's very important. And we have the SBDC as well with the different programs. And if you have any questions about exporting, feel free to reach out to me after the presentation. And I'm going to leave with Kathy. I know we talked before about the SBA loans. She was a former banker, so that's one of her expertise.
I'm still in recovery from banking. One of the things I did, as you all know, one of the things I did want to also mention as a part of those of you that are in manufacturing, as Sandra mentioned about the STEP grant, they all come in cycles. And there's the Manufacturing Extension Program. There's a MEP center in every state, just like there's an SBA in every state. And the beauty with the manufacturing program is they have a program that's called Export Tech. And during that program, you're married up with manufacturing counselor as well as students to help write an export plan so that you can be export ready based on what the targets of the governor's office for exporting to particular countries. For a long time, there was a big relationship with Poland, and they were very interested in receiving U.S. products in Poland and bringing Polish products here to the United States. And that was a huge program. Again, some of these programs are cyclical. That's why we make ourselves available to let you know if those programs are available. To just speak not to just exporting, has anybody here had a very, very positive experience in trying to find financing in this market right now? I do not see a show of hands. What we're finding, and I had a traditional bank, we're not going to name any lenders today, okay? But I consider traditional banks meaning the bigger banks that you have your deposits with. Then we have credit unions, and then we have alternative lenders. And so kind of going to go through that. And I had one of the traditional banks, and I asked them about, are they doing startup loans? And anybody want to guess what they said to me? Come on, somebody's got to guess. Here's what they said to me. If they've been in business for 2 years and they have a positive cash flow, we'll take a look at them. Now, if you're a startup, how in the world are you ever going to get to that point? And if you're in a positive cash flow, would you really need financing, right? So one of the things that I want to talk a little bit about is some of the places where we're seeing. For the longest time, when they took that kind of tactic earlier on in the year, and granted, they had some concerns because there had been a couple commercial banks that failed, so they were concerned of being maybe put on a watch list or being at risk. So we talked to some of the other ones, and the credit unions were ones that were moving money. And one of the things that we found during the pandemic with the PPP loans, some of the credit unions, one of them, the ones in Nevada, they helped me do a loan, a payroll protection plan loan for a business that was in the U.S. Virgin Islands. They didn't require that you were a depositor or that you become a depositor. They just wanted to see these businesses get relief. Even now, I found that they're not doing lending, and they've suspended lending for the next 9 months. I think everybody's kind of watching what's going to happen. But one of the ones that we do see, and we're seeing more of them come into the state of Nevada, and we're fortunate to already have them in California. The first one I'm going to talk about is Rural Nevada Development Corporation. I've been on their board and their loan committee since about 2004. And one of the things that when I first got on the board, it was almost kind of like, do you really want to advertise this? But we were considered the lender of last resort. And so what that meant is you couldn't get traditional financing at a lending institution. So you would come to us with a decline letter, and we would take a look at it because we lend in the 15 rural counties in the state of Nevada. That's limits Clark County and Washoe County because of the population base. So what we were trying to do was be an economic engine, get economic development happening in these rural communities. Now we are finding that we've got a lot of diverse lending sources. We get funds from Charles Schwab, we get funds from USDA, we get funds from SBA, and some other private sources. So we can be more creative in how we do our lending in these rural communities. We're also seeing, I have to go to my acronyms. Has anybody here that possibly lives in the state of California heard of RCAC? Yeah, Rural Community Assistance Corporation. Again, they're an alternative lender, and where they channeled their energies when they first got started with rural communities. I believe they first started in California. They're in Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and I believe they're also in Idaho. And they're coming to the state. And they're ones that are looking at loans that are for consideration within the state of Nevada. And then we have another one that's just come in, CRF, Community Resource Financing, and they're another one that's coming into the state, which is giving new blood to the state of Nevada and the state of California for finding lending sources, especially if you're in a startup phase or if you just need a small working capital micro loan. A lot of them don't do 504s, which that's an SBA term. Basically what it means is you're applying for and buying real estate. But they do all of the working capital loans. And one of the things that I'd like to sort of dispel as a misnomer is when you talk about SBA, really what you're getting is an SBA guarantee. You're not dealing directly with the SBA. The only time that we've dealt directly with the SBA as a borrower in some of the counseling that we've done is during the pandemic. All of the EIDLs, the Economic Development Injury Loans, were done through the SBA. You work directly with the SBA. And then during the fires, we had, in our area that we were servicing, we had the Dixie Fire, we had the Caldor Fire. So we were doing a lot of the disaster loans. Those are done directly with the SBA. But when you're applying for the 7As, the 504s, the Community Advantage loans, some of those other programs that they have, you're dealing with a bank that submits to the SBA for the guarantee. So a lot of people think, well, I'm just going to call the SBA because you're not giving me the answer you want. And quite frankly, the SBA is going to tell you to call the SBDC. So we kind of do ping pong, and we're trying to prevent that from having to happen. But those are some of the other lending programs that are out there that help us combat when the traditional lenders are not really moving money, so to speak. And that's where we try to bring those programs into the communities and look at them as possible alternatives for going to find financing. All right, next slide, please. The microloans, you want to touch? Oh, yeah, and the microloans. Under the microloans, especially during the pandemic and sometimes during some of the disaster loans, if these microloans are under $25,000, often we can do those based on the credit score and the cash flow capability of the business, meaning we don't have to have that reliance on collateral. When you get over 25,000, they like to see collateral. That's one of their alternative sources of repayments. So, but the good thing about the microloans, especially for some of my startups, or for some of the ones that are small, they might have started by selling at farmers markets or selling at farmers markets, and then they want to get a food truck, or they want to become more mobile and go to more farmers markets. Those under 25,000 can really be beneficial for getting some working capital into the business. And then the one thing I did want to say, and I believe it was Darren that said it, is the government contracting. We do a lot of work with government contracting. I had a gentleman that I worked with, and we were able to get him, he landed a government contract, and he's one of these just very innovative, creative guys. He was a geologist, archaeologist, historian. And so he landed his first contract, and he does monitoring on construction sites. And he was able to be the prime on the first one. And then he was out on these jobs and we got him a line of credit so that he could advance the dollars before he got reimbursed by the government. But what happened is he was the prime on the first one. But what became very beneficial is as he was out on his sites, he met a lot of the general contractors that take on these bridge projects and schools and office buildings for government agencies. And he's landed 7 more contracts. But he's been invited to apply as the sub, meaning he doesn't have to manage the entire thing. And he's well over 1.2 to 1.5 million just in the government contracting that he's been able to bring into his business, and has since hired 6 more people. So it's often you want to pay attention to those RFPs and RFIs, any request to see if you might somewhere fit in what I would call the food chain of all the needs of that particular contract, and then try to work with the contracting officers. We in the state of California, or state of Nevada, sometimes I forget which state I'm in the state of Nevada, we do, and you might check it out for those of you, we do what's called Where's the Contract? And that's one of the training programs that you'll see on our training calendar on our website. And one of the beauties about that is you can start to meet contracting officers, because the contracting officers will come in and they'll explain about how they send out their RFPs, what they look for in the proposals. They'll tell you what they look for in a capability statement. So it's kind of it goes back to what Sandra was talking about before, the push-pull. When you register with government contracting, you're hoping that you're going to get sent all these RFPs because you're a match for several of these government contracting awards. But you can also go in, meet the contracting officers at some of these seminars, or go in, because every RFP, well, I shouldn't say every, depending upon the dollar amount, they get posted. And one of the things that we show you in our website for Apex for the state of Nevada is where you can go in and do the reverse lookup. Go and see what certain agencies are buying right now and see if you might be a solution, and then you can directly apply for those. So kind of a push-pull in that realm as well. And I think we have... Yeah, the Center for Regional Studies, what we really like about it, it has demographic data, it has sales data, it really helps us to say, okay, I'm looking at this particular region and I want to know how many competitors are in a 30-mile radius, what the demographics are in a 30-mile radius. That's what our Center of Regional Studies does. They're a big, what I would call a data warehouse. They have access to all kinds of data, and they can really help us help our clients. But then they also take on bigger projects for city, county, and local governments, and they'll do what we call the CEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. And that has become very important in our state in terms of applying for government grants through our development district, and for a lot of our businesses substantiating their loan requests by saying, this is what's going on in my particular region. These are the needs, and I fulfill those needs, so I believe I'm a candidate for these types of funds. So it's a great area for just resource, a storage house of all kinds of data that we can access for our clients, and then we also use with our local governments. as we showed earlier, we're partnered very strongly with the University of Nevada, Reno. That's where our home office is, but we have offices at UNLV, but we also have offices with chambers, county governments, because they all support our program and bring our program in so that the thought process is we have access to this program right here in our community. And that's kind of what we can do through the Center for Regional Studies.
And they mostly work with primary data, that's, for Department of Taxation, etc. So we also have Made in Nevada. It's like the Etsy. It's the longest standing initiative from the state of Nevada. Used to belong to the governor's office. So if you have a product or service, you can become a member, and it's no cost to become a member, and you can sell your products there. We don't take any commission or anything. So check it out. It's great. I think it's so easy to promote your services or products. The only thing, you have to be 51% made in Nevada, but it's a great opportunity to promote your small businesses in our area as well. Yeah.
The other thing I would say about the Made in Nevada program is they do quarterly events, and they host them at a Made in Nevada business, bringing in other Made in Nevada businesses to be able to showcase, so that we want people to build off of each other. It started, was really cool, was a buy local campaign. And what we found was that even our own government was buying forms and other supplies from other than our local state vendors. And we found that we had one of the county governments or city governments was buying all of their printed forms from a printing company outside of the state of Nevada. And we have, anybody here heard of R.R. Donnelley? They are one of the largest printing houses in the country, and they're right there in Sparks, Nevada. So we're going all the way out of state when we have that local resource right here. And so they took it to the legislature, and now it's mandated that 25% of any state or local government has to purchase from a Nevada-based business unless that particular product or service is not made in the state of Nevada. So we're embracing Made in Nevada, buy local, shop local, all of that. And it's spilled over to what we now call Nevada grown. And so we're bringing in Nevada-made products. Italian Hearts pasta, killer salsa, beef jerky, honey, lambs or alpaca wool. All these things that are made or grown or somewhat significantly transformed in the state of Nevada are now part of this whole program. And we're trying to really showcase what we have as unique and diverse products and services in the state of Nevada. So we're kind of proud of that program, and we created a passport. I owned a winery and was in the ag program, so the Nevada grown as well as the Made in Nevada was very near and dear to my heart. And it's kind of fun. We created a passport, so you can go to every Made in Nevada brewery, distillery, or winery and get a stamp, and you win a Made in Nevada basket if you fulfill all of it within a calendar year.
And we have Native American members, absolutely. Yes, that they sell their jewelry as well at the website, so yes. We also have the Business Environmental Program. There are few SBDC that has that program, and we're very proud and lucky to have them. There's a team of 4. They're housed as MV Energy in Reno. Chris Lynch is the director. So if you have a business that you need, information about power, or lighting, or how do I dispose this oil, hazardous materials, they're not a regulatory agency, so they can go and give you advice. They're only 4 for the whole state of Nevada, so they travel and they assist clients for free, which is a great team, so definitely especially manufacturing, you need those kind of advice, yes.
Pre-regulatory. They come in before the regulators come in so that you don't get in trouble with the regulators. And they also have the air quality program, and that's used very much widely throughout southern Nevada. They get a lot of the winds and the dust.
Yes. And I think the last 2 slides that we have, So we just want to know, during COVID, we were the only state agency open, and we were receiving more than 100 calls per day. So people were desperate, and this is how much impact we have during COVID. You know, supported, job supported, client serves, loan approved, and capital funding. Of course, the capital funding came, that's the PPP, the payroll protection programs, and the EIDL, the economic development, the economic injury disaster loan as well. So definitely we are a great resource, you know, and I also advise people, you know, I hope COVID doesn't happen again, but it's another agency. We were the first one to know the regulations, the law. We were trained by the SBA every week because they were changing constantly. So even if you sign up as a client and you receive that email, because there were many people who missed on the PPP, unfortunately. They didn't know about it. They said, I'm self-employed. I'm not up. Yes, self-employed people were able to get PPP, but because they were not part of the SBDC or they were not a client, they didn't know. So even just to receive information is a good idea to be a member of any SBDC, especially Nevada or California, wherever you're located. And this is the economic impact for 2022.
And I think the reason we show those is to show that we're held accountable to the funds that we receive from the Small Business Administration. The goal of our counseling is to have an impact with that business, whether we're helping them move forward. It could be financing, it could be some alternative sources like we had recently in the state of Nevada, what was called the RISE Award. And what the clients had to do is they applied and worked with us to create a work plan. They had to do some training hours, some counseling hours, and put up what they were going, how they were going to spend the money and what that would lead to in terms of an economic impact. The goal of this award was that it's a forgivable loan if they follow the work plan. And so that's kind of the things that we do is we're held accountable to create results, and that holds us accountable to our clients to try and create results for them. So that's really the important piece of the economic impact is we're here to help both our program, but ultimately and importantly, the clients that help come to us.
Definitely, and we also showcase our clients. We do success stories. You know, SBA is going to have an awards in May, and you know we can submit recommendations to those. So we want to, you know, contact the clients and share their story, their success. You know, and you know we have press releases and everything. So we're a great resource, even if it's exporting, government contracting. If you need a loan, if I need startup assistance, licensing. If, you know, I don't know where to start, you know, but I really want to open a business. So contact us, you know, a free resource. And I'm part of Nevada, and my colleague here is part of Nevada and California, which is, you know, well-versed. So we are here for you, and thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Hi, we contract manufacture all of our products. So is there any SBDC resources available for importers? Not export, import of product.
Where are you? Do you know where you want to import the products, or?
Right now we import from South Korea and from Italy.
Okay.
And Germany.
And Germany? So you're looking for financing, or what kind of assistance regarding importing, or maybe different markets that you want to approach?
Yeah, like I think just generally what's available for importers rather than exporters.
Well, mostly SBA prefer export than import, but we can help you in import as well. So U.S. Commercial Services prefers in export, you know, so yes. But, you know, if you want to look at a different market, or, you know, we can assist you with market research as well. So resources for import, they're there as well. And we have, you know, I'm part of NASBITE, is a national conferences that we have. I have connection with many trade, international trade advisors or directors from the nation as well. Import financing, yes.
The one that does a lot of financing with import and export is City National Bank. Have you talked with them at all? No. They used to have a presence up here in the north, but I know, and if you want to take my contact information after the meeting, I'm happy to see if I can help you navigate that. But that was one of the banks that when I used to be part of the manufacturing outreach program for the state as well. And City National Bank was the one that really did a lot in both importing and exporting. And they have a big international presence, and they have a large office down in Los Angeles that we work with. In fact, one of our interns just went to work there. So I'll be happy to do a little digging for you.
And they do letter of credits, you know, so if you, yeah, perfect.
Okay. ET phone home.
Any other questions? Okay, one moment.
Your Made in Nevada program, do you have that also in California?
There is a program in California. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I've seen advertisements about it. And the one other thing that we didn't mention, but you might want to look at too, is the Main Street program. And so what we're trying to do with our Main Street programs, both in Nevada and California, is have ways for people that aren't in the Main Street district to come into the Main Street district as complementary businesses and be able to showcase at events that happen that way. But I know that there is a program like that in California. I don't know the acronym for it, but I'm happy to find out for you and get you some information on the Main Street programs as well.
Any other questions?
Oh, you guys were easy.
Okay.
Consider exporting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. I think we did a good job.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pick on you about my name. But it was good.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. John Shiraka coming up. So we're going to continue our conversation from this morning about government contracting. I think he said he was going to go into joint ventures, and I can't remember the other one. But remember, just raise your hand if you have a question. I'll run the mic to you.
Thank you, Kaya. Hi, guys. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a long day. Maybe if I can keep it short, we can all go to happy hour earlier. So thank you, guys. I thought about a couple of things from this morning that I wanted to briefly go over. And then I wanted to talk about the Mentor Protege and Joint Venture Program, because that really is an opportunity to sort of leverage so that you can enter the federal marketplace and really partner up with a more sophisticated firm. And there are really good reasons and incentives for firms to do that, and we'll talk through that as well. But before and then maybe if we have time, I'll talk about a little bit of the trends in the federal marketplace. But before I get there, one of the things that I just wanted to make sure we talked about from this morning is just we wanted to go back to, we've talked about being small, right, as far as participating in the set-aside programs. When you apply to the 8A program or even the Hub Zone program, they're going to look at your primary NAICS code and say, okay, are you small for your primary NAICS code? And when you're in the 8A program, you know, generally you can grow beyond if during those 9 years you become other than small. The federal government doesn't say large, they say small or other than small. If you become other than small, you could be early graduated from the 8A program. For tribally owned entities, that's okay because you can always have 8A number 2, 8A number 3, 8A number 4, et cetera. There are some restrictions about having two entities in the same NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code. But for tribes, they can have an unlimited number of 8As. For individually owned firms, it's important, like we talked about, you know, strategizing when you get into the 8A program, how do you grow through those 9 years? And it's not necessarily a bad thing to grow quick. We have some tribal clients that, you know, have early graduated because they did grow rather quick because they have access to unlimited sole source. And then they just strategize the next 8As, right? And their NAICS codes. But generally speaking, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code. And then the other thing that we didn't speak about is NAICS codes, North American Industry Classification Codes. There's different sizes for all NAICS codes, right? So if you're like in professional services, I think the latest number, and don't quote me, but SBA has a table, the latest number is like 21 million. But if you're in IT services, I think it just went up to 42 million. So it also depends what industry you're in with respect to your revenues. And then manufacturing is employee-based. And what the SBA does is they look at the last 5 years for revenue and take an average of that. And then for employees, they look at the last 2 years and then take the average of that. So you want to just check the NAICS codes and make sure that you're small for your primary. But as you get into the 8A program, how do you grow and how do you make sure, if it's important to you, that you don't outsize yourself out of the program? And then the last thing I'll say on size is that you can be small for one NAICS code and other than small for another, right? When you bid on a project, every project has a NAICS code. Every RFP, request for proposal, has a NAICS code assigned to it, right? So you have to be small for the NAICS code assigned to that requirement. So as you grow, you may be precluded from bidding on some projects because the NAICS code assigned to that contract could be where you're other than small, but you could continue to keep bidding on other projects where you continue to remain small. So that's just something to be aware of, just to be cognizant of. And then the other thing I just wanted to talk about as well is affiliation. How many folks understand affiliation as a concern when it comes to federal contracting? Okay, so for those that are in federal contracting or considering federal contracting, two things I'll say is, one, you should be aware of it, because what we do as business people and what we do in the private sector, oftentimes with respect to the federal government, can lead to a finding of affiliation. And I'll tell you what that means. And then the other thing that I'll say is that tribes, like we talked about, they can have a number of 8A companies. None of those companies, through regulation, will ever be affiliated together, right? So as long as the individual company is small, the individual 8A, like you can have a construction 8A, an IT 8A, facilities management 8A, as long as each one of those 8As is individually small, the government's not going to combine those to determine if you're small. However, if you're individually owned, some of the things that we do in business can create a finding of affiliation. What does that mean? So if you have common management, common ownership, common facilities, if you partner with a firm a lot, if you do joint ventures with a firm a lot, and a lot of your business only comes from those joint ventures, you can be found to be affiliated with that partner. Now, what does that mean? Affiliation in itself is not a bad word, right? It's okay to potentially be affiliated. But what the SBA will do in case of a protest, and someone asked about protests earlier this morning, what the SBA will do is they'll combine your revenues of the two partners to determine if you're still small. So when we talked about, developing a pipeline and going through all that research and bidding on a project or trying to get a sole source award, if you're planning for 12, 24, 36 months, and you bid on a project and you win it, and then you get a protest, and then the SBA says, oh, wait a second, you're affiliated with your parent's company, or your brother's company, or your partner's company, and you're no longer small, that's a horrible waste of time, right? So it's just making sure that you're aware of what affiliation is. And I just named a few of them, right? Common management, common ownership, common employees, common facilities. And the challenge is, this was another office that I was responsible for, the challenge is that the SBA doesn't say where that bright red line is. What the SBA says, and this used to frustrate me, is that we'll look at the totality of the circumstances. That's a great phrase, right? The totality of the circumstances. So it depends on whose desk it falls, basically. And so they'll look at, there's nothing that says, a JV plus common ownership equals affiliation, or common partners plus common employees equal affiliation. They look at the totality of circumstances and come to a recommendation or an observation that you are indeed affiliated. And so the size specialist will, is that someone's phone going off? That's okay, no worries. That happens to me all the time, don't worry about it. So the size specialist will come to a determination, and there is an ability to appeal that, right? You could appeal it to the Office of Hearing and Appeals, but it can potentially damage a bid that you're working on if you have these types of relationships and you hadn't planned accordingly. What I always tell our clients, and this is what I used to say at the SBA also, and a lot of times, unfortunately, and this is no disrespect to government people, right? But government folks haven't been in private industry. They haven't been in business. Business is ugly. Like, you do things to generate revenue, you go after opportunities. Oftentimes, business can be ugly. What I always say is business is ugly, but try to keep it as clean as possible in case you're protested, right? I'll give you another example. We had, when I was at the SBA, we had an initiative to increase 8A participation. There was a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business company that had STVOSB projects, right? And the SBA was like, you know what, we think you can get 8A certified, you should do that, there's a lot of opportunity in that, and we're trying to grow our portfolio. And guess what, you'll have access to sole source opportunities. They came in, they submitted their package, the SBA 8A analyst said, it looks like 90% of this firm's revenues are coming from one prime contractor. Let me send this to a size specialist. Size specialist looked at it and said, you guys are affiliated. You're not small, so you can't be an 8A. And guess what? You're no longer represented as small in DSBS, and we're going to kick you out of the STVOSB program. So they came in to get help with 8A. They ended up getting kicked out of all the set-aside programs. And I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm just saying that to make you aware of the potential. Another one is, and I love this one, and when I was in government, people would tell me, don't say that. That makes you sound like you're an idiot. But I'll say it anyways. When I used to do federal contracting, worked with my dad's company, we used to do economic development work. A lot of our work oftentimes was with like Deloitte or Arthur Andersen at the time, or Ernst & Young. These are big consulting firms. And we would go after set-aside projects, right? And here's the thing, if it's a set-aside contract, the prime contractor, that's you, has to do at least 50% of the work, right? You can't win a set-aside contract and sub out 90% of the work because the government wants to say it's going to the intended recipients. So if it's a set-aside opportunity, you win it, you or a similarly situated company is supposed to do 50% of the work. And I would be like, Deloitte will be our subcontractor. Deloitte's ginormous. They'll be our subcontractor, right? They'll do 50% of the work. We can manage that. We get 50%, that's great. But you know what? They can help us prepare the proposal. They can help us staff it. They can help us prepare the pricing proposal. They can help us market it and implement it. Guess what? That's called ostensible subcontracting. If you're entirely overly reliant on a subcontractor that's not similarly situated, that's ostensible subcontracting. If that gets protested, you'll be found other than small. You're not going to win or get awarded the contract that you took 12, 18, 24, 36 months to get. So these are just examples of issues. You know, if you're overly reliant on a large prime contractor, if you're overly reliant on one source of revenue, if you have a lot of relationships, strong relationships, inter-company relationships, you can potentially be found affiliated, and they will combine those revenues to determine if you're small or not. Any questions? Oh, and then the last thing, because I know we have some tribally owned entities and some tribal governments here. And I know there was a comment earlier this morning about just where do you get started. It is, I mean, even with a small business, individual small business, and we talked about Sam, it is a little bit daunting, right? If you start from tribal council and the idea is, hey, we just want to get into the 8A program, and we can't see how to get from A to, Z with all the interim steps where, let's say, Bristol Bay Corporation or, the Cherokee or the Navajo have like 24 subsidiaries and they're all doing great. How did that occur? But it all occurred. I mean, the trick is the sequencing of the events that have to occur, right? For a tribal government, I mean, do you have economic development authority, right, in your constitution? If not, does that need to be amended? If you have tribal economic development authority, has the tribe authorized an economic development entity, or is like we talked about this morning, or the chairman talked about this morning, is there a Section 17? If there's a Section 17, is there corporate code, right? Is there tribal corporate code? And will those entities be established under tribal code? And you sort of go from there. Under that Section 17, is there a holding company that's going to hold your 8A companies? It's not nuclear engineering, right? It's if you get the right resources and map it out correctly, it can be done. It's just getting the right resources, getting the right support, and then sequencing the steps to get to that 8A. And oftentimes, even with individually owned companies, oftentimes the idea is, well, what do we have to offer? Well, number one, as a tribal entity or an organization, you probably have some qualifications, some knowledge, some corporate productive entity that can potentially be the seed for your entrance into federal contracting. But even if you don't, the thing with tribal entities is you don't have to be in business for 2 years to get your 8A certified. You can create a shell company, and because the tribe says we will commit and support this firm's entrance into the 8A world and marketplace, you don't need that 2 years in business. Individual companies do to apply to the 8A program. You have to have 2 years in business. You can ask for a waiver, but you're supposed to be in business for 2 years. And so a tribe can get into the 8A world if they structure it correctly, even if they don't have the expertise, and then they can grow it organically. And there are support services, and there are consultants, and there are good ones and there are bad ones, but it's not that it can't be done. And then the last thing is you can always look at acquisition. So we've worked with a bunch of clients where as they've created that first shell company, that's done an acquisition of a graduating 8A or an SDVOSB or a woman-owned, and brought that in under the tribal umbrella, made that a tribal 8A that can now go after unlimited sole source opportunities. So there's always a path. When you're an individual firm, yes, the 8A program requires 2 years in business. Yes, you can ask for a waiver, and we've worked on applications. If you are the principal owner, if you have experience in the line of work that you're going after, if you have experience with federal agencies and you have a potential pipeline, you can write a waiver to waive that 2 years in business requirement. And by the way, we've worked with individual firms who've gotten into the 8A program and then done an acquisition. And so they captured past performance, they captured contract vehicles through an acquisition. And we talked about, access to capital and what does that look like. We've worked with financial institutions that have supported those types of acquisitions as well. So there's always sort of a path to get to where you want to go if you have the right sort of plan, and then you have the right team to help you implement it. Before I go to mentor protege, any questions about sort of just catching up on this morning? I think there's one right there. Yes, sir.
If you're a native-owned business, can you, just to kind of be clear, can you maybe speak to your tribe about trying to fast track to become an 8A, or?
So when I talk about there's a distinction there, right? The tribe, as a tribal government, can own 8A companies directly. Those are tribally owned entities, just like Alaska Native, Native Hawaiians, et cetera. And they can own an unlimited number. Native-owned individuals can own an 8A, obviously, because it used to be, again, you could check the box. Now you have to go through the social disadvantage narrative. You can own an individual 8A, but you still have to, the tribe doesn't have anything to do with that. It's the SBA that has to go through the application process to look at the documentation to approve you into the 8A program. Okay? Any other questions so far? Right here. She's coming with a mic right behind you.
Who or how does the protest process get set off or triggered?
That's awesome. Okay, good question. So protests, generally, it has to be an affected party. So I couldn't just randomly look at an award and say, huh, I don't like the way this looks, I'm going to protest it. You would have had to been an interested party. In other words, you would have had to be a bidder, like someone who lost can protest it. Now the other part of it is the contracting officer can protest it. So we even had a situation where the contracting officer awarded our client the award and then turned around and protested it because they thought there was something about the mentor-protege relationship and the joint venture, and they wanted the SBA to check it out. So any protest that has to do with size or status, so size, are you small? And then status, are you really 8A, hub zone, women-owned, service disabled? Now, 8A status can't be protested because they do an annual review every year. Once you're in the 8A program, your status can't be protested, but the SBA checks your status every year. The other statuses can be protested. And so those protests go to the SBA. Depending on if it's a size protest, it'll go to the size specialist. A hub zone status protest, hub zone office, women-owned will go to the women-owned office. And service disabled would go to the service disabled office. So the protest has to be an affected party, someone who bid and lost. It could be the government, and there's time frames. For an affected party, there's a 5-day time frame after award. And then, however, the SBA itself can do a protest at any time. So one of the things that often happened when I was running the program is, maybe 6 months after the fact, after the award, either the contracting officer or someone else was like, wait a second, there's something weird going on here. They could call up the SBA, and the SBA on their own could decide, I'm going to file a protest against this, even though it's way past the time frame for protest. The SBA can always do a size protest on or a status protest on an award. More and more. Yeah, because think about it this way. If you lose, now it takes money to file it and to respond to it. But if you lose, chances are if you think there's something fishy and you've put 24 months into like a $4 million project, because if they get knocked out and you're second ranked, that project goes to you. So it happens a lot. Any other questions? Okay. So mentor-protege. So as we've sort of been talking about it and alluding to, in the federal marketplace, oh, there it is. I just want to keep time on myself. In the federal marketplace, the requirements are getting larger and more complex, right? And if we have time, we'll talk about that trend and why that's happening and how it's happening. But for our sake, it's just, for efficiency, the government has consolidated or combined a lot of requirements. They've created government-wide acquisition vehicles where they used to have thousands of contracts for buying widgets. They created one master contract for buying widgets, and there's like 10 or 20 vendors on that, and they create efficiencies. So the marketplace has gotten significantly more difficult for startups or new companies to be successful in going after and winning these projects. And someone was talking about, even if you win them, implementation and getting financing, et cetera, can be difficult. But just with respect, just with respect to the availability of the contracts and the size of the contracts, it's become more challenging. So what is one of the ways that Congress decided to give small businesses an opportunity to participate more in the set-aside programs, right? So it used to be the mentor, I know that's going to fall. So I'm going to move my phone. It used to be, and in the 8A program, there was the mentor-protege program. And basically what it was is if you're a nascent, newer 8A, you could team up with an other than small firm. You know, it could be IBM, it could be Deloitte, it could be Lockheed Martin. You could team up with them. They would provide assistance in 5 areas, presumably, right? From mentor to protege. Management and technical assistance, financial assistance, contracting, business development, international trade, and general and administrative, right? Doesn't have to be all 5, but they could provide assistance in 1, 2, 3 of those areas. Now, this is great for the protege because they're having a mentor support them. Because as you enter federal contracting, one of the things is, if this is your strategy, if you're thinking about an exit strategy, you don't want to be like a one-woman shop or a one-man shop, right? You want to build the infrastructure to make sure that there's a there, that there's infrastructure. You're developing a team. You're developing a BD function. You're developing a HR and IT function, because you're going to have to be compliant on federal contracts anyways, but you want to develop something that has some value rather than like a one-woman shop, right? So the concept was that a mentor could provide assistance in these areas to institutionalize the development of that protege in any of those, or all of them if it helped. Now, what I always tell clients, and by the way, so this was so successful in the 8A program, in 2010, Congress said, let's roll it out to all socio categories, so HUBZone, women-owned service disabled. In 2013, they said, you know what, let's just make it the all small, so any small business can participate. So it took till 2016 to get implemented as a program and launched. And we did that under my program at the SBA. And so a lot of proteges immediately say, you know, I want Lockheed or Boeing or Deloitte. And that's great, but you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime as a small business, right? That's number one. And a Lockheed and a Deloitte and a, I don't know, Boeing, they haven't been through your shoes, right? Like, they haven't grown through being a small business. They haven't developed the infrastructure. You may get assigned what they call an SBLO, Small Business Liaison Officer. They may provide some of this assistance, but maybe not. So what I always suggest is do a gap analysis, right? So as a protege, as a nascent firm, what are you missing to make you wholly successful in the federal marketplace? Is it networks and BD capacity? Is it internal infrastructure? Is it project implementation infrastructure? Is it cost and accounting systems? What are those things? Do that gap analysis, because you only get 2 mentors. It's a 3+3 program. So you get 3 years. If things are going well with your mentor, you file a report every year, and it can get extended for a second year. So you got 6 years, and then you can get your second mentor. And they can overlap, by the way. So what I always say is maybe Lockheed can be a good one, but maybe one of them. The other one should be someone that's been through your shoes. Someone that graduated from the 8A program successfully, knew how to implement the systems, the processes, the procedures, has those and can share those, and has that experience and can help you navigate the pitfalls, right? So choose wisely, because you only get 2. And then on the other side of the coin, a mentor can only have, they say 1 but up to 3 proteges at any given point, and they can't be competitors. So a mentor can have up to 3, and if you're looking at Lockheed Martin, which is a multi-billion-dollar corporation with lots of arms and subsidiaries throughout that entire organization, they can only have 3 proteges. Chances are they're going to be pretty selective, right? So really, the important part is, who's going to be my best mentor? And then applying for the program is pretty simple online. It's really stick to the template. There's a template. It's important that you describe what your needs are. It's important that the mentor is in your industry, or at least has a secondary NAICS code in your primary industry, can demonstrate that they have experience and will mentor you. And then when you get to these items, there's a chart, and you have to sort of say, this is my shortfall, this is what they're going to provide, and this is how they're going to provide it over this time frame. when we coach proteges, we always say, hey, be very specific. Like, what are they going to do? How are they going to do it? When are they going to do it? Because you don't want them just to fill this out and be gone and there's no specifics, right? Be very specific so that you can hold them accountable to the mentor-protege agreement. If we're coaching mentors, we're like, hey, you might want to be a little bit fuzzy because you have to actually deliver this stuff. So, you know, make it sound good, but make sure it's stuff that you can deliver. And quite honestly, you know, it's really the middle is where I think success is. Make it specific enough so that you get what you need, but vague enough so every year you can report back to the SBA that, hey, we are actually progressing. There's assistance flowing from mentor to protege, and this is a beneficial agreement, so we want to continue this year after year throughout the entire 6-year period. Now, so let me stop right there. So we talked about you only get 2. We talked about it's a 6-year program. We talked about the mentor. It used to be really strict about proteges being competitors. In other words, if you had the same NAICS code, the SBA would say, whoa, whoa, those 2 proteges are competitors. They've loosened that up. You can be in the same industry if you can say, you know, one does roofing in the southeast, the other one does roofing in the northwest, or one does IT services, but we're going to focus on 8A and the other one's hub zone, or we're going to focus on DOD and the other one's going to focus on civilian agencies. So SBA has loosened up that competitive restriction quite a bit, but the mentor still has to be a little bit selective and concerned about the number of proteges they have when they get to their 3 limit. But let me stop there and see if that brings up any questions. Anything online yet or nothing? And then there's a couple of questions up here. She's coming, I think right up front. She's coming with the mic.
Hello, my name is Ewan. Is there a list of mentors to pick from?
So that's a really good question. Unfortunately, no. The SBA does keep a list of approved mentor-protege agreements. So you can see, you know, which firms are interested in participating in the program. But there isn't a list of mentors looking for potential proteges, right? The SBA and the Department of Defense both hold a mentor-protege conference annually. So that's kind of a good place to at least learn about the program, and sometimes mentors will participate in that. But it really is developing, and it really is kind of like getting into a marriage, right? So a lot of times the best way this works is you team up on a prime-sub relationship, you do some work together, you understand their culture, they understand your work culture, it looks like a good relationship, and then you start to evolve into a mentor-protege relationship. So a lot of times it happens organically. For us, a lot of times some of our clients will say, you know, we're looking for this type of mentor, and we happen to have another client that's that type of mentor, and so we'll connect them. But it really does happen organically, but it really almost needs to because it's a long-term relationship. And once you have the MPA, mentor-protege agreement, the benefit to the mentor is creating the joint venture. And we'll talk about that, and that really is where sort of the rubber hits the road. And unless you guys know each other, trust each other, because I've seen a lot of these fall apart, unless you know each other, trust each other, can work with each other, and can implement projects together, it can go sideways relatively quickly. And that's almost one of the major reasons why SBA never wanted to sort of promote the matchmaking, right? Because that was, the government didn't want to take that liability. Like, we're not going to make your matches, you have to go find your own. Any other, yes?
My question basically was more of a clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, with 8A, I understood that it's good to have your mentor already set up and working with them prior to you entering the program, because it's just a 9-year program, and that time can go by very quickly if you don't have something set up already. So when I listened to other individuals that were in the 8A program and then talking with individuals that had formerly been in the program, but they had been in the program 40 years ago. So it didn't, it wasn't beneficial for us today. So do you recommend, or could you guide me in the direction of, is it advantageous for us to apply, but we don't have a mentor, anyone set up? We did have a company, but it was a Fortune 500 company. We did work for them, but it wasn't, there was no communication, and it just didn't turn out well. So we decided,
Yeah.
we decided
It wasn't a good
to
idea.
let go.
Yeah.
So then what do you do?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So look, I think the way I would look at it, and this is just my personal opinion, right? The way I would look at it is that the 8A program is a 9-year program. So you want to hit the ground running on that first year. So if that means a mentor will make you strong, because you can have the MPA, but remember the MPA is only 6 years max, right? But if you can have if you have the MPA in place first, any certifications that the protege receives, let's say you went ahead and got your 8A, and then you got your hub zone, and then maybe you got your service disabled, anything that you get flows back to that mentor-protege joint venture relationship. So size and status flows from the protege. But to me, if you felt like the assistance that the mentor provides is critical to you being successful in the 8A program, then I would make sure I have my MPA in place with the appropriate mentor so I can hit the ground running. If to me, I thought I had Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So does the mentor have to have been a contractor or affiliated with the federal government in some way of providing?
No, so the question was, does the mentor have to have federal contracting experience? So 2 points to that. The mentor doesn't even have to be now under the new regs, doesn't even have to be other than small or large, right? The mentor could be like a larger 8A or a larger small business. And the mentor doesn't necessarily have to have federal contracting experience as long as they have the capacity and capability to meet the needs that you've expressed in your mentor-protege agreement. So there are mentors, and I'll give you an example. There are mentors that want to get into federal contracting and see the MPA relationship as a way to get into it and assist a small business. In other words, they might have all the experience in construction or cybersecurity in the private sector, but have never worked in the federal sector. So they will partner up with a protege and give them and share with them all their experience on how to implement projects, how to go after the work, but in the context of private sector. But that experience is critical to the protege's development, and they can go after small business set-aside. So for the mentor, it helps, but there are instances where the mentor doesn't have federal experience and is still a good mentor.
Because in our area, excuse me, in my industry, there's very few.
Federal, what kind of work do you do?
When charter bus.
Okay, yeah. So transportation, right? Yes, charter bus, but you could look at like transportation, because it could also be like a mentor that doesn't, like you said, they don't necessarily have federal experience, or maybe they do transportation broadly in the federal marketplace, but not charter buses. So either or, right? You could find a charter bus company that doesn't do federal work that might want an entree, and you're that entree, or you might look at a large transportation contractor that does federal work that doesn't do charter buses, but you're that expertise for them. Does that make sense?
Yes, okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah? Any other questions? One more over there.
No, just real quickly, what is the benefit to the bigger company?
Yeah.
You can explain, say, hey, well, it's going to benefit you if you hire me. What is the benefit to them so we can sell ourselves?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So far we've talked about the mentor-protege relationship, the benefits flowing from mentor to protege, right? You can only have two. And by the way, it used to be you have two, and that was it. And then SBA updated their regulations, and they were like, wow, some of these go sideways pretty early. So maybe if within 18 months you really haven't implemented a joint venture and won any contracts, you can come in and say, this isn't working, we want to annul this marriage, and we want our MPA chip back so we still have two. So the SBA has allowed for that. So you can potentially go back if things go sideways. The benefit to the mentor is, remember how we talked about just a little bit earlier, if you're the prime 8A and you have a subcontractor, let's say you can have Deloitte as your subcontractor, they can only do 50% of the work, right? When you do this arrangement and create a joint venture under the mentor-protege relationship, now Deloitte can do 60% of the work instead of 50. So they get an additional 10% in return for the assistance that they're providing to the protege, right? Taking one step back, once you have your mentor-protege relationship, you can create a joint venture with your mentor. The joint venture is a separate legal entity, usually. It could be a partnership, but usually it's a separate legal entity. The protege has to own 51%. Now remember when we talked about the disadvantaged individual owning and controlling? Very similar. The disadvantaged firm, in this case the 8A, has to own 51%, and they also have to demonstrate that they control. In other words, there can't be unanimous consent provisions that prohibit the protege from running the organization on a day-to-day basis and making strategic decisions. So there, unanimous consent provisions, although SBA just proposed some rules to loosen that up a bit to extraordinary circumstances, but basically the protege has to be in the driver's seat. However, once that joint venture is awarded a contract, let's say you teamed up with a large transportation company, you can go after a sole source 8A award. Let's say you get your 8A certification. You can go after it. You can create the joint venture. They're the minority partner. You own 51%. You can go after a sole source award for $4.5 million. You now have, as a joint venture, not only your past performance, but the past performance of your mentor, by regulation, flows to that joint venture. So when the government evaluates your proposal from the joint venture, they can't just say, oh, the protege, wait a second, they don't have any transportation experience. By regulation, they have to accept the past performance of both members. So now that JV is an 8A JV, it can get a $4.5 million sole source award, and the mentor can do 60% of the work. So that's the benefit to the mentor. They want to be able to go after set-aside contracts, and they want to be able to do at least 60% of the work. They're able to do that if they agree to mentor the protege. Does that make sense? Is there a question right here?
I just had clarifying questions.
Yeah.
For the 8A, that you can apply at month 25, like after 2 years of business?
Yeah. So when applying to the 8A program, one of the things, again, you can ask for a waiver, but one of the things that the SBA asks for is, have you been in business for 2 years, and send me your tax returns for those 2 years. So they look for the potential for success. They want to show some growth. They want to see some profitability, and they want to see about 2 years of a track record.
Okay.
So
and that lasts for 9 years?
Yes.
Okay. And then the MPA is for 6 years?
The MPA is for 6 years,
okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
3 plus 3, but you can have 2 MPAs. Any other questions? Oh, there's... Yep.
I was just wondering if you can tell us a little bit about your company, Government Contract Pros.
Sure. So we provide advisory services, not to do a commercial, but real quick, we provide advisory services to small, medium, large companies participating or wanting to leverage the set-aside programs. So even if you're small, you want to get certified, you want to get ready to get certified, you want to do your annual reviews, you want to do a mentor-protege joint venture. If you're a large company and you want to do it correctly, and not get into trouble. We support and service those. We do a lot of training. We do a lot of contract administration. So if you get a contract and it goes sideways, we help with contracting officers and getting it back right on track. And then we do a lot of advocacy for our clients too, either at federal agencies or up on the Hill. Yeah. Any other questions? Nothing so far. Okay. So now, once you have your MPA, right, you can create your joint venture. Your joint venture, as we just talked about, is its own legal entity. And a lot of times we've gone, and I've seen this, you know, having these things go sideways, but it really is like a marriage, right? You have a relationship that you're building an organization on where your partner brings a lot of experience, right? So imagine, and this is why folks want a Lockheed, imagine if you had a joint venture where your company was the 51% owner, Lockheed was the 49% owner, and you're a unicorn, right? So you're the 8A HubZone Women-Owned Service Disabled Company. Now, that joint venture inherits your size and status. So that joint venture becomes a unicorn, but it has the past performance and experience not only of you, but your mentor. So now you have a unicorn that's really like Lockheed or Boeing. And so you become very attractive to a contracting officer, and contracting officers rely on the mentor's support in awarding you a contract, right? Because they know the mentor has signed a mentor-protege agreement, they know that the mentor has signed a joint venture agreement, and so they're committed to performing on any contracts awarded to the partnership. And so that makes you very attractive for award with the federal government and federal contracting officers. And because there is more and more of a push to get the goals higher and higher, mentor-protege joint ventures are winning more and more awards if you look at the federal marketplace, right? There has been some initiatives both on the Hill and at the SBA where they want to look at these programs, right? The question is, how much small business dollars are actually going to mentors and not to small businesses? And nobody really knows the answer. There's some grumblings, like I think you asked earlier, like how many of these things get protested? Mentor-protege joint ventures get protested a lot, and I'll explain that in a second. But there is grumblings that, you know, if you look at the large vehicles, if you look at the large contracts, more and more the awardees aren't individual small businesses, they're mentor-protege joint ventures. Why? Because contracting officers are like, well, I'm going to give it to this JV because I know Lockheed's going to be there if everything falls apart. And so, and by the way, when I rate this firm, I can use the past performance of their mentor so they rank higher even on the evaluation criteria. So it's become a very competitive tool. How many folks are in a mentor-protege relationship? None. How many folks are considering it or are working on it? Okay, okay. Yeah, I think, so I guess the one thing that I would point to is it's really important to really do that gap analysis on the front end. The mentor-protege agreement itself is pretty simple, right? It's a template on the SBA's website. Sometimes your mentor is going to say, I want to change this language or that language or, you know, add a paragraph. That only slows things down. We've had some mentors for some of our tribal clients that, you know, wanted to add an indemnification paragraph, which caused it to go to SBA legal office, which caused it to take an additional 6 months to get approved. Ultimately got approved, but it took forever. The template is really easy and clean. The critical part, and where you often see SBA pushing back or rejecting or requesting clarification, is the intro. In other words, do the NAICS codes match? Does the mentor provide or engaged in your primary NAICS code? And if you're doing a secondary NAICS code, do you have experience in that secondary NAICS code? And if you're doing your primary NAICS code, your mentor doesn't have to have the same primary NAICS code, right? They could have experience in your primary NAICS code as a secondary NAICS code. I know that sounds confusing, but for you, if you go after your primary NAICS code as far as assistance, that's the better solution, as long as your mentor has experience in that particular sector. Does that make sense? Yes, question right there.
So if I'm registered on SAM, and I'm looking down the road at the 8-8 program.
Okay.
So now I can start thinking about this MPA right away in preparation for the 8-8.
Yeah. So I guess is your question, should I immediately start looking for the MPA relationship?
Because before I was thinking, like you mentioned, someone
Yeah.
like Deloitte, but probably that's not the right way to go. The right
Well,
way to work
so,
would be
so again, for me, it's very situational based, right? So if you feel that individually as a small business, there are opportunities that you've identified that you can bid on and win, then the mentor-protege relationship might not be as critical to have to get done like today or tomorrow or this week or next month, right? But if you're finding opportunities that you're having a real hard time potentially winning, then really looking at that gap analysis and figuring out what your mentor can bring to your table, that might be really critical, and you might need that mentor sooner rather than later. Does that make sense? Yes, sir. I think there's a question over here on the right.
Okay, quick question. So you got a mentor and you guys got a JV relationship. So when the government get ready to pay, say, $4 million contract, who does he send that check in his name or your company name or both? The reason why I'm asking, because it's generals who break small companies by not paying them right away.
Yeah.
And knowing they got to survive too. But what's the protection do they have in this relationship
Yeah.
if the money is coming from the government?
So this joint venture is a separate legal entity with its own bank account. The money doesn't go to the mentor or to the protege. It goes to the joint venture. And then for all intents and purposes, the joint venture subcontracts out to each of the mentor and the protege, where the mentor can do 60% of the work and the protege can do 40% of the work. So the check goes to the JV administers that, and assigns work to each of the partners to the joint venture. Does that make sense? Because it's an entire separate legal entity that the government is contracting with, which is the JV itself.
Related to that story, that scenario.
Yeah.
They're doing 60%, they get 60% of the check, and then we get 40%.
Yeah, so it depends. Yeah, so look, so I guess it depends. Basically the way and it gets really confusing, right? The way I always think about it is the JV is a legal entity. The JV, for all intents and purposes, is the prime contractor. So the check goes into the JV. The JV has to do at least 50% of the work because it's a small business set-aside. So they could do 100% of the work, in which case it would get, if it was $100, it would get split 60-40. But they could also only do $50 worth of the work because they could subcontract that $50 to, I don't know, Lockheed. So then it would be 60% of the 50 would go to the mentor and 40% of the 50 would go to the protege. Does that make sense? Yeah. Was there another follow-up? Follow-up question. I know this gets confusing, but that's where a lot of people get hung up, by the way. It's just how the work split happens, the work share. And when you see these relationships going sideways, almost like 90% of the time is because work share. Like I didn't get my 40%, or you got too much, you got your 60%, or wait a second, you charged G&A to the JV where you shouldn't have charged it to the JV, so you made more money on this agreement. So it's really important to go eyes wide open, how it's going to be split, where the profit's going to be charged, and at the end of the day, if any profits are left in the JV entity, it has to be split 51-49 between the two, or you could decide 51-49 or commensurate with the work, so 60-40 of the profit. Yes, sir.
So quick question. So if the smaller company has all the experience, But yet, say like me and him working together, he owns the buses, but he don't do electrical. I do electrical, so most all the work would be done by my company.
Yeah.
And none by his. So how would the split go then?
Yeah, so that's a challenge because you have to find a relationship that allows that work split. So at a minimum, and that's why, so this is a concern with respect to SBA and the reason they established these minimum floors, right? Because they don't want a firm that has no experience, no buses, no qualifications to go and find a huge transportation company, do a joint venture, and then they do 1% of the work, and the mentor does 99% of the work, right? So that's why there's two things. One is the protege has to show some capacity and capability in the industry and ability to perform. And then on the work split and work share, the protege by regulation has to do at least 40% of the work that the JV does. So you could subcontract $50 of it out, but the 50 that's left over, the protege has to do at least 40% of that $50. So if they don't have the buses, right, maybe they do all the scheduling, or it's dollar value. It's not labor value anymore, it's dollar value. So of the $50, whatever that is, 50 times 4, that $20 needs to go to him for work that he's performed. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so now under this joint venture, so remember the mentor protege is a 3+3. And the only reason you can joint venture with an other than small, right? So if you didn't have an MPA and you decided to do a joint venture with Lockheed, that joint venture would automatically be other than small because Lockheed is other than small. You can do a joint venture small to small. So if your two companies wanted to do a joint venture and didn't want to do a mentor protege, you could do a small to small joint venture, and that joint venture still inherits both past performance. That joint venture still can split 60-40. Because both entities are small for the NAICS code assigned to that contract, you can do a small to small JV. But you can't do a JV with a Lockheed unless you have a mentor-protege relationship in place first. And that mentor-protege relationship exempts you from any finding of affiliation. So any assistance they provide. Remember how I talked to you about Deloitte providing all sorts of assistance, ostensible subcontracting? Well, if they were our mentor, they could do whatever we wanted them to. They could prepare the proposal, as long as it was in the mentor-protege agreement. In fact, your mentor can invest up to 40% equity in your company. Now, we don't always recommend that because what happens after the MPA is over? Does affiliation kick in? That's a gray area. Is there an exit strategy? If the JV's done really well and you've grown, then they're going to be like, well, you're worth a lot of money. Can you agree on a price if you want to buy them back? But technically, anything that happens under that mentor-protege relationship, any assistance flowing from mentor to protege, where I explained affiliation earlier, all of that is exempt from affiliation. They can provide your back office shared services, they can provide BD services, they can provide proposal prep, they can assist you in implementing project and teaching you how to implement a project, and even lend you initially personnel to do some of this work. So all that is exempted from affiliation because you have a approved mentor-protege relationship, and you put all that assistance in your agreement. Now, if things change and you need more assistance, I would always go back to the SBA and say, hey, we need to amend this. Our mentor now wants to invest up to 40% of equity in our company. I need to add that, amend my mentor-protege agreement just to make sure if you get protested and someone complains about the assistance from your mentor, you can go back and point to your mentor-protege agreement and say, this is all exempt from affiliation. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, the joint venture, so we have the 3+3. The joint venture used to be this crazy 3 and 2 rule, right? And used to be my program. Took me forever to learn it. It was 3 contracts in 2 years. So as a joint venture, you were allowed 3 contracts in 2 years. That became really complicated. When does the clock start? 3 contracts, 2 years. The new rule, or newish, is the JV is okay for 2 years. but 2 years from the first award of a federal government prime contract. So you can set up your JV today, not get any awards till 2 years from now. That's when your clock starts, that first award. And then you're good for 2 years. So, and that doesn't mean if you have like 15 bids outstanding, that doesn't mean you can't accept the bids that are outstanding. After 2 years, you just can't bid anymore, right? Now, if you still have your mentor-protege agreement in place, you can always start up JV number 2. And then if you go through that 2 year and you still have time, you can start up JV number 3. What the SBA has said that at some point, they may find one JV just one too many and then find you affiliated. But as long as I worked at the SBA and as long as I've been advising in this, as long as you have a mentor-protege agreement, I've never found too many JVs. And I have seen firms with like 4 or 5 joint ventures with their mentor. So as long as you have that MPA. The issue is when we talked about the small-to-small JV. Now, why would you do a small-to-small JV? Because experience, right? So let's say experience or status. So you had an 8A. She had a hub zone. You might do like a flip JV. Like in one, you'll be the 51% owner. So the JV inherits both your past performance, but you're 8A. You flip it around, she has the hub zone, and the second one, she's the majority owner, so the JV becomes a hub zone. Now you go after a hub zone contracts and 8A contracts. Now the challenge is, if you don't have an MPA and a significant source of your revenues is that joint venture relationship, SBA may find affiliation between the two companies and then combine your revenues to determine if you're still small. But we've seen small to smalls team up all the time. It could be status, it could be experience. You could have certain experience that you bring to the table while she has access to a particular agency, right? So the access and the experience combined under a joint venture create the ability to market. So it's really thinking strategically about how to leverage the mentor-protege program and the joint venture program for growth. Because combined, you're much more effective, competitive, et cetera. The other thing I just wanted to talk about, just before I talk about, well, let me stop right there real quick. As far as MPAs and joint ventures, any questions? Comments? Yeah, I've even seen like, you know, firm 1, firm 2, hyphen firm 2, JV 1, firm 1, firm 2, JV 2. And so, yes, they do, but they market it as far as marketing, slicks and everything as the same company. Like it always just continues. Because you inherit the past performance and experience of both. And that's a really good question because what I was talking about earlier, you can set up, I've seen, I won't even say they're our clients, but some of them are. I've seen firms just set up JVs with the anticipation the business will just come. It's not. It's like running your own business. Like that joint venture has its own past performance, has its own status, has its own experience. That joint venture should have its own pipeline, should probably have dedicated resources for BD. Unless you really treat it that way, it's not going to, business just isn't going to come. So you really almost have to treat it like its own firm, marketing slicks, websites, a BD team, an implementation team, et cetera, in order to make it successful.
Where can we find out some more information about this? Not stepping on your toes. I'm just saying it seems like there's so much more layers of information that we kind of need to look through.
So two things. One is these slides will definitely be available to everybody. They'll send them out. Two is if you have questions, there are a number of resources available, right? Number one, my email is on there, and I'm always happy to support and answer questions as they come up, right? Number two, National Center has Apex centers that have resources and are available to help and answer questions as these things come up. And quite honestly, as you navigate the relationship with the mentor, questions are always going to come up, especially if the mentor is a rather large firm that's never done this before. They're like, wait a second, I have to give the keys to you and you're going to run the shop and I just step back? I'm not comfortable with that. So really negotiating that and having someone in your corner that can help negotiate through that. And a lot of times the mentor is like, you're just trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm not going to sign this joint venture agreement because you're in the driver's seat. And we really have to explain, no, those are the SBA regs. Now look, you can skirt the line. You could potentially give that mentor more control in your joint venture operating agreement, but you have to go in eyes wide open, because if you get protested, and as we talked about, JVs get protested a lot, SBA might say, wait a second, this mentor has way too much control. So any questions, I'm happy to answer. Slides will be available. Apex Center is available. But it's really just participating in events like this and then more specialized like sessions just on the MPA or just on the JV that help you sort of gain knowledge on it. But anytime I can be helpful, I'm happy to. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say, if you just Google APTAC, that's the organization that the Apex Accelerators go to their trainings for, and you Google that, and there's a map of the United States. You click on your state, and this is for the online folks as well. Click on your state and then scroll down, and you'll see the Native American Apex Accelerator programs that service your area or the state.
Goals were increased from 5 to 15%. Well, that was a good policy change, right? The other policy change, which we've sort of alluded to, but really haven't talked about, is the consolidation of contract requirements and the lack of individual contracts for small firms in the federal marketplace. What started that? How many folks know what category management is? Okay, so the government, unfortunately, this was during the time Chris and I were in government, but the government decided that buying more efficiently, like a Walmart, was probably effective for the federal government. So first they started with strategic sourcing. Well, what does that mean? Like I said earlier, instead of having thousands of contracts for widgets, and each contract is different, and sometimes the government's paying here, and sometimes the government's paying here, and they did an analysis, and none of it matched. They were like, why are we doing this? So they decided they'd set up one widget vehicle, one contract, and the entire government had to buy widgets from that one vehicle. Now, when I was running these programs at the SBA, I was like, that's horrible, because there's thousands of companies selling widgets to the government today. Now you're telling me there's going to be, even if they're 50, there's still 50. And OMB, Office of Management and Budget's response was, well, you shouldn't care, because we're going to still hit the goals. We're going to have, out of the 50, 30 of them will be small business. And of that 30, 10 of them will be 8A, 10 of them will be hub zone. So what are you worried about? My concern was, well, what happens to the thousands of small businesses that were selling widgets before and now are out of a contract because they didn't get on this vehicle, and it's a 5-year vehicle, and if they can ever come back, can they last 5 years and then come back? So you're hurting the industrial base, and you're hurting opportunities for individual small businesses. So you will, even till today, so if you look at category management, the impact it's had on the federal landscape, and I know I have a slide in here somewhere that I'll get to. Oh, that was by Indian Act, by the way. Oh, here we go. So between 2000, and this is just that time frame because I had data on that time frame. Between 2000 and 2016 and 19, 138,000 contracts disappeared. Right? They just disappeared. They went on a government-wide acquisition vehicle. And if you're not on that government-wide acquisition vehicle, you're never going to see the task orders that come out under that. So we've had clients where, they were the incumbent and they were sole source. They were waiting for the re-award. And then, a few months ahead of re-award, their contracting officer's like, oh yeah, we're not re-awarding that. It's like, well, wait a second, what happened? I've been doing this for the last 6 years. It's like, yeah, the government has a goal for category management. Every year, we have to bring 10% more dollars under category management. Your contract was a widget contract, and the government has a widget vehicle now, so we moved it to category management. So out of the 138,000, 53% of them were small business contracts, right? So, and category management, by the way, is almost everything the federal government buys. So if you look at this list, these are the different areas that category management is engaged in. And these are all the vehicles. And again, you don't have to write this down. You don't have to take a picture. These are all the vehicles. When I talk about the quote-unquote widget vehicle, these are all the various vehicles the federal government has established to buy products and services sort of on a bulk basis, to buy in volume and reduce the price. Now, this was a trend that started in probably 2015, 16. It really accelerated probably till around 2021, 2021. And the federal government started seeing this impact, right? And so they saw this impact where the number of small businesses participating in the federal government kept falling year after year, which means our industrial base is suffering, which means government's access to competition and innovation is suffering. So there was new initiatives where they wanted to try to reduce the impact of category management to small businesses. So what they said is, there was an executive order, again, this is only an executive order. They said, hey, contracting officers, we know you have a goal for small business, right, 235533, and now we know you have a goal for category management, which is bring 10% of dollars into some of these vehicles. However, we'll give you category management credit for every socio set-aside that you do. In other words, you can kill two birds with one stone. Is that the idiom? Did I get that right? You can do a 8A set-aside, and when you do that 8A set-aside, it's going to count towards your 8A goals, but we'll give you some category management credit so that you don't have to keep pulling these requirements out of the small business program, or at least out of individual contracts. So that has somewhat slowed down. So see, if you look at 21, 22, and 23, it kind of slowed down, but there's still this initiative in these vehicles, and individual small businesses find it more and more difficult to get on these vehicles because the bar to get on is just so high. That's why when you think about mentor-protege, your strategy, your joint ventures, is who's buying what I'm selling, how are they buying it, right? So when we're doing our research, it's not just, you know, they have individual contracts and they're setting it aside for the 8A Women-Owned Service Disabled program, is the research showing me that I have to be on one of these vehicles. So then the question is, okay, when is the open season for this vehicle? Because they rebid these vehicles every 5 years, and sometimes they might do it even at a shorter time period. They call it on-ramping and off-ramping. So they might happen sooner rather than later. And then the other part of it is, if you really do have some specialized expertise in that field, you can identify who the prime contractors are that have those contracts and potentially team up with those guys, right? So remember this morning we looked at doing your analysis to see who your biggest widget buyers were. Well, you can also do your analysis to see who the largest prime contractors are selling widgets to the federal government, right? So you could identify Wright-Patterson Air Force Base as they're buying a lot of widgets using the Small Business Set-Aside program, or you could figure out, well, wait a second, Aberdeen Proving Ground, they buy tons of widgets, and the biggest, widget seller there is Lockheed. And Lockheed has small business goals and 8A goals and hub zone goals and service disabled goals. So I'm going to approach them, figure out when they're at their next matchmaking session, and let them know that I can help them meet their small business set-aside goals. So just like you did your market research for the federal government, you can also do your market research to see who potential good partners are to be a subcontractor to. Again, when you find that subcontractor relationship, that's what eventually potentially turns into a mentor-protege relationship that you can really start then leveraging and scaling against. Yes, ma'am? Yeah, so USA spending. When you look at USA spending, so the question, okay, so repeat the question. The question was, where can I find the information on the large prime contractors that do work with the federal government? So when you look at USA spending, you can slice and dice that data in a multitude of ways. Now, there are service providers that charge an arm and a leg, like, and I don't have anything against these guys, right, because some of them do really good, like FedMine, I think Deltek has a tool, Bloomberg, I think, has a tool, but they're super expensive. They're like, I don't know, thousands of dollars a month. And that not only do they help you do the analysis, but they help you develop a pipeline, and they help you develop potential partnerships. The SBA, actually, if you're 7J eligible, which all of you are 7J eligible, because all that means is you have the ability to potentially apply to the 8A or Hub Zone program. So I'd say you all are 7J eligible. The 7J program, what do they call it now? Do you remember, Chris? Something opportunities? I don't remember. Chris is shaking his head. It's not called 7J anyway. Anyways, they have a free tool available, and it's called, I'll remember it. I'll ask them to send it out. But there are free tools available too. But the government website, the USA Spend, can do it as well. Some of you guys are in IT, doing IT services. You're probably better at manipulating the data, but you shouldn't have to spend a lot of money, and there's free resources for you to be able to look at the data and slice it and dice it and try to get the information that you need to either find your prime contractor that you might want to partner with, or which federal agency is a good contractor. I mean, a good buyer. Do I still have time? Okay, so the last thing I'm going to talk about real quick is just what I was, before I hopped into category management, just what I wanted to talk about real quick about the process of how these things change, right? Because when we talked about policies, and this is just for your awareness, right? Because if you're participating in these types of events, especially if you're at RES, SBA will have folks there from the program office, from Office of General Counsel. They'll talk about changes in law, changes in regulation, et cetera. I've been through all this only because I had the privilege of being in government and navigating and pushing and changing laws into regulation. But I think it's really important to know, because certain things can impact you rather quickly and almost like get blindsided. So policies can be implemented within an agency or within the federal government. Category management is a great example of policy. There was no rulemaking that happened. There was no congressional authority that allowed it. Office of Management and Budget with Office of Federal Procurement Policy, OMB and OFPP, just decided category management was a good approach to save federal taxpayer dollars. So there wasn't a lot of input. That got implemented. A lot of folks got blindsided. It took a long time for Congress and stakeholders to complain to force the administration to take corrective measures. Regulations. Regulations usually get implemented through public rulemaking, right? How many folks know that currently there are proposed changes to the 8A and Hub Zone program, and there were public rulemaking notices and an ability to comment on proposed rules that just closed second week of October? Chris James raised his hand. Yeah, so it's important to know that, right? And look, so you could subscribe to regulations.gov, and when I was in running my government contracting firm that my dad started, I never paid attention. Why? Because I was busy, the pipeline, payroll, proposals. I didn't have time. But bless you, I joined an association that had time, right? So they monitored it. They wrote up reports. They had meetings and gathered comments, and they responded to the rulemaking and public rulemaking. I'm out of time. So it's important either to be aware, because it impacts you. Like some of the things that are coming out are based on, and I have them in here. I know I'm out of time. Like there are things in the 8A program with respect to highest paid employee that's potentially changing. That's going to be a major change. There is, when we talked about getting weaned off of sole source, There's changes to how you're going to get weaned off a sole source. That's a potential change. So understanding that and being prepared for that is important. But regulations go through public rulemaking. What I didn't realize before I went to government is every time there's a regulation, the public gets an opportunity to respond. And in government, my office had to actually look at every response and either incorporate it or explain why it was not in the best interest of the program to incorporate it. So your comments really are considered. So it's important to understand that. But rulemaking, even when they come out, can take the better part of 2 years after the first rule is published. So the impact can be significant, but it's not going to happen until 2 years. And then laws, when laws are being proposed on the Hill, we always hear about this, like 9 out of 10 times they're just proposals. They never get signed. So one is it a proposed law? Is it going to impact us negatively? Do we need to do anything about it? Should we reach out to our congressional delegation? And you should if you think it's going to negatively impact you. But a lot of times they don't get signed into law. They're proposed laws. Even when they get signed into law, then you have to go through the regulatory process, which is another 36 months. So it's just awareness of policy versus regulation versus statutory change and how that's going to impact your marketplace. At least you should be aware of and cognizant of. I'm sorry I went over time. I never think I'm going to talk that much. I appreciate your patience with me, guys. Thank you.
Hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
We have one more session left, so thank you guys for hanging in there. If we could have, we have Aaron Abrahamson up next to introduce our next speaker. I think they're bringing out his PowerPoint. Okay. After this session, you guys can feel free to stay and speak with some of the speakers who are here. And if you guys have further questions, you can definitely talk with them on that.
Yeah, oh, there he is. Is this one on? Yeah. Okay. So our last session of the day, we have Andy Bradford, who is the president and founder of Dandy IT. He is actually the IT service that we use with the National Center. So we've known him for a few years and does a great job. So he's going to talk to you guys about cybersecurity.
All right. Can you hear me okay? All right. So, today I want to start my cybersecurity presentation by talking about the medieval ages, in England specifically. Can you hear okay? Okay. So, I'll tell you a story about a woman named Bella Hill. She came from a family that was well off, at least enough for the age. They owned land, and that was the important thing. Land ownership back in medieval England was a big part of having class as well as wealth. Before Bella even came of age, her father died. And since no one else was able to take up the head of the house position, it fell upon her. Now, while she was grieving, trying to cope with the loss of her father, as well as now taking on this big position of, land ownership, house management. On top of that, we're talking about medieval England. The rights of women were not what they are today. The land ownership and the ability for her to even do business was almost unheard of. She was at a loss of what to do, and so she sought out one of her father's counselors. And with the counselor, she learned more about land management. She made a plan, and she got a wax sill, or a sill. Oops. So, something like this. Now, that was all good. She had a plan of what to do. Now, when she finally came of age, it was time to try and put that plan into action, trying to save her family from financial ruin. So what she did is she started small. She brokered a few deals by selling off some of her land and renting other parts of it, and using her wax sill to sign and certify those deals, making it so, and proving that she, as a woman, could take part in this business. She continued from there. She was able to then purchase land and sell it for a profit and start to make a name for herself. And as she did so, she took that basic sill that she had. She started with something very basic, and she made it more unique, more specific to herself, something that was harder for the people to copy or forge. She then continued growing her business and really making a name for herself, bringing in prosperity. And over 10 years, she became a successful businesswoman. She went from being on the brink of failure to success through hard work, through growth, through having the right tools. And then she was an inspiration for the women of her day, as well as for all of us today. Now you may ask, what does medieval England and what does this sort of story have to do with cybersecurity? I'd like to say it's the wax sill is one for starters. The point is that the wax sill then symbolized several things. It symbolized privacy. They would seal their envelopes with it, and you knew that if the envelope hadn't been, if that seal wasn't broken, that it was safe. Today, digitally, we're calling this data security. We are trying to protect your data, so only those that are supposed to have access can get that access. The wax seal symbolized authenticity. The same way she customized and distinguished herself by having by having those seals. It let everybody know who that message was from. We're doing the same thing with authentication. Before you get into your phone, we want to know it's you. We'll use your face, we'll use whatever to make sure that only the people that are supposed to access it are able to access it. Wax seals symbolize trust. At the time, the wax seal was the epitome of security. It was the standard. Kings were using it. Today, we call this compliance. I'll get more into this a little bit later and explain a little further. The other thing wax seal was symbolizing was history. We know about the story because of her wax seals. We're able to track which deals she made and learn about her. It was a transaction history for her. Today, we're keeping backups. We want to know, on top of transaction history, we want to make sure we have a backup of data so that we can recover it if needed. In short, what is cybersecurity? What is the purpose? What are we trying to do? We are trying to protect your data. It's no different than the wax seal. The wax seal was meant to protect the data inside. We are doing the same thing. Now, you're no longer writing letters. Your method of sending communication has changed. And so we've had to modify the security measures that we have in place. Why should you care about cybersecurity? Why is this so important? First off, these are statistics from the FBI's website. Feel free to go to it. It's listed there below, the ic3.gov. But in 2022, Americans lost $10 billion to cyber attacks. The cyber attack growth rate, their industry has grown by 30% just last year. I don't know about your industry, but I wish mine had that kind of growth. There were over 800,000 reported attacks. And I'm going to say this as reported because a lot of people won't report an attack. It can discredit their own company, and so they're hesitant to even say that they've been attacked. So these are the ones that we know about. Another thing I'll point out another thing I will point out is that this information comes from the FBI's website. They were not able to stop these attacks. They will not protect you. It is going to be up to you to protect yourself.
Do you also do websites?
My company does not. No. If you have some questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them, but we are not website designers at Dandy IT. So what I want to get in today is how to protect yourself. What can you do to protect yourself from the current threats, to not become another one of those statistics? The first thing you can do is just like Bella. You need knowledge. You need to know what you're getting up, what you're going to face. Go to a trusted resource like her father's counselor and get knowledge, get training. We'll talk about some of that today, and you're doing that today. So, I applaud you for taking some of those steps. The next thing you need to do is you need to create policies, procedures, the same way that Bella created a plan of action and what she was going to do. You need to know what steps you'll take and when. You need to know your limits. I've got a bit of an awkward story or a story to say from this one. Like Aaron mentioned, I'm the founder of this company. And if any of you have started a business, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money. And so you try and save money where you can. I thought, hey, I'm in IT, I can Google, and I can come up with a legal contract by myself. I spent hours. I had my business partner spend hours. And we jumbled up, all this legalese mumbo jumbo into what we thought was a decent contract. And, we soon found out we were missing a lot of things. It wasn't incomplete, and it was hard for us to read through, let alone anybody else. And it was hard for anybody to want to even sign. I then, talked with people in my own industry and was recommended a good lawyer who, for a few $1,000s, was able to do the job. I would have saved, the amount of time that I could have spent, I would have saved so much money had I gone to him from the beginning. And he knew so much more. It was more clear. He included so much more. It's the same thing with IT and cybersecurity. There's a lot that you can do, but you need to know when it's time to ask for help and when it's time to go and find that advisor. And the last thing I'm going to recommend to protect yourself is cybersecurity insurance. We're in a day and age where the attacks are coming fast and hard. I mean, a bank said they got a million attacks a day. That's not unheard of. And these attacks aren't just coming as little things. They're starting to use AI, they're starting to use things. The attacks are coming in lots of new and unique and innovative ways. Mhm.
So that caused them to not be able to do that business for
A couple of weeks, and they lost millions, and they
Mhm.
had to give millions as
Yeah.
well to finally conduct work again.
Right. So she was saying that a bunch of dealerships got hit by a security attack. They lost millions and had to give out millions. This is not one specific unique case. This is happening all over. That is why insurance is there. We need to do everything we can, but we need to have a backup and a protection if we fail. And I'll talk more about I'll talk more about insurance as well a little bit later. Here's a list of our security risks, and I'll briefly go through each of them and some quick ways that we can, we can protect ourselves against them. Phishing. I think everybody here is very familiar with phishing. If you haven't got a phone call today, you've probably already got 2 or 3 texts, if not 10 emails. I mean, this is very prominent. We have phishing filters. I implement and I suggest and recommend them. The problem is, it's getting more sophisticated. There's no ways to stop it. I mean, unless you want me to cut off full access to your email account and block your number from everybody, the attacks are coming in and they look so real that our filters can't identify it from a legitimate email. That's where you come in. That is why you need the training. You need to be tested to know what is legitimate and what is not. Social engineering. I've got a few stories I could tell on this one. A quick example. I got a call one day. A company, a little bit in a panic. In fact, in a big panic. They said, we lost $100,000. This is a small company. They didn't even have a business location. They lost $100,000. Can I help them get them back? And I was like, okay, well, first off, tell me what happened. Tell me what security measures do you have in place? Come to find out, they deal with a lot of vendors. They had one of their vendors call them up and say they changed their bank account information. And so they provided the new bank account information, asked for them to transfer the money. They did. Then the real vendor called and said, I haven't been paid. And I'm like, oh man, that's terrible. I wish I could go in and change the bank. There's nothing I can do on that side. So tell me, what else do you have in place? Do you have cybersecurity insurance? Do you have anything? And he says, I've been talking to the bank. They're not sounding promising, and I don't have any insurance. And although it broke my heart, I had to say, at this point, there's not much I can do. These are the cases that we need to take. We need to be proactive about these. We need to know beforehand, not reactive. If we're trying to fix the issue after it, it's too late. Another big issue we have, human error. They accidentally delete files. They leave their passwords on sticky notes, or everybody puts their passwords in an Excel document, Word document that they accidentally email to somebody else. They fall victim to that social network or that social engineering, or they click on a virus. I mean, the list can go on and on. The way that we help is by training. We need to have policies in place, procedures on what we do, and train our employees, ourselves, how to act in a situation, what is acceptable, what is not. Viruses. I think you're all pretty well versed in viruses as well. Your computers get bugs. They're trying to do a bunch of different things. Typically, it's understood you use antivirus for this. Now we're recommending what's called EDR or MDR, essentially advanced versions of antivirus that detect at a deeper level, if you will, and can protect you a lot more. Ransomware. I don't know if you've heard of this one. I hope you haven't, or maybe if you have, but in a training context. Ransomware is where a hacker uses that email link, that virus, to lock down your computer, to make it so that you're unable to access your own data, your own files, and then they hold it hostage and ask for money to get it back. On average, it costs $400,000 to recover from this. That is without paying the ransom. The reason is because the damage in lost data, the damage that you now have to report that information is lost, and you may have lawsuits, you lost credibility, damage to your business on top of you're already locked out of your files. It's happening every 19 seconds. A normal antivirus will not touch this. This is where we are heavily recommending to have backup and some of these advanced security measures. Dark web, I think you've all heard of this a little bit. I mean, it's just dark, ominous. You've heard of it. Essentially, what the dark web is, it's sites on the internet that are not linked or that are not searchable by Google, by any search engine. That's why it takes specific software to access. It's not intended to be malicious. However, it does offer a lot of opportunities, including, including options for hackers, other people to sell their services. I think everybody's heard of a hacker. The basic definition for a hacker is somebody that is accessing information in an unintended way. So you don't have to be sitting there at a keyboard typing to be a hacker. If you're accessing it in an unintended way, that's hacking it. This one here, I know it's very small print. It's very ominous, I assure you. This hacker's promising that he'll do all sorts of terrible things just for money. Now, all of you have seen Yvette today, and before doing this presentation, I asked her permission. But I thought this would be a fun example of some of the new things out there.
Hello, everyone. Yvette Fielder here. This election season, after a lot of thought, I've decided to throw my full support behind Mickey Mouse because honestly, if we're going to have a bunch of cartoon characters running things, it might as well be an actual cartoon.
Well, she did not give me the script, I assure you of that. But I thought this would be a fun and funny way. I actually even asked AI to write a joke for me for this. But I thought this would be a fun and funny way to show what is called a deep fake. What I just did is called a deep fake. She did not provide me any media. She did not talk or record any audio for me. I took what was already on the internet, and I was able to use her image and modify her audio to say what I wanted it to do. Now, I'm using this for presentation purposes, but other people can use this for whatever they want. They can call you on the phone with the CEO's voice asking you to transfer money. They can video call you from the CEO, as the CEO, asking for you to transfer money, to give them access to data, to do different nefarious things. I actually had Aaron mentioned that I support the National Center. And just a couple weeks ago, I had the chance to sit in on a meeting with Chris James as he outlined some policies and procedures for his staff to help protect them against this. He talked about He talked to all the staff and said, unless you're in the finance department, I'm never going to call you or text you or anything and ask for money. And if you're in the finance department, we're going to set up additional security measures so that you know it's from me. If any of you have any messages from me, reach back out. Call me, text me, walk into my office. It's going to, the way you get past a deep fake is by double checking, by having policies in place to know that, hey, the CEO asked for this, but let me text him on the number that I know is actually his and make sure that's actually coming from him. And I loved what Chris said in that meeting. He says, I will always be, overjoyed. I'll always be ecstatic to get that confirmation. A couple more minutes is not going to kill me. I'm not going to complain about that. I would rather have that verification and the following through of these policies. So that was a great example of a cyber, AI, I definitely use AI for that. But additionally, it can be used for images, audio, news, different things that way. Once again, I'd mostly recommend, verify your sources, make sure you know that things come from a valid source. I think we're all pretty familiar with physical security, security cameras, access controls, things that way, redundancy, backups. I'm going to kind of click through these ones. This is kind of network security. I'm sure you've heard of these firewalls, antivirus backups, VPNs. If it gets a little bit over your head, that's fine. This is where you ask that trusted professional. Now, I said I'd talk more about cybersecurity insurance. For insurance, I think everybody here probably has car insurance, right? And they make a deal with you. We're going to give you insurance as long as you're a good driver. In fact, the better the driver you are, the better rates we're going to give you. You start getting too many tickets or too many crashes, and we're going to drop you. That's no difference for cybersecurity insurance. Cybersecurity insurance typically has a bunch of recommendations or requirements to hold their policy. Here's a list. I actually, from my insurance officer, I asked for a list, and this is what he provided me. So these are the requirements to have cybersecurity insurance. Cybersecurity insurance right now is getting a bad name because they are denying people's claims and policies because they are not meeting these requirements. If they're saying, hey, you have to have multi-factor authentication on all your bank accounts, and you're just like, no, I'm going to have, I don't need that. And in fact, I'm going to use the same password everywhere. Anybody can get into your bank account and steal money. They don't want to protect you against that. They can't afford to. And so they are trying to make sure that they are working with you, and oftentimes they are suggesting or even giving you trainings to know what to look for, to know how to protect yourself, so that because it helps them and it benefits them as well. Compliance. So this kind of goes back to, for Bella, this is the trust, right? This is the trust part of the seal. This was the industry standard. The king was using that seal. It's the same for us today. Now, we're a little bit more familiar with things like HIPAA as an industry standard. But, what compliance is the federal government and industries have recognized we've had a lot of people get hurt. We've had a lot of people lose data. We've had a lot of people lose their businesses because they haven't protected themselves. So in order to be trusted with that type of data, we want to make sure that you're following a specific set of security requirements, such as HIPAA. So if I was to tell you I have this great doctor, really friendly, knows what he's doing, but he has no cybersecurity, and likely your data is going to be leaked. Who wants to sign up for that guy? I don't see any hands. We want to know that our data is trusted. When we go to a medical professional, HIPAA, it's got a bit of a bad name because it can be stiff, it can be hard to meet. But the point of it is to protect you. The healthcare industry is requiring these standards because they want to make sure that your information is protected in a way that is adequate for the information that they have. Which is why the standards for each industry is a little bit different. HIPAA and medical is a little different than the financial industry, running credit cards, PCI. And that's a little different than NIST, working with the government, or our new CMMC, and the new standards and the new security that is coming out. The government is spending so much money to protect us. They want to make sure that the money that they're putting into research and development to provide our troops and our people with the best tech isn't immediately being sent to those that oppose us and giving them the edge. They want to protect us and protect what we're building. Once again, it's important to know where your resources are. Who's that trusted advisor for you? Do you have an IT guy? Do you have an IT department? If not, do you have an MSP, a managed service provider? That's technically what my company is. We go out and we become the IT department for small, medium-sized businesses. Your insurance broker, he can definitely be a trusted resource to help you get and understand your policy, make sure that you are meeting those standards that you need to for it. And I know our last talk, Yvette stood up and told about how to get a hold of the Apex accelerators. Here's a link to the National Center's Apex site. I think Yvette actually went into further detail about some better ways to get it for each specific area. So thank you, Yvette. Now, if right now you're starting that business and you're starting from the ground up and you're thinking, hey, I've got Google, I can put this all together. I don't have money for an IT guy. I want you to do at least these things. I've given you all, I've provided a flyer. If you haven't received one, there are more in the hall. So these are some very basic things that I think everybody can accomplish. This would be that very basic SIL, the starting point. Do not take this as a place to end, but please do at least these. Have good, strong passwords. Make sure that you're using the multi-factor authentication. Have backup. Have the advanced antivirus. And make sure that nobody can easily access your network. Make sure that your wireless is secure. On the flyer that I've handed out, there is additional information on each step to help out with that, as well as my phone number, some ways to reach out to me in case you have more information. I'd be happy to help with that. Now, like I said, that's where you begin. That's that basic SIL. After that, you got to start doing more and more, right, to keep yourself. You need to remove spyware, monitor viruses, check Windows logs, block emails, update Java, deploy new software, check network security, organize files, remove old AD users, schedule maintenance. You can see the list just keeps going on and on. Yeah. This is, there's a lot to do for security. Security is ever changing. Make sure that you have a trusted advisor to help you know how to protect yourself and to help keep you safe. Bella was able to succeed because she had a plan. She got the knowledge, and then she used the tools. The wax seal symbolized privacy, data security. It symbolized authenticity and authentication, trust, compliance, history, backups. The way we go about security has changed, but our ultimate end goal is to keep us and our information secure. Once again, knowledge is power. Knowledge is how you're going to stay up to date with what's happening. I will offer our free weekly tip, no obligations. I just want you to get more information, to be more aware of what's happening in the IT industry, and so that you can know what to do and how to protect yourself. Do we have any questions? I did talk about cybersecurity insurance. Yes. So if you remember, I recommend that you get it, and I indicated that it has requirements to make sure that you meet the requirements. Yeah. So just talk to your insurance broker. A lot of them will have that, or they can recommend you to somebody that has it, that can offer that.
So if we hire someone like you, why do we need cyber insurance? Because my insurance company, that wasn't an option. I had to have cyber insurance, and it's costly.
Yeah.
So if we hire someone like you, then do we need it?
I like to think of it the same way as if you're a good driver, you still need auto insurance. We can't anticipate and predict everything. We can add a lot of security measures. We can try and do our best. We can prove to what we can do is we can prove to the insurance company that you are protected, that you are meeting those standards that you needed to meet. So if you have an incident, that they will be able to pay out. But especially at today's pace of change with all the AI and everything that way, our environment is changing so rapidly that it becomes harder and harder to protect you, and obviously we're using AI to protect you as well, but we're in a very fast-paced environment where we do what we can, but we also want to make sure that you're protected in other ways that we can't protect you in.
Hey, I just wanted to comment, and that's a great presentation. I'm assuming that everybody understands the criticality of the information that he's sharing today, and I could tell you as a federal contractor, and not even as a federal contractor, but just this particular topic is so critical today, and I think it's important that you guys understand there's a cost to it as well. And if you are, I know John asked who is and who isn't doing federal contracting earlier, and I don't, it's quite a few hands, whether you're, I remember somebody asking, how many are you doing federal contracting, and how many wish you'd have never done federal contracting, and there's sometimes more hands that go up. But as a federal contractor, this is for reals. And while the past several years, the government has been moving the goalposts on when you have to get what, right? So I remember going to the 8A conference in 2019, and oh, next year you're going to have to do all this, and then in 2020 it moved to 2021, and it keeps getting moved. They kick the can down the road on the date you have to be compliant. And NIST 800-171, right, if you're going to do government contracting, as he explained, you're going to have to be CMM level 1, 2, or 3, right? 1, you're just doing business with the federal government. Your landscape. You're going to have to be at CMMC level 1. There's a cost to that. If you're going to do what we do, we secure critical assets, so we have to be at level 2. You're helping Lockheed Martin make bombs, you're going to be at level 3. I don't think anybody in here is going to be doing that. But we're finding a lot of people are having to be at 1 and 2, and I just want to talk about that, there is a cost of doing business. And so whether it's the cost of hiring somebody like this gentleman up here to help guide you with consulting, it's worth its weight in gold, because if you have somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about, you could pay it in the end. Second, just to be in the game. My emails went from, I think you can get emails as cheap as, a couple bucks per email per month. And, I think ours went up to $6 to get some security thrown on, and then pretty soon it's $12. My emails just went to $57 per month per email, because I have to be at GCC level 5 because of what I do. And you can be at GCC level 3, it's gonna cost you maybe $36. If you're a tribe, there's discounts out there. So if you're a tribe, we just set up our Denoto Corporation on part of the tribe with a major discount. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news on some of this, but if you want to do business with the federal contracting, as a federal contractor, there are going to be some extensive costs to cybersecurity. My tier 1 or level 1 IT support, that's help desk support. My printer doesn't work, right? Went from $75 to $180 because I'm level 2. So therefore, it makes it harder because also, in some instances, your IT supporter has to be at a higher level too. So just please understand that there are some costs related to this, and you need to be prepared to pay them. And we made a decision a couple years ago that regardless of whether the government kept kicking the can down the road, that we weren't going to wait, because the people that issue the big contracts, they don't care whether the government says you're ready or not. They want to know you're ready today. And you guys are the target, because as a contractor, you're the one that they're going to go after. And the smaller you are, the bigger target you are, because the bad guys are going to assume you don't have, the walls set up. So I know he covered a lot of this, but I can just tell you firsthand, there's a cost to this. It's serious. If you want to crap like a tiger, you got to eat like a tiger. So it's just, there's a lot that goes with this, but please take it serious, because you won't be in the game in federal contracting unless you comply with everything that he's talking about. And it will also work to your advantage. We leapfrogged our competition because we got on board way ahead of time. And when our competitors aren't willing to, they didn't spend the money, they're not willing to spend the money, or they waited and waited and waited. And another thing, if you wait too long, because it just released this last week, right? They now said, okay, we have a final date. Now go try to get help. No one's going to be available. So I would jump on this bandwagon right away.
Thank you, Darren. I'll also point out, here's the statistics. He's very right. There's a cost to doing business. Bella, as she grew her business, she kept changing her seal so that it was more intricate, harder for people to copy or forge. The same way thing goes for us. What I'm recommending here, that's your very basic seal. That's an entry point. That's starting. Have this minimum if you're going to do anything. But as you grow, as you can afford more, do more. Statistics here for, hackers, there are some that are very specific and trying for high target companies, bigger companies. But most of them are opportunistic. They're looking for whoever doesn't have protection or security in place. And unfortunately, a lot of that lands right on small, medium-sized businesses. Statistically, a small or medium-sized business that gets hit by a cyber attack is out of business within 6 months. This is something to take serious. It's something to protect yourself against. And yes, there's a cost associated, but it's a cost that will help you protect yourself, as well as help you stay on top of the new technology and new ways, new innovations that you can use to further and find new ways to grow your business or improve it. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. I would have been one who would believe Yvette's AI. We share offices, and she's always telling me funny anecdotes. I'm like, what? And so if you sent me that, I would have believed it. I just want to say thank you guys so much for joining us today. I hoped you guys took insight and took any of this information, these gems from all these speakers that we had, and thought of different ways to bring it to your business. But we also have next 30 minutes or so, if you guys like, we have these tables in the back. Some of the speakers are sitting at them. You guys can feel free to interact with them, talk with each other. This is the last bit, but thank you so much. You'll hear from me again. We'll get all these PowerPoints to you guys, and also those free RES tickets. So if you're not familiar with RES, RES is our annual conference that the National Center hosts. It's based out in Las Vegas, and it's amazing. It's an amazing event, very great for networking. People talk about wanting to work with tribes. That's one event to go to learn more and to get connected with them. But RES this year, I think it's March 10th through 14th. So, March 10th. Yep. It's a 4-day event. Yep, 4-day event. Be in Las Vegas. So, thank you again for joining us, and you guys have a safe drive back to where home is. Thank you.